Nearly a year after ex-Pedro was crowned champion, the Bren Chong Cup is back. You don't know what the Bren Chong Summer Edition is? It's a Clash Royale 1v1 tournament where you can compete against the best players in the world for a piece of the $6,000 prize pool. This Summer Edition consists of 3 stages. 12 qualifiers on August 25th, 26th, and 27th. From there we get the 12 names that will join the group stage. That second stage will be played from August 28th to September 4th. There, the 12 qualifiers and the elite players of Clash Royale will be fighting for a place in the playoffs. The finals will be played from September 5th to September 8th and will bring together the top 32 players from the group stage in a double elimination bracket. This is how we'll find the new champion in the Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition. To make sure the whole community has access to this content, the streams will be in Spanish, English, Portuguese, German, Italian, and French. To keep up with all the news, guest players, and broadcast schedules, go ahead and download Appgrade, available both on iOS and Android. You can keep up with the news by following Rebel Amar and AMG on all social media. And of course, thanks to our sponsors, Bren Chong, AMG, Appgrade, and CWA. Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition. Don't you miss it. Don't you miss it indeed. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Group G, to day 7 of our 12-day run here for the Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition. I'm Rich Slaton, here to bring you some of the great action in this event, and today we have a good one. Group G. Wow, what a lineup today. Cuchii Cuu, DiegoB, Egor, Airsurfer, DiegoE, Tommy, Wolfstochter, and She. It's going to be a really, really excellent day, and joining us to bring a little bit extra analysis and thought behind this, some inside info on both what we see on screen, what we see off screen. It's one of your friends, one of my friends, a longtime analyst and CRL pro, Dippets. Do I have you on the line, bud?
Yeah, what up?
Hey, what's happening, guys? We're trying out Skype today to see if that's a little bit better than Discord, so we'll see how that works out in terms of the audio. Dip, this is going to be a really interesting day for a lot of reasons, including but not limited to 2 now former teammates will be going head-to-head in DiegoB and Egor, with DiegoB now leaving Team Liquid and no confirmation yet, but suspected to be going to Chivas Esports.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. This is a pretty good group. I haven't looked at many of the groups, and this group's pretty solid. Both Diegos, they're both super solid right now, and then Egor and Airsurfer, then just a bunch of like good semi. Obviously, Tommy as well. He can beat anybody, and then a couple of really good semi-pros. So I'm excited. Oh, and Cuchii.
And Cuchii Cuu. Yeah, it's going to be a pretty good lineup today. Of course, some standout favorites will be Egor and Airsurfer. Obviously, Airsurfer, your teammate at Misfits, has been really, really good this year and had a great run in the No Tilt World Championship. Give me a little bit of info. Talk to me about the process of working together for that No Tilt World Championship. You guys had to run through like 8 or 9 BO3s just to make it into the semifinals and then a crazy group stage. What were some things that you guys focused on and things that you learned working together to help Airsurfer achieve his best in that event?
Well, for the first bracket, like the very, very first one, I didn't even help him. He just got top 4 on his own because like helping with just like against a bunch of random people is pretty hard. And then once he got top 4, he played Juanma and Ruben, which is where I helped him, and he was super excited to win. He was pretty nervous because those brackets are really stressful, to be honest. But he works really hard, and he's just so good. He can use any deck, so it's really easy to pick decks for him. We just call before all the matches for like an hour and just kind of just discuss what he's comfortable with, what we think his opponent's comfortable with, and just figure it out from there.
So, of course, making it all the way to a really exciting final there against Line, and then now performing, looking to see how he performs here. It definitely seems like 2020 could be a top year for Airsurfer And I guess the big question is, what should we be expecting in the fall split out of a guy who's kind of solidified himself at the top of the food chain right now?
Honestly, like he's got like the last two big world events he's played in. He's played in the biggest solo event and the biggest team event, and he got second at both of them, or we got second at both of them. And just him on his own, he's just insane. And I think to expect nothing less than what we've been seeing from him.
So, of course, we don't have to wait that long to see the form that he's in. The form's already been phenomenal, but today we will be seeing him in Group G action. And, of course, this is the 7th of our 8 groups. In the group stage, top 4 do move on, bottom 4 go home, and you just saw a run on screen of the players who will be moving on from Groups A through F. All you have left to do is Group G, and then tomorrow back here with Group H as well. So we'll have a lot decided. Again, today's format, the 8 players you see on screen will be playing a round robin, meaning each player will play the other 7 throughout the day today. All matches will be best of 3 format with ban on first loss. So no ban in game number 1, and once you have lost, then you can choose a ban card if you wish, although some players have chosen not to. That's an interesting thing we'll encounter today. What is the thought process? Some of these players deciding not to ban in certain cases. Why are some of those players? Is it just they feel like the ban doesn't really affect anything in 2 games of a best of 3? Are they overconfident? Are they correctly confident? Any thoughts on some of that choice to not ban going into game 2 once you've lost game 1?
Sometimes if you're playing someone better than you or worse than you, you might not want to ban because. Oh wait, can you hear my dogs?
I can, and I'm not worried about it.
Okay. I think someone just got home, so they're excited. Well, I think that usually, I don't know, you don't ban if you feel like that it can negatively affect you. Like, if you have a really similar deck pool, taking out a card could just really only affect you because the best ban could be like one of your good decks. So you might just not want to ban it. It's usually if you have a similar deck pool or if the meta is fairly just a lot of broken cards, you kind of just want to keep the broken cards and use them yourself.
And yes, I know some of you guys, knowing that some of the games are not on that list, not all matches today will be shown on stream. In order to keep this down to close to around 4 hours, we will be showing some of the matches, but not all of them. Some will take place concurrently off stream as well. But we'll keep you updated. And of course, one of our sponsors, if you look at the bottom right-hand side, the middle sponsor is Appgrade, APPGRADE, Appgrade. And you can follow along with all the information there, including scores. And we'll try to keep you updated with the scores that are off stream as much as humanly possible. And as you may have noticed on the main screen, I'll show it to you again, between matches, we will have a continuing update of win-loss records. So you can keep an eye on who is in the top 4, who is in the bottom 4 throughout today. And of course, you can see, those of you questioning, on the left-hand side of the screen, it says on call. That would be Dippets, aka George of Misfits. And on the right-hand side, you see code RICH. That's my creator code. Go ahead and use that in the shop for all your purchases, whether it's in Clash Royale, Brawl Stars, whatever, and you can support the stream. Until here we are in game number 1. And so far, after a little bit of cycle to open up, it's become a staring contest between Cuchii Cuu and Wolfstochter, the German player Wolfstochter, who's been having a pretty good year so far. Where do you put Wolf overall in ranking German players, Dip?
Wolf's had a really good year in terms of yeah, I guess in the Germans I'd say there's obviously Sam, there's Morton, and then probably Schwarzen, Faust, and then Wolf. But obviously, like, being 5th on a list like that is nothing to be ashamed of, in my eyes. He's had a really good year, and I think if any of the semi-pros are going to qualify, I expect him to do well today. He's one of the guys who I'm expecting to make it.
Speaking of things to be ashamed of, you can see the chat not super excited about the stinky cheese coming out from Cuchii Cuu here in game number 1. And going to get a lot of damage on the right-hand side. I'm not sure if Wolfstochter has what it takes to stop this push on the right-hand side. That's going to be towered down. Can he break through with the pigs on the left? Fireball means GG, well played.
Yeah, waiting until double is just, it was just too hard for Wolf to really do anything at that point, because Cuchii just immediately built up his big death push. And yeah, this is kind of over from the start since they both waited.
So this is interesting. You know, we've seen a fair bit of, obviously, the staring contests throughout Clash Royale, and we've mentioned it a lot in the past that at one point a staring contest meant we were most likely going to be looking at beatdown. But of course, here we just saw a staring contest, and looks like the replay not currently available. So I will, or the stats not available. We'll go ahead and get those, hopefully working for the next time. Ban's gonna be Skeleton Dragons. A lot of players are playing decks that don't necessarily get a big benefit from being in double. You know, it's an interesting decision there from Wolfstochter. What do you think was going through his mind when he was sitting there waiting and deciding not to at least get the action started during single elixir?
Well, he has a really heavy deck, and he started off with using his Heal Spirit, so maybe hoping he would play something in response, because his deck, it's a lot of defensive cards. Like, he's a Hunter, he has Recruits, he has Magic Archer, Fisherman. All those cards you usually want to play in response to stuff. You really don't want to play into much. And then playing just Hogs first play, it's okay depending on your deck, and I think a quicker cycle one is fine to do that, but just not this version. It's just a lot of defensive cards, so you usually don't want to make the first move.
So advantage to Cuchii Cuu. You can see Skeleton Dragons will be the ban now for Wolfstochter. Bans in this tournament format, again, are ban on loss. So you do not open up with a ban, but once you have lost a game in best of 3, you get that first loss ban, and in a best of 5, you only get 1 ban as well. But that is the format. Looking like Hog triple spell here for Cuchii Cuu up against potentially Graveyard.
Yeah, looks like... Yeah, actually... Oh wait, I'm watching on stream again.
Watching Clan!
Yeah, I'm just gonna pause the stream so I stop. Oh yeah, so it looks like Graveyard versus Hog right now. Hog... I don't know, I've seen this matchup go both ways. Hog does really good against... Okay, yeah, definitely Graveyard now. Hog does really good versus any of the Farput decks. Well, only with Earthquake. If Hog doesn't have Earthquake, then Farput is very hard to get through.
But in this particular equation, Hog does have Earthquake, and it's pretty much the dominant Hog deck right now. Is Hog triple spell with EQ. Some people run Fireball depending on what they think the matchup might be, but this tends to be the one people lean towards.
Yeah. I think the only person, yeah, I've seen Fireball used a few times. I saw Airsurfer use it in No Tilt against Benzer. That was a fun deck because that was just like a really hard snipe. Because it was the mirror match, but he had Earthquake and Fireball for Snowball, so he just killed all the Musketeers, and yeah, that's fun. You put in Fireball if you expect them to use like Hogs or something, or if you think they're gonna use some of their Skelly Drags. It's pretty solid. I didn't expect it to be as good as it was, but I was happy with the result.
Poison starting to work on the left-hand side. Wolfstochter does have the single target damage lead at 1207 and falling on the left-hand side. Dual lane pressure so far from Cuchii Cuu, and good opportunistic time to throw the Hog Rider into the right-hand side. Will get 2 shots, but so far it does seem like Wolfstochter with the advantage as we get in the final 30 seconds. Yeah,
Wolfstocker's gonna start just cycling super fast and just trying to be really annoying to Cuchii. I assume Wolf's probably gonna try to play a high Musk and then pressure the other lane. So that... Oh wait, I'm watching from the... I was speaking from the wrong perspective. Okay. So yeah, I think Cuchii's just gonna pressure Psych super hard. Oh, I don't think he's gonna have enough to take it though.
Long Snowball won't do it. 14 HP, a little miscalculation out of Cuchii there at the end potentially, and there you have Wolfstochter evening things up at 1-1.
Yeah, Cuchii just tried to go all in at the end just to hopefully pull something out, but just wasn't able to do it.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the stats here, powered by Royale API. You can see matchup data relatively even. You know, it's interesting. This is a deck from Cuchii Cuu that doesn't necessarily have what you would think are traditional ways to really shut down a graveyard. But between the cheapness of the cycle and the triple spell, it generally has at least a fair number of decent matchups.
Yeah, and I think this matchup's pretty even. Cuchii just I think he made one mistake on defense. He took like I think like 1400 damage on one push, and he struggled. And then from there he lost by such a small margin. But if he didn't take so much damage on one push, I think it would have been pretty fine. Usually this hog deck, you just want to keep on defending solid. You just defend as much as you can, and then hogs always get through. Plus earthquake cycles just get so much damage.
And one note for you guys, Clone is not banned, but Clone and Skeleton Barrel as a combination are banned because of that glitch. So just keep a note on that one. Clone is viable. Skelly Barrel Clone is banned today and will not be played at all throughout this match, throughout this round robin. We'll keep an eye on how long that one is around. Of course, I do know that Supercell is working on getting some of these glitches. It's a major game-changing update that came out, so going to be a couple of glitches here, so we'll see them get those worked out, and I expect they'll be worked out fairly quickly. Waiting on game number 3 here. Musketeer is the ban from Cuchii Cuu, so Skeleton Dragons and Musketeer now both out for the time being. We're going to start game number 3 in just a moment, but as we go, before we go on, keep an eye on this side right here, guys. The rankings for Group G up on the top right-hand side of your screen includes both the overall win-losses of matches. That's the 0 win, 0 loss from it, because no one has actually won or lost a match yet. And then the percentage is the win rate in games, and that changes based on whether you win 2-0, 2-1, lose 1-2, 0-2, that sort of thing. So we have a series of tiebreakers, including head-to-head ratio, the win rate, of course, and if it comes down to it, Crown's Way on the bottom of all that. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 3. Bans are Skeleton Dragons and Musketeer. What do you think we might see with those two banned in this case, Dick?
I was going to say, I think Icebow could be a pretty solid pick. I don't know if either of them use it, but yeah, that's not like Cuchii is. Maybe Wolf is, but I don't know. I think that'd be a solid pick, but yeah, it just depends on if they like it or not. So it looks like RG from Cuchii, or Hogs. Well, actually, no, definitely RG with Hunter U is, and then maybe Graveyard for Wolf, it seems.
We'll see if that's the direction that Wolfstochter is going. Fishboy goes all the way to the Brawler, and a little pressure from Cuchii on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I think Wolf probably is the Ewiz Hunter. Oh, never mind. Okay, so he's just running regular Splash Yard with no Bomb Tower. I think it's pretty fine, to be honest. Without Skelly Dregs, it's easier to get damage with Graveyards, but Cage sometimes is better to defend against RG, sometimes worse. It really just goes game to game in this matchup.
Yeah, that's an interesting note, is that, you know, putting Cage in here does give you one extra potential tank to cross the bridge for a Graveyard. But, you know, often you see Cage get a lot of its value defensively when paired with a Lumberjack, so you get range potentially. What do you think of it here?
It's good sometimes because it could just be another extra Graveyard tank. And like right now, he's just gonna have a really big counter push. So we'll just see how Cuchii deal with it. Yeah, it just depends on how the player plays it and just like how good they are at Graveyard, to be honest. This is a pretty good push from Wolf. Oh, and yeah, and with the Goblin Brawler killing the Fisherman, that's a very it was a good push from Wolf to save up for the Graveyard there. Even though it was really late, it was still a good Graveyard. Just he was up so much.
So here we go, final minute of regulation, double elixir time ongoing, and you see Cuchii got one big valuable heal spirit. We'll see if he gets another one that does a bit more here. He's gonna completely get rid of the baby dragon and get some decent damage if that second RG that we think might be coming actually does get down on top of this bridge battle. Not sure if it's gonna happen. There we go.
Oof, 2 Fishermen is going to be pretty annoying. He's going to play a Cage. They're both going to go to the Cage, which is nice. So now he can just either NATO or just Bar Barrel. Yeah, and he should be pretty fine dealing with all this. Yeah, a good Bar Barrel, get the Heal Spirit. And now I think Wolf just plays slow right now, resets and just tries to get a good counter push. I think that's what he's going to be looking for the rest of the game.
Yeah, do you think we're going to see a graveyard before triple elixir at this stage? I mean, now with this counter push, maybe.
Possibly right now, but Cuchii's a lot to defend with. Okay, yeah. So there comes the graveyard. I'm not sure how much it'll do because Cuchii doesn't want to defend. He's gonna use good. Oh my god, he got a lot of outside spawn skeletons. Cuchii's probably taking himself right now seeing that because that was kind of unfortunate for him. But he's not out of it yet. RG can always come back, but Wolf seems like to have a solid defense going, and I don't see him losing at this point.
Well, let's see if Dip gets our first curse of the caster today, or if Wolfstochter can hold on. The German putting a lot of pressure here in game number 3. Some skeletons are connecting, and in case you don't know, every single skeleton in the game does have a name, although I don't know if the graveyard skeletons have the same names as the Skarmy skeletons.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I know that every skeleton in Skarmy certainly has a name. Larry, Mary, Gary. Ledute, of course, has number 15. But unsure if it's the same for the spawned ones in the graveyard. There you go. GG, well played. Wolfstochter taking the first match of the day.
Yeah, I think Cuchii played as best as he could. I think it's pretty... Well, Wolf played it really well. I think Wolf has matchup, and he just has to... He has to play really solid defense, just not overextend, and I think he can win fairly easily.
And here you go, taking a look at the data from Royale API, a 1,500 game sample size. That means we're pulling this data from over 1,500 games, and that gives a 65-35 matchup to Wolfstochter. Of course, that is across the whole game, not necessarily top 200 players, so that can shift it, but that does feel like a pretty accurate matchup evaluation for this match.
Yeah, without Skelly Drags can make it a bit better because you just play Skelly Drags Heal Spirit on defensive graveyards, and it usually gets a lot of value. But it's definitely much harder without Skelly Drags. I saw at the end, Cuchii Heal Spirited his Ewis before he poisoned, so that was he just pretty much solidified his loss from doing that because he just killed his counter push.
So game number 1, match number 1 goes to Wolfstochter. Let's go ahead and pop out here for a second, and if you're just joining on YouTube, don't forget to hit subscribe to the channel, ring the bell for all notifications so you never miss any of the Bren Chong Cup. Tomorrow, we do have Group G action. Soaking, Surgical Goblin, Morton, DiegoE, Lindsay, Flash Wallace, and Nikoko. The final group will be tomorrow, September 4th, same time, same place, but right now we are in Group G, and we have all these players to see, of course, 2 of the top names in the game, in Egor and Airsurfer. And we'll pop back out here on screen for just a second here so you can see our first data over on your right-hand side. Wolfstochter taking a match win, 2-1, so he's at that 67% win rate, and Cuchii Cuu falling to 0-1. Next matchup coming in, Cuchii Cuu and DiegoE. And DiegoE Dip is one of my favorite stories in Clash Royale right now because of the challenges he had in his first season in CRL West, really struggled in CRL West that season. And then the work he did in the offseason to get himself back into CRL West again now with Cream Real Betis. Obviously, you've seen this player a lot in competition. What do you feel like changed between his rough run in the spring season of 2019 and getting him all the way back here again now in 2020?
I think he's a bit like Airsurfer, where I thought he was going to do good going into his first season. I had high hopes for him because he did really good in a lot of online events leading up to his first season of CRL, and then he just couldn't pull anything out on stage, really. But then as time went on, I think he just got more comfortable playing in competitions, and I guess we gotta wait to see him play again, like on stage, but I think he's a really solid player, and he's good at 2s. I think he's a very good 1s player, and he just has to work on his nerves. Airsurfer, he's worked really hard on just getting better under pressure and just keep playing competitions. And now I think him and Diego were just in a very similar situation where they just get used to the competition and they just shine from there.
So here we go, jumping into game number 1 of DiegoE and Cuchii Cuu. DiegoE top of your screen, Cuchii Cuu at the bottom. You know, talking about mentality, one of the things that Team Queso does very well is they actually have a very large group they employ, including sports psychologists to help keep their squad completely focused and able to deal with some of the stresses and pressures of competition. Have you, in your experience with esports at this stage, had any chance to work with people who work and focus on mentality and that sort of thing when it comes to performing on stage?
No, I haven't got. I know like some of my old teammates have with complexity. They've had people like that, but none of the teams I've been on have had anybody that's done that. But from what I've heard, it seems pretty helpful, but it's nothing too crazy. But it depends on the person. Like some people could need it more than, or yeah, some people will definitely need it more than others. But it'd be interesting. Maybe one day one of my teams can have it. But yeah, that's really it. Hopefully.
All right, here we go, cycling to the right-hand side with the Knight to get the mortar distraction. This is the #1 mortar deck in the game right now. Almost the only mortar deck. We went through a hog mortar phase last month for a bit, and then, of course, Miner with the nerf changed a lot of it. What do you see as the future for mortar? I mean, obviously, it's hard to predict with not knowing the exact balance changes that are on their way for the next month, but is mortar Miner dead?
I don't think it's dead. I think this meta just didn't help it out that much, and with like just the amount of fishermen, and yeah, I think it's just fishermen makes the big difference because it just pulls miners, and miners become essentially useless in mortar right now, and Sky Barrel is just allowed for more distraction on defense plus more bait. It just, yeah, Sky Barrel is just way better all around now. I didn't like this deck at all at first, but the more I've seen it, it's definitely grown on me.
So mortar does connect on the left-hand side. Skeleton Barrel will get picked up by the bomb tower. So far, it's been all DiegoE at this stage, and it seems like he's having trouble dealing with the dual pressure of the swarms mixed with this mortar.
Yeah, the high DPS of this mortar deck with just all the big cards plus Skelly Barrel. Skelly Barrel just adds to the DPS of the deck, which is I think what makes it so good. And this deck just like walks through a graveyard. Like it's usually just a pretty free win. And as well as mortar, just because the Musketeers plus Fireball, and plus the amount of pressure that Skelly Barrel puts on is just massive. That's why I think this deck's way better, because with the high pressure decks with like, especially with like Heal Spirit Cycle and with RG, Sky Barrel just allows a lot of added pressure to prevent them from pushing as much and applying all the pressure to prevent mortars from getting damage.
Fireball in left-hand lane, getting very, very low, 567, and just as Dip is talking about it, it's been so difficult for Cuchii to get any sort of offense started in this game, not able to get anything done because of the high pressure. Here we go, final 80 seconds. Bomb tower high to pick up the Skeleton Barrel.
Yeah, I think Diego's he's just gonna try to play. He'll play aggressive, but he's not gonna try to go too hard. But I don't see him going. Okay, yeah, not the best archers from Cuchii, just giving him pretty much a free fireball, and that should be game because the mortar's locked on tower now.
Mortar gets in. GG being called by DiegoE. Log Fireball will do it. Doesn't even need the Fireball there. DiegoE gets it done in game #1. Cuchii Cuu out to a rough start so far in his Bren Chong Cup tournament.
Yeah, definitely not the best start from Cuchii. Well, but then again, he has gone against two really good players. I'm expecting Diego and Wolf to both make it today. What's your prediction for your top 4?
Oh man, I always hate trying to do predictions like that one, but you know, I think it's hard to pick against Egor and Airsurfer right now. Man, there's the thing I haven't seen is I have not seen either Diego play as much lately. I've seen DiegoE play a little bit, but I'm not exactly sure where DiegoB is, but he is kind of fired up right now, I have to imagine, with ready for this new opportunity. So this might be a big one where he wants to show off. You know what I'm curious about is how fired up Wolfstochter is trying to make, yet a guy who wants to make a point. And one of the big questions always at an event like this is who's really prepared. How many of these CRL players are already gearing up for CRL West in the fall season for when it does start, versus how many of these non-CRL players are totally on point because they are trying to potentially make a run at a team. So, I don't know, man. I mean, I would say that most of these players Anyone can go on a run, but I would say probably Egor and Airsurfer are my shoe-in picks. After that, it becomes real complicated.
Yeah, I think Wolf's really fired up right now. I think he's very good at like preparing for. I think he's very good at picking decks. He's very good at preparing, which is what's been benefiting him a lot recently. Yeah, I think it's gonna come down to Diego versus Diego and whoever's in better form right now, and then of course Airsurfer and Egor. That's my call. But yeah, I think. Yeah, DiegoB is a bit of a toss-up for me right now because I think he's been in pretty good form, but I don't know if he got down after him and Liquid parted ways. I don't know how much he's been grinding in the off-season. So I know DiegoE's been doing well because they won this SSG Cup, and so like we see that he's been at least performing pretty well.
So let's see some picks in the chat right now on the YouTube chat. Eric Val picking Airsurfer, DiegoE, Egor, and DiegoB, going double Diego in this one. Over in the Trovo chat, Tony picking the same four, Airsurfer, Egor, and double Diego on his side. So far some consensus. Bryce Leach in the YouTube chat picking Wolfstochter as his dark horse pick. So a lot of people all over the place right now with their thoughts, not dissimilar to where we are. Game number 2, Fireball, is the ban for Cuchii Cuu. And this has been an interesting question and a subject of a lot of debate when it comes to people when looking at Team Queso. Obviously, JP and Ruben are both top-tier players. Ruben, of course, one of the best in the world, and JP, especially when he's firing on all cylinders, is exceptionally good. Cuchii and Benny have both been in the Clash Royale esports scene for a long time. They both have a lot of talent. But it's one of those things where you're trying to figure out how do you get Cuchii and Benny back to the form they had where Team Queso won the championship in 2018? Is Team Queso, should they be doubling down on this duo that's so experienced? Are there things they need to do to get these guys to a different level, or should it be Team Queso be looking to their younger talent pool?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of potential talent, but I don't know. It's really hard to see. Like, Cuchii and Benny are so good. They are good. They are very good, and they've had a lot of success with past coaches. So, like, my question is just like I don't know what the issue is because they did very good with Termista, and I don't know if it's an issue with a new coach or if it's just them. So that's what I'm curious about. Because if it's a new coach, then they can just continue to work as a coach-player duo and eventually become better as a team. Or if it's them, then I assume that Queso still sees the potential in them and that they just know they have to work as a team to just become better. So that's what I assume Queso is still keeping them for, because they didn't have the best performance last season.
Well, of course, we'll see if a longer season does benefit Queso, and do keep in mind, of course, that Team Queso did take the championship in the No-Tilt League Special Edition. Of course, a lot of that was JP and Ruben, but I believe Benny, who had a pretty good King of the Hill sweep at one point in that tournament. So we'll see if Cuchii and Benny can get back to the European Championship form they put on in 2018 with a longer season in the fall. And to answer the question, guys, no precise date publicly announced yet for CRLOS 2020 fall split, but it'll be sooner rather than later.
Yeah, the matchup seems pretty tough. Sparky's always pretty hard for Gregor to deal with, and he's got with arrows zap just to destroy the skeleton dragons every single time makes it really hard for DiegoE, I think.
Mini Pekka not going to get any free pancakes on this one, and the Musketeer does not connect either. Final minute 10 remaining, and DiegoE just setting up to that right-hand side one more time. Cuchii Cuu has not been able to get much of a rhythm going. Here we go, a graveyard attempt from the Spaniard.
Yeah, we haven't even seen really a poison. Yeah, okay, whatever, yeah. That's the first poison we've even seen from Cuchii. Diego's just been doing really good at pressuring, just to not even allow Cuchii to even play a spell, just because he always has to deal with so many troops. So, yeah, DiegoE easily played this matchup, I think, near perfect. And let's see if in Triple Elixir, though, if Cuchii could really make a big difference.
Graveyard in, Giant tanking and taking up some of that damage. A little soak-up job to sponge that one for the Giant. Final 24 seconds. 393 on the left-hand side. A lot of ground to be made up here for Cuchii Cuu to stay alive in this one, but has to play defense at the same time. Will he get one more Graveyard cycled in here? Poison down. Skeleton Dragon's trying to get on tower. Not going to do it. DiegoE going to take this one in a clean 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, that was really well played by Diego. He pressured really well with he didn't always play Giants in front of Sparkies. He let them put in pressure with other lanes with Giant mini P.E.K.K.A.s and then Sparkies in other lanes. So it was just really well played from Diego. And then the arrow zap just to always kill Skelly Drags it was pretty tough for Cuchii to do much.
So there you go. GG, well played. Let's take a look at the post-game stats from this one. Of course, you can see it coming up next. Airsurfer and Tommy. We'll be back with that one in just a minute.
Well, I guess speaking of queso, who qualified yesterday? Because I know JP was in yesterday's like a pool.
You know what? I'll go ahead and grab that info for you in just a second. I know I had it up on my screen earlier. Give me one moment, and I will go ahead and tell you. My memory is shot. Let's see. Let's take a look. The qualifiers from yesterday were JP, Ali, Belican, and... oh, who was the last qualifier from yesterday? Hold on, I'll tell you.
Well, it looks like an Airsurfer versus Tommy right now. It looks like it might be RG versus Mortar, or yeah, the RG Lightning deck versus the current Mortar deck. This Mortar deck seems to do pretty well against RG and Airsurfer. He's been using this on ladder, and I think he was top 10 with it earlier today. So Airsurfer definitely knows how to play this matchup. So let's see if he can just play it solid and just keep it up.
And Puddin was the last one.
Puddin. Okay.
I think that's someone's alt, right? If I remember correctly.
Oh, that might. Actually, I have no clue, to be honest. I know Legolas is Gara, but that's the only alt that I really know.
Well, no alts here. Airsurfer, of course, your teammate, and you've already talked a lot about him being one of the greats in the game, and 8.4K personal best, nearly 8.5. His global tournament performances, putting up so many wins that they changed the rules of matchmaking in the global tournament, which was insanity.
Yeah, that was an expo. It's just absurdly broken. Honestly, sometimes it's a bit sad to look back and realize that there's no ties anymore in the game. Ties sometimes strategically tying games was a viable option. In China with UCJ, our mindset going into every single game was just win or tie, and that's it. And we were running decks that were really good at tying, as well as winning, of course. So yeah, it's weird that whole big part of the game is just gone now.
And you can see some questions in the chat about this as well. Team Queso Tommy, you can see the logo there is not the Team Queso logo in the small one next to Nicaragua, but instead it's the Arena Casito logo there. I mean, I haven't been following Tommy's performance in things like No Tilt League and in the semi-pro stuff he's been with after his run with Tribe Gaming. Have you been keeping an eye on Tommy, and is it a possibility that he now in the Arena Casito program might be getting looked at to move into Team Queso?
Yeah, he's having a lot of success with Queso, or just in general. With Ace, he did pretty good in No Tilt. I think he was the best 2v2 player, and then we're probably a top 5, top 10 1v1 player. So yeah, Tommy's definitely he wants to show to everyone that he deserves to be given another chance in CRL.
Tommy, of course, had an epic run when he came and joined Tribe late in CRL North America. Came in and went 9-0 to start off that run. 11-1 was the final chunk of that big run. Nearly put Tribe Gaming back in the mix that season. Has not been able to match that same level of success since then. we'll see again as my co-caster Dippets, you can see in the on-call below Airsurfer, was just saying he might be having a good shot at getting himself back in the mix.
Yeah, Airsurfer's he's just applying a lot of pressure right now, not allowing Tommy to do much with RGs. That lighting might have been a bit of an overextension, just allowing Airsurfer to just put on as much pressure as he wants now. So let's see if he's actually able to break through and get enough damage to take the tower. Because it's really scary not taking it right now against RG, because RG always has a chance to come back. Okay, well there you go.
And there you go. Airsurfer does take the win in game number 1 against Tommy. Running Mortar against the most popular, or the second most popular of the RG constructions right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a matchup for Mortar, but I think it's matchup, but you still have to play it really well to win. But because with having a building, you can always catch the skeleton barrels, so you can almost, depending on how well you play RG, you can almost allow no damage at all with that deck. I think that's the biggest downfall of this Mortar deck, is sometimes it's like you realize that it's without minor, it's like weird to get damage sometimes, and you can only get damage through spells if their defense is like that perfect.
Ban is going to be Fireball for Tommy, and one of our commenters on YouTube, I believe it was John O'Connor, making the point in the last game that he thought it was a mistake to ban Fireball and go Graveyard, and that maybe have contributed to the poor matchup for Cuchii Cuu in that last match. Thoughts on that analysis there, Dip?
Honestly, it goes. It's hard to say. Just general ban, it's never really the wrong choice, because most bans are based off the player and like what your opponent uses. So I don't think it's always necessarily a mistake, because you could ban Fireball, and then he was maybe expecting to use Royal Hogs because Wolfstochter's a really big Royal Hogs player, or yeah, I don't know. It really just goes based off the player. It's really hard to say if something was a good or a bad ban, because everyone plays different decks and everyone has different go-to decks.
So going to be Lumberloon cycle here for Airsurfer, not the 6 Loon, not the Royal Recruits version, once he's the Bar Barrel. You know, they're going for this one that you have not been a fan of so far, Dip, but you see a nice connection on the left-hand side. Good spot for Airsurfer in this one.
Yeah, I think Tommy made a big mistake there. He tried to zap the Musketeer thinking it would die, and the Musketeer had just a sliver of health to live. So then he had the defensive miner as well, and just probably the worst start you could possibly get for Tommy there.
Lava cycle to the right-hand side for the player out of Nicaragua.
So I think, yeah, so he also has Skelly Drag. So Airsurfer's just going to try to keep everything spaced out so he can't get arrows or an arrow zap in there. Maybe Heal Spirit coming in from Airsurfer, or he's just going to try to just DPS everything down as fast as he can.
And this does feel like a bit of a rough one here. Fireball would be great against Skeleton Dragons, and of course, once that Lava Hound pops and you have Fireball for Skelly Drags and the Lava Pups, that would be huge, but not going to have it here. So Airsurfer may be caught in a tough spot. Does have that left tower down low as we go into what's going to most likely be a 2-tower situation. Who do you give the advantage here?
I'm not sure, to be honest, because Tommy can just build a really big push with just like a Musketeer or arrow zap and just do a lot with that. But Airsurfer's doing a really good job of pressuring against Tommy right now. Let's see if this balloon can connect, because that'll be very big to the rest of this game. Okay, so Airsurfer pretty much has both towers. He just has to snowball each of them. Actually, no, I have to snowball the left tower twice. But he's, I think, still in a fairly advantageous position right now. A good Heal Spirit keeping it. Oh wait, never mind. Okay, so I think Airsurfer lost. I think this should be a fairly tough spot for. I don't know. This is a weird spot. I think Tommy has the deck advantage right now, but with having both towers down and just being able to space everything out so much, it could become a bit tricky for Tommy, because Airsurfer can just play troops wherever he wants now.
And you see right now the space for those Musketeers, but the Barbs come down, and this is a huge downhill push coming in from Tommy. Down one game. Can he get a connection on the right-hand side? Inferno Dragon does get on tower, gets pushed back by the Snowball. Balloon will connect here on the right-hand side. That's a lot of trouble right now for the American. A second connection does come in, and that's GG.
Yeah, I think with the Skelly Drag just died too fast for Airsurfer. I don't think they didn't provide enough like support to kill the Lava Hounds, so Tommy could just like Lava Loon, just miner the Musk, and then Arrow Zap the Skelly Drags, or let its own do the job. So yeah, it was pretty tough for Airsurfer once Tommy got into the right cycle, I think.
Here we go, game number 3 on its way. Wolfstochter and DiegoE playing off stream at the moment. Game number 1 did go to DiegoE playing Graveyard Musk up against Hog Triple Spell. Or no, never mind. Hog Triple Spell, but take out the Snowball and add in a Heal Spirit instead. So an interesting Hog Cycle variation in that one. I'll keep you updated on the results as that one continues along. Airsurfer banning Lava Hound here for our next matchup, or for our game number 3, as that one comes in just a moment. So obviously you can see not liking that matchup with Fireball being a ban. So a rough one there. We'll see what happens here in game number 3.
And as you said, that new Hog deck with Heal Spirit, it's been popularized by the Japanese player Katashan, or I'm not sure exactly sure how to pronounce it, but the old Fav player, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he's been using that, and I think he's probably like top 20 right now with it. And it seems like a pretty solid deck. I was using it earlier today, and yesterday as well. Yeah,
and you're talking about Kensu Meshi's former 2v2 partner at Fav Gaming, Katasyan. Kita and Kensu, of course, leading Fav Gaming to CRL World Finals last season, where they fell in the semis to eventual runners-up WEDGM. Here we go, game number 3, all tied up, Airsurfer and Tommy at the moment, and you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, on the call right now, George, a.k.a. Dippets, longtime Clash Royale pro and top-tier analyst, who announced earlier this month, that you'll no longer be playing competitively at the pro level, but do plan to continue on with the coaching and analysis.
Yeah, it looks like Airsurfer has that graveyard deck that we've been seeing so much recently. I assume he has archers. So, yeah, Tommy looks like Tommy's running the lightning version of RG, which can be really tough since Airsurfer has Barb Hut.
And those of you joining over on Trovo, the family chat, good to see you guys. Of course, shout out to all the gold names, the subs I see in there. Irish Door, 805 Joe, everyone who's been stopping by. Always good to see everyone. And those of you watching on YouTube, you can also try watching on Trovo, which is where I do most of my streams. This event will always be co-streamed on YouTube and Trovo, but most of my streaming does take place on Trovo, including $100 open tournaments that you can compete in. So check out the link in the chat now.
Yeah, so I assume that Airsurfer's last 2 cards are Graveyard Poison coming in here, and with the quick cycle plus Mega Minion to take out the Baby Dragons and Skeleton Dragons, I think this should be a pretty good matchup for Airsurfer here. I assume he was most likely specifically going for this deck because of the Fireball ban. He knows that he has to be using the wow. So Airsurfer plays he misclicks the Musketeer, playing it far away from the Baby Dragon, but Tommy thought it was going to hit it, so he still played the Skeleton Dragons to kill the Musk, but ended up just feeding the Musketeer. So a bit of a unfortunate sequence there for Tommy, kind of helping Airsurfer after he made a mistake.
So talk to me again about the thought process that you're describing with Airsurfer choosing this deck. Obviously, Barb Hut is one of the better cards in the game right now against Royal Giant, and Royal Giant being really popular, but with Fireball banned, a bit surprising you're seeing Tommy going to the RG.
Yeah, I guess Tommy's just trying to be unpredictable more than anything, but with Airsurfer banning Lava Hound, he knows that Graveyard will be an even better pick, because Graveyard's it always struggles with Lava Hound, so taking it off the table and then just running this deck is a pretty good choice.
So what I'm not sure here from Tommy, because if you look at this deck that Tommy's running, there's a very popular version of this deck going around right now. We've seen it here a bunch that has lightning instead of skeleton dragons. So what I'm curious about is whether A, he went for the lightning one, but the current copied deck glitch put skeleton dragons in, or if you put skeleton dragons in and went with no big spell in order to try to counter Graveyard.
Yeah, I was even paying attention to that, you're right. This is the Bob the Rock version. that he's been using on ladder. Yeah, this version's also super solid. I've been playing a bunch of ladder recently, and I've been using the RG Lightning deck. I honestly would use this one if I had Skeleton Dragons max. So that's my issue right now. But yeah, this version's really good. This is I think they're both really good. This one might be better of the two at the moment. Lightning version's good, but this one's also good. So yeah, good pick from Tommy, especially the Fireball ban. This actually is a good pick then from Tommy. I was thinking it was Lightning this whole time, so yeah, let's just see if he's able to actually break through with no big spell. I think Airsurfer is just trying to be as annoying as possible, and he's just gonna try to defend the entire game, and then just kind of get one good graveyard push, get a bit of damage, and not allow Tommy to do anything after that.
Graveyard on the left-hand side, but some pressure on the right-hand side from the Mega Minion, and that will actually be where he gets the bigger lead as the Barb connects on the right-hand side. Hut down for the RG. Final 40 seconds, triple Elixir flowing. Royal Giant is raged up, courtesy of the Lumberjack, but will we get DPS'd all the way down? Question is, can Tommy get back around, and does he switch lanes here one more time with the Lumberjack going to the right-hand side? And yes, he does. Final 30 seconds. Skeleton Dragons behind, and you might see a poison played here for the bridge battle, potentially. No, not going to need it. So Lumberjack coming in. Looks like we're going to go Royal Giant on the right-hand side one more time. Musketeer connects on the left for Airsurfer. That's a huge connection, 14-02. Tommy trying to load up the right-hand lane. Barba clogging everything up, and it looks like it's going to be a Game 3 win and a match victory for the American. Airsurfer takes his win in the opening match for him in this Group G pool.
Yeah, I think if Airsurfer plays that smart, I think it's pretty much a 100-0 matchup. Like, Tommy should never be able to get damage in that matchup, or never be able to get big damage in that matchup. And if Airsurfer just defends the whole time and just gets a little bit of damage once, he pretty much wins that game if he plays it right.
Here we go, take a look at the matchup between these two. Not much data on this precise matchup because of sort of the strange collection of cards put in these two, especially Tommy going one further step. He went to the second most popular overall archetype for Royal Giant at the moment with this Lumberjack version, but then came into taking the Lightning out and putting the Skeleton Dragons in. So not a ton of data on that one. I'm not sure what our next matchup on stream is going to be. We'll take a look at this. It's going to be DiegoB and She. So let's go ahead and jump into that one. You can see, by the way, the rankings over here on the right-hand side of the screen. Right now, DiegoE 2-0. So, Dip, your prediction already starting to pay off here early on.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm really curious to see She, though. I haven't seen much from him. I know he did really well with Mini Minter in like recent leagues, so I'm really curious just to see what She can bring to the table right now. But yeah, and I know he's done very good in 2v2, and I haven't seen much of his 1v1 performance, so that's what I'm most curious to look at right now. So looks like the I came to the game late. So it looks like the Skeleton Dragons, I think, has matchup from what I've usually seen. I think I see Skeleton Dragons with more success here, so we just have to see who plays better at the moment in this matchup. A good prediction from She with the Skeletons, just not allowing the Fisherman to pull anything, so a good showing from him right now. But Diego has a pretty big counter push, and then also catching his Fisherman, not keeping it there for long, and a good Fisherman from She, so just back and forth right now. It's kind of how this matchup is. Just whoever has the better Fishermen usually wins this game.
She has been a part of both Urban Esports and Space Station Gaming's Academy in the No-Till League most recently, and in the SSG Cup. Good performance in the first season of No-Till League, taking second place with Space Station Gaming Academy overall. The Peruvian has a personal best of 77-42 on ladder. So while not a lot of big-time solo accomplishments, certainly a relatively accomplished, or at least relatively seasoned ladder player. Being in the high 7Ks is certainly not easy. DiegoB, on the other hand, of course, one of the most well-known pros in all of Clash Royale with a competitive experience going all the way back to CR Worlds in 2017, where he and Team Mexico took #1.
Yeah, if you're a fan of Clash Royale, you know who DiegoB is, pretty much. that's just how it is. And yeah, I'm curious to see just how he's able to bounce back this season in CRL after parting ways with Liquid, and if it's going to affect him much mentally, or if it almost like inspires him and motivates him to just get better at the game. So I'm curious to see how this all turns out. So, yeah, just the Hunter's Diego's doing a good job of defending without his Fisherman's. So I think that's what's giving him a bit of the advantage right now, because I think she's expecting him to use his Fisherman's more, and he's not. And then Diego's using him more on offense, which is helping him. She expecting him to do that though there, and a really good defense, but might give Diego a bit of a valuable fireball, depending on. Okay, no. So Diego's just gonna try to get a counter push with some troops instead of fireballing, and it's just gonna try to defend with Hunter once again. A good bar barrel to tank one shot and give the RG just a little extra bit of damage, but this could be it for She here if he's able to get a bit of damage.
And that heal spirit is absolutely huge. Will a second Royal Giant shot get off? It does not. And Reiner, that is no longer in fireball range, so fireball log will be needed for Diego to take that right-hand tower or left-hand tower. Fisherman gets pulled. Royal Giant goes on the left-hand side, and that's going to be it by 20 HP. She takes the win off of a clutch Fisherman to counter the play of DiegoB on defense.
Yeah, she's Fisherman really just... he needs to give that Fisherman a bit of a raise, because that just completely wet him that game there. Since, as you saw, Diego had Fireball Log while she just had Fireball Bar Barrel, so Diego was just trying to get one more Fireball Log in there on the tower to win it, but yeah, he really couldn't do anything because she had that Fisherman already on that side. Like, no matter what Diego did, he really couldn't have done anything because the Fisherman was just getting pulled regardless of what happened.
Heal Spirit the ban from DiegoB, so as we go into game number 2, Heal Spirit will no longer be allowed for the remainder, and keeping you guys updated on this one, Airsurfer and DiegoE currently starting their match for this round robin event. We'll get you the scores on that one when it is finished. Joining me on cast, by the way, guys, is longtime Clash Royale pro and coach and analyst Dippets, most recently and currently of Misfits Gaming, giving a little bit of inside information and analysis as we go through this round robin Group G.
Yeah, this new clan chat's a bit intimidating because spectate and watch both look the exact same, and I sometimes just like don't see the games. I just like it just kind of just goes right past me up there, and it's at times. How do you like this update as a whole, though?
I think it's pretty cool. I personally really think that Clan Wars 2 has a lot of future in it. Obviously, a big update gets pushed out like this. There are bugs, there are challenges, and also it takes a time for the game to react, right? The big issue, I think, in this one is that right now, the way that the clans are matchmaking, there's not enough data in the new system to appropriately matchmake the clans. So you see a lot of imbalance in how some more experienced clans are against less experienced clans. I think that as we get deeper into Clan Wars 2, into this first season, we're going to see that balance out a little bit better in terms of the way that clans match up with each other. But I got to tell you right now, I absolutely love dual mode. I'm curious to see what the data is on. I'm curious about your opinion on dual mode specifically. I'm wondering if dual mode, either in its current form or in maybe a slightly adjusted form, could be cool for esports in terms of maybe reducing the randomness of matchups because of the information you get as games move on from Game 1 to Game 2 to Game 3.
Yeah, we've seen in a lot of events that Rumham's like been a part of in the past when he was big into the esports scene of Clash Royale when he first started. He loved having this like system where you couldn't use cards more than once, and like a draft system or stuff like that. So this is something that Rumham loves. I'm curious to see maybe if they try to implement it later in the CRL, or maybe even try to make CRL like a clan war or something. I think the update, yeah, I think it's really cool. I think, like you said, has a lot of potential, and I'm excited to see like where they can take it. Yeah, of course, all the bugs that get rolled in, that's just what happens when you implement new code into to a million people at a time. So I'm excited for the future. I think it's a good start for them, and yeah, we'll just have to see where it goes from there. But this matchup, this is a bit of a go-to deck for Diego, so I'm curious to see if she maybe predicted him here. I'm not sure of this matchup. I've seen this deck a little bit, but I honestly don't really know what it beats because like, I've seen it a little bit, but it's still fairly off meta.
Yeah, it's interesting to see a minor-centric deck at the moment. Of course, minor certainly still tanking in a lot of decks, but seeing one where minor is your primary damage dealer is certainly not as common these days. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, after the nerf. Yeah, this is like one of the few minor decks I guess I've seen after the nerf. The main person who I've seen use it is Wolfstochter. It seems like it's a deck that a few people use, but the few people who use it have a lot of success with it. That's what I've seen the most. Alright, so Diego probably loading up for a big push here. Okay, just gonna poison him off and just try to reset.
Final 80 seconds remaining, and so far it is she with the lead, 1606 to 1898. Graveyard push coming in a very cheap 7 elixir graveyard push on the right-hand side, and the miner does get caught on the bottom right side as well.
Yeah,
so not much change.
Yeah, I wonder when she's going to try to start switching up his miner placements to maybe not care about the King Tower activation so that he can just get 1 or 2 miner hits every single time. Yeah, okay, so so we're seeing here, Diego, he has to deal with way more troops or he can't even NATO yet. Okay, there you go. Miner got like 5 hits before he was able to NATO. And now he's just going to keep up the cycle here and just keep on sending miners into unpredictable spots. Even though King Tower activated, these 2 or 3 hits can really just be the difference maker at the end of the game.
Here we go, final 30 seconds, poison in. We'll see now if DiegoB can turn up the heat against She. NATO pulling all that together, but Skeleton Dragon's distracting the Baby Dragon on the, putting it towards the middle of the board. 20 seconds remaining. Night will tank against those Skeleton Dragons. Graveyard poison push, poison in response right now. Is there a NATO or anything from DiegoB? Has to use it on offense, so not going to get much. And Diego looking like he might lose game number 1 here to She. Excellent, excellent pressure from the Peruvian and takes the match win 2-0 over the former Team Liquid player.
Yeah, well, playing for She, I'm excited to see just the future of all these semi-pros because there's so many players who've just been showing a lot of potential, and I think that maybe the next season, not this upcoming season, but the next season of CRL might have a lot more new faces than we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, announcement made today, if you guys do follow any Clash Royale esports stuff on Twitter, Pain Gaming, it was suspected beforehand, but officially now announced on Twitter that Pain Gaming has vacated their entire roster. So none of the 4 players of Pain returning, which means 4 completely open spots. And, you know, you look at the overall pool of players currently in CRL, most of them seem like they're going to be staying put in general, and there aren't a lot of Brazilian players. I think there are no other Brazilian players on other teams at the moment, so you gotta imagine that maybe Pain Gaming starting from the ground up with building a new roster of maybe brand new faces for this upcoming season.
Yeah, I'm just curious if they decide to kind of stick with getting Brazilian players or if they're gonna go more international. So they got Carnage and Michifu in the past, so they're not too scared of getting foreign players. So I'm just curious if they are going for a Spanish team, like maybe another language, like we were saying, possibly the Portuguese players in Lucas and Vitor. So yeah, I think there's a lot of choices that they can go, and we just have to see how they really go about building their team here.
Yeah, and being pointed out in the chat by Latak, and of course Samuel Basoto is Brazilian, but no way he's leaving Space Station Gaming at the moment. And you mentioned Lucas. Lucas Gamer did qualify here for this event, and he is a Brazilian, so wouldn't be surprised to see if Lucas ends up making it onto the roster for Pain. And as mentioned before, Vitor, who's been phenomenal this year, Portuguese does have a common language, so he might be someone who could get in the mix there as well.
Yeah, I think Lucas actually tweeted out like a signing GIF yesterday or 2 days ago, maybe. I know Lucas is parents don't want him traveling for CRL, but since it's online, things could definitely change since he can just do it from home now.
So here we go. Cuchii versus Shi for this afternoon. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think Lucas would definitely be a highly sought-after player. I wouldn't be surprised if multiple teams were out to get him because he's just continuously been one of the best players in the world for a very long time. He just keeps. It looks like he's just quits the game a bunch, comes back to the game, and every single time he comes back, he immediately becomes one of the best once again.
And of course, finally 16, I believe. So
yeah, yeah,
capable of being recruited for a CRL team, as that's the minimum age.
Yeah, I'm not sure when he turned 16. Yeah, the same, like, it was a big surprise to me that I thought Jupiter was way older than he was the other day when, the guy from chat was telling. Oh, did you see that Musketeer? With the Musketeer, was shooting the baby dragon, but then, you know how troops retarget once, like, the card's about to die? So the baby dragon was about to die, but the heal spirit healed it, but it got so low in health that the Musketeer stopped shooting it, and then retargeted to the bar barrel.
Liren in the YouTube chat saying, I believe she is pronounced like she, like Sherlock, she like Sherlock. Trying to figure that out. So the 6-man splitting 3 and 3 here for the Peruvian. She.
I think it's She.
She.
Like chef. Yeah, I'm just gonna stick with she. That's what us Americans. That's how us uncultured Americans would say it.
Ooh, maybe Shay, says Hugo.
I like that.
618 right-hand side, and Graveyard gonna go ahead and maybe take that lead back on the left-hand side. Skeleton Dragons kind of not doing the split dual duty there against that Graveyard, so now the lead 517 to 618, 101 HP difference between Cuchii Cuu and his Peruvian opponent, and a 4-2 split into the Graveyard for Shay.
Yeah, a good push here. Looks like they're going to get a tower trade-off, and I think going into a tower trade game, I give advantage to the Peruvian here. Oh, okay, so one of the guys in chat says that it's like chef, out the F.
Chef.
Chef, yeah.
Interesting.
So, not pushing the knight away from the musketeer, a bit of a mistake coming in. He was really wanting to keep that musketeer alive to build just more of a counter push. That definitely could come cost him a little bit in the future. Getting the musketeer there, which is pretty big for him. Now he's just gonna try to keep on just pushing opposite lanes, try to prevent Cuchii from doing too much, and then maybe just try to chip him out a little bit at the very end. I think Cuchii's trying to just wait until triple so that he can not get overwhelmed right now. The Barbaro pushing, I think, all the hogs in the tower, and then the heal spirit healing them up completely, putting the fireball in. Wow.
Absolute train running downhill for She. And that's a big time win here over Cuchii Cuu. So far, the young player certainly has been impressive in this event.
Yeah, I think that Barbaro pushed everything like fully to the side there. That was a bit unfortunate for Cuchii, and as we saw in off stream, looks like DiegoE 2-0'd Airsurfer. So DiegoE with a really good run right now. I think he's 6-0.
And yeah, I believe he is. We'll double check on that in a minute. He's at least 3-0 in matches at that point, and with some of the biggest outs already taken care of. We'll be with that stat in just a moment, but for now, go take a look at the matchup here. No precise matchup data between this, not an 8 of 8 data, but a 7 of 8, meaning one of the cards are off, and of course a very small pool of the sample size. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings so far, and you can see Diego, yes, a 100% win rate for the Cream Esports player, 3-0 overall at this point in matches played, and a big 3-0 as well. You can see wins over Cuchii, and of course just coming out with that big win over Airsurfer. So some of the players he might have potential tiebreakers with, getting that head-to-head matchup is important. So a good start here for Diego, and you're looking a little bit like Nostradamus so far here, Dip.
Yeah, well, now we just gotta wait and see. I think Egor versus Diego after Cuchii and She. That'll be fun to watch. The old teammates going in each other's throats.
Yeah, very, very interested about that one. The ban is going to be Fireball from Cuchii Cuu going into our next game, so we'll jump into that one very shortly. Of course, here's the overall look at the groups. So Cuchii with a Fireball ban, and She, the 7.7K player out of Peru, with the advantage so far and a chance to start off his campaign 2-0 in this group stage.
Yeah, Fireball ban seems to be pretty common today, especially from Cuchii. I guess he just really doesn't like facing that the kind of broken RG deck right now, or maybe he just wants to use Skelly Dragons more than anything. So, yeah, I don't see that ban too much, but yeah, we've been seeing it a lot today.
We'll be jumping into our game in just a moment. Here's a look at who's already qualified so far from our first few groups. And we'll give you more of this information in just a moment. We'll come back to this in a second, but first let's go ahead and jump in to our next game. She, up 1.
Here's another player who I never knew. I always thought, so Lindsay, where did you find out that it was pronounced? I always thought it was Lince.
Most of my pronunciations for the Latin American players come from hanging out with Koji and Manu, the Spanish casters for CRL. I've told this story a bunch of times, but of course, Andrew and I were having lunch with Koji and Manu, and they started talking about Javi Catorce. And we both looked at each other and were like, oh yeah, we're stealing that. And that's where Javi, we decided to refer to him as the full Javi Catorce on stream after that. And then Lince, that was just how Koji and Manu always pronounced it. We were like, oh, well, it's easier, it sounds better than Lince, so Lince it is.
Yeah, fair enough. I see someone in chat asking about Boofmac.
And actually, we solved this on stream the other day, because we were debating Boofmac versus Boofmac, and I actually screenshotted it somewhere. But in chat, someone asked him, how is it pronounced? And he said, I don't know, LOL. So whether you say Boofmac, Boofmac, Beefmac, Borfmac, doesn't really matter at this point, because even he doesn't know how it's pronounced.
Overall managers called him Boofback.
Lava Loon Miner for the Peruvian here against what looks like the Stinky Cheese deck. Second time Cuchii Cuu has turned to Eagle in Battle Hero today. Worked out very well for him in the first instance. How do you like it? How do you think it fares in this matchup?
Eagle usually always is pretty good versus Lava, but Cuchii banned Fireball so he could use the Skeleton Dragons instead of Baby Dragons. Actually could come to hurt him at the end because She has Arrow Zap, which, well, no matter what, like, the healer can't keep those alive if it's not hitting anything. So his really only form of air defense is E-Drag in the fusion, and sometimes not always enough. So let's just see how well he can defend, especially if his only air spell is Tornado. So this will be a pretty interesting game. The bars as well. It's not that bad for Lava.
And Balloon putting pressure in the opposite lane, should get away from that Barb Hut and get a connection on the right-hand side. NATO pulls it in for a King Tower activation, while a ton of damage going the opposite direction, and Cuchii Cuu loading up the left-hand lane. 820 on the left-hand tower of She as we get into the final 10 seconds.
Yeah, Cuchii's he seems to be doing a pretty good job at keeping the E-Drags alive, and that's kind of the key for Cuchii in this matchup in order to win it. And I think he's been doing that pretty perfectly. Really good native to push the Chrono Dragon to splash. And, oh, actually didn't splash with it, but the healer just keeping everything alive. And yeah, the little slight tip for She here. We'll play Cuchii.
Maybe the filthiest heal I've seen yet on the left-hand side. Runs all the way down, and that's a GG well played. We're going to game number 3.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, that's. I think essentially that's says everything about this deck. Is you hate to see it. Other than it losing.
Yep, not gonna lie. And then every single time I use it on ladder, I feel like I just face like bomb tower NATO. Like I used it like twice on ladder like today, and I faced like P.E.K.K.A, Xe, bomb tower, and then I think I faced Splash Shard. So everyone else seems to get good matchups with it. I cannot get as lucky as them.
Animals on the Trovo chat saying, Rich, did you know Cuchii Cuu was one of the first 4 players to play for Queso in January of 2017? I did not know that, and now I do. So I do appreciate that little piece of info coming on in.
How about a bit of Clash Royale trivia? Who are the first 4 players that Queso signed?
Well, I'm going to guess Cuchii Cuu's one of them. I'm going to go ahead and guess that the first 4 players were Surgical Goblin, Azealis, Cuchii Cuu, and who would? It's probably someone who doesn't play anymore. Is my best guess.
Maybe.
Batman guessing Belican in the Trovo chat. Might have been a little young at that point. I know Diego at one point was on Queso, right?
DiegoB was with Queso at one point.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and say Diego.
2 for 4.
2 for 4. Okay, so what did I get right?
Soaking, Marcel P, Surgical, and Cuchii.
Soaking, that should have been called. Yes, Evil Morty, this is live, happening right now. I am here commentating along with Dippets to bring you this full action right now. Sixaloon, we've seen Lumberloon today, but this, while it's been very popular throughout the season, has not been played as much the last couple of days, the Royal Recruits Balloon combination.
And I'm not too sure what this Lava Hound deck is from Cuchii, but it looks like Shed is just getting a lot of early damage. He'll probably take this tower again. He'll probably take this next tower if Cuchii Lava Hounds. Okay, so he's playing his damaging cards in the back first, so he can lava out the bridge to prevent too much pressure, which is a smart play from Cuchii. So let's see if he lavas in front. Okay, yeah. So you get the lava in front. I wonder if this is kind of just like the one that we've seen, but maybe like Heal Spirit for Minor, and then E-Drags for like Inferno, but it looks like we're not going to find out because he's getting 3 crowned.
And there you go. Fishboy goes all the way in. That's going to be a GG well played. And there you have it. The Peruvian taking another big-time win here in this group stage.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks like, okay, so his last cards were Balloon and Zap. Yeah, so it looks like he just put in E-Drag for Inferno Drag and then Heal Spirit for Minor. Interesting deck. I've never seen that before, and I'm curious to see what he was trying to face with it, but didn't go in his favor.
So there you have the final data on that one, and yeah, we are going to be doing some of these matches off stream, guys. So one of the ones not going off stream. Thank you, Evil Morty, very much for the donation. Do appreciate that. One of the ones that's not going to be off stream, guys. Very exciting. Take a look on the left-hand side of your screen. Now, former teammates no longer wearing the same colors anymore. It's going to be Egor, the Russian, with 5 #1 finishes on the global ladder. And, of course, I think 26 overall top 10 finishes of Team Liquid up against his former teammate, DiegoB. No longer with Team Liquid, rumored to be a part of Chivas Esports, now that we know that there are 2 open spots. And being a Spanish speaker and of Mexican descent himself, certainly would be a fitting place for him to end up. So we'll see about this battle between the 2 former teammates. Of course, keep an eye on this side of the screen for all of your current ranking information. The top 4 in the blue portion will move on to the round of 32, the double elimination bracket portion. The bottom 4 in the orange at the end of our day will not be moving on to the next stage. So we'll keep an eye on this one very closely. Right now, it's DiegoE out to a big lead at 3-0, but here we go. The battle of former teammates, Egor and DiegoB, going head-to-head in this best of 3.
So let's see if Egor will start off with Mortar. That's what I'm curious about. Oh, yep. Looks like it. And Diego with RG. So Egor with the good matchup. all ready to start off.
It's interesting. I mean, I kind of like this move from Egor because he is known to go Mortar typically in game number 2. So making that little bit of a shift here and going Mortar in game number 1, maybe throwing off his former teammate just a little bit.
Yeah, Egor he just seems like he just likes to use it. The thing about him is there's so many different Mortar decks and they all counter something differently. So Egor can just use like 15 different Mortar decks and just counter a different deck every single time. So I guess why it's so annoying to just prepare a deck for him, because he can just use so many different versions. I wonder why he's saying oops, maybe just to be mean. But yeah, we just gotta wait and see.
And Arafat with a huge dono as well. Thank you very much. Excited with the Egor hype and 4 fires. Pumped here to see one of the most popular players in the game going up against DiegoB.
Wait, does the deck usually have bats, or am I going crazy? Oh yeah, looks like Egor maybe he copied a deck. I think he either forgot he forgot Mortar.
Oh my gosh.
He must have copied a deck and it didn't copy the deck full.
Oh man. Yeah, this is one of those ones where players need to be really, really careful about it right now. There is a bit of a glitch with copy deck where one card will get replaced. And this is not the first time we've seen this happen in this event. So not playing Mortar is Egor, playing Skeleton Barrel with a bunch of other stuff. And we'll see if he can win this with this little deck copy error. That would truly be an OP moment.
You just hate to see it. He just can't do anything. Like it's just so rough. Oh, the fireball is just clearing at everything. Oh, this just hurts to watch at this point.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. Pretty rough indeed. And yeah, I mean the players they just need to be really careful with this one right now. The copy deck thing it is currently a glitch that is being worked on to be fixed, but it is a current problem. Players need to be aware of it. Somehow Egor's still in the game though.
Yeah, he's still like so good with all the cards that he has. So I guess just if anybody's gonna win without Mortar, it's Egor, because he's still so good with just bait in general.
And there he goes, taking the lead, 1261 to 1284 as we go into sudden death overtime.
I think it's just so funny. If there's any card that Egor could have forgotten, it was Mortar. Like, it's like the one card you would expect him to never forget a single time in his life.
And of course, the one card everyone wants to see. Yeah, take a look at this. If he can keep getting that death damage in and the couple skeletons, and this has been interesting, the logs of Diego have just not quite been in there at the right time to get those skeletons perfectly wiped.
Oh, it was a good heal spirit from Diego. I think that defense right there might be the difference maker. Yeah, that defense is pretty rough. They're gonna get a good log though. No hits again, and no hits. Really, because the bats are really helping him in this matchup, because he's not really able to deal. Igor's doing a really good job at not letting his bats do anything, and Igor's he's just putting up perfect pressure. The hunter's not gonna cross the bridge, so he can't RG because he has bats once again. And yeah, I think Igor's just going to keep on throwing as many bait cards as he can at him and just hope to make something work at this point.
Log gets a lot of value. There will be death damage. No, it drops just shy. And that could be the difference maker in a game that Egor got unfortunately placed with a little bit of a glitch in the copy deck. And it's still a game that he has performed admirably in, but looks like we might be reaching the end here. 442. Log does die a little bit early. Fisherman going to go ahead and pull. No, does not pull the Knight in. Musketeer high right now, trying to find somebody to get across. Final 22 seconds. Lots of DPS on the board right now for the Russian, but that fireball should be it pre-log, and that's going to be a GG well played. And Egor made it interesting with the copy deck glitch, and I'm almost more impressed by that than if we'd seen him actually run the deck.
Yeah, honestly, like, if it does anything besides RG, I think he could have still had a good chance of winning, but RG made it really tough for him. I think if he wasn't playing someone as good as Egor, if he wasn't playing someone as good as Diego, he could have definitely still lost that. Still lost that matchup, because Egor played that so well. His bats were really just like they're really just the MVP of that game. They almost helped him win, but he just couldn't do enough at the end there. That was just unfortunate.
And let's see, Diego is offering a rematch because he realizes that was also the same deck glitch. So we will see if they do decide to rematch that, and if the League Ops grants that one. That's a nice move out of... and Egor's saying no to the rematch. So Diego offering the rematch, and Egor saying, no, it's okay. So a lot of respect in both directions from these former teammates. Ban is going to be log out of Egor. So pretty impressed by the sportsmanship in both ways from these two pros, and excited to see what comes up here in our next game. Egor with a lot of confidence not taking the rematch on that one.
Yeah, I think I just know that Egor and Diego, even though they parted ways, I know that those two ended on good terms. So happy to see good sportsmanship always. But yeah, it's so sad to see.
And Igor's like, I am going to run it this time, and there will be no copy deck glitches. Oh, and he's going Mortar Miner as opposed to the Mortar Skeleton Barrel deck. So if you want to see Egor play Mortar, here you go. I bet we'll see it a lot today.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Valk Musketeer deck that we've seen a bunch, probably with Poison Snowball or Poison Zap. Oh, I'm wrong. Igor's just being Egor and running whatever he wants.
Lumberloon at the bridge, aggressive push, seeing the rocket out of cycle. That's a good time for it. Heal Spirit behind. This will be a pretty good push for Diego.
Yeah, that looks like it's already game, to be honest. That's going to get a second drop, and at this point, Egor can't really do much. Yeah, just a bit of an aggressive rocket. This should be what I think to be a good matchup for Egor, but that early rocket just put him... and having Musketeer last card, I think, really put him in a bad situation. Actually, no, Musketeer, I don't think that made a difference. I think he would have had it regardless, so I mean, yeah, just...
You have to imagine that when you've seen those first two cards when Musketeer comes out, that given the current meta, the most likely thing you're going to see is Balloon. Like, it almost feels like that's a guarantee you're going to see Balloon. So I'm very, very curious about the choice to rocket that Musketeer here from Egor.
Yeah, it might have just been a lapse in judgment, or maybe he just thought he could have defended it. So, honestly, it happens sometimes, where you're just thinking, yeah, he's quit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you have Bat, Snowball, and Musketeer, not to mention Mortar. Maybe you think he could get around and defend against it quickly enough, but, you know, Bats get killed by the Snowball and the Heal Spirit together. Mortar not able to stop it. It could have been RG, says John O'Connor, but not with the Musketeer. No one's really running RG with Musketeer right now. They're primarily running Hunter and Ewiz with those other two cards, so it was very unlikely to be RG at that stage.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected RG. And actually, well, never mind. I was gonna say Log was banned, but I guess you could still use Barb Barrel. But typically, if you have Musketeer, you use Log because it really helps to be able to push back with a Musketeer.
So that one's in the books. Nice clean 2-0 for Diego, and we'll move on to our next one. Tommy and Shay taking place off stream at the moment. We're on a quick break here for our next matchup. Not entirely sure why I'm not in the production booth. I'm just here at home in my office working on some of these. Some of you guys might see this here for just a second. Some of you might not. But we'll be with it in just a minute. Let's go ahead and we'll check in on Tommy and Shay for the moment. This will not be the correct graphics, just so you guys know. Oh, that's why we're holding, because Egor and Shay is the next matchup. So Tommy and Shay still going on, and Tommy is running this Hog Rider deck one more time.
Yeah, it looks like the Heal Spirit version instead of... I wonder what the ban was, because if the ban was like Skeleton Dragons, for example, the Heal Spirit one's pretty good, because sometimes it can get pretty tough defending air troops without Snowball. So it looks pretty close, though. So let's just see if he's able to pull this out. I think these two might have been former teammates, but I'm not 100% sure. A good fireball into the Barb Hut, but a log might not. Oh, it still gets a hit. So I think at this point it's pretty much over for Chef, but yeah, Tommy's. Oh wait, I'm watching from the wrong. Speaking for the wrong person. I do this too much. Yeah, he's probably gonna fireball the bar pot, or oh my god, I can't speak. Fireball the bomb tower again. He's just gonna keep up that pressure. Probably is gonna play an early hunter or an early fisherman, and it should be over from there. Yeah, good fisherman, good heal spirit though, but only one hit probably won't be enough, and still no hits.
And guys, just so you know, as I was saying, this is not the overlay. This is not the match that was planned. We're just popping in to check this one out. This was meant to be an off-stream match, so that was not the correct overlay for it. Coming up next will be Egor and Sheb, but we were just waiting for that matchup to finish. So we'll be with the next matchup in just a little bit. I believe that was the end of that match. Let me go ahead and just double check that one. I think that was game 3 between those two players. No, it was game number 2, actually. Tommy's going to ban a fisherman, so we'll be back with our next matchup in just a moment. Of course, let's go and take a look and see who has qualified so far. And out of Group A, Azili's Lich Pentakill, Pompeo, and Sergio Ramos, the 4 who are moving on. And, of course, 2 big names in Group B in RF and Ruben going along with Mao and Dark Angel into our group stage. Chris Lian joining 3 CRL, or looks like CRL pros. Schwarzen doing the "It's Official" on his Twitter chat on his Twitter stream the other day, Twitter feed. And Bag the American alongside Anaban, Lapacati, and TNT moving on out of Group D. In Group E, Adriel, who won the I Stay Home Cup back in March, and Lucas Gamer, who's rumored maybe to be getting looked at for a CRL team, qualifying in that group. Group F, Ali BM'd his way on top of crushing the competition to go along, of course, with that. And now we are at Group G, the 7th of our 8 group stage. Top 4 move on, bottom 4 go home. And tomorrow, So King, Surgical Goblin, Morton Codigo, Lindsay Flash Wallace, and Nikoko. Going to be a big lineup here tomorrow, which will be a whole lot of fun to watch. So taking a look.
Yeah, I was just a game here.
Yeah, we're waiting for our next on-stream game here in just a moment. Taking a look, though, over on this side of the screen, here we go. You can see DiegoE of Cream Real Betis, currently undefeated at 3-0, not just in undefeated matches, but 6-0 in games. Right now, the Peruvian She is up against Tommy with a chance to go 3-0 himself overall and join DiegoE up at the top of our current Group G standings. Everyone else has taken at least one loss, including Cuchii Cuu, who is now probably one match away from elimination. I don't think a 4-3 will go through here today. Very, very unlikely at this stage.
Yeah, the second I clicked on this Shevers Tommy game, his tower immediately went down with an Inferno Dragon, so it looks like it's definitely not going in Shez's favor, but yeah, this should be pretty tough to bring back at this point, but let's see what happens. An aggressive graveyard, probably just desperation at this point, and it's probably not going to amount to much.
Group H tomorrow, So King, Surgical Goblin, and Morton will be exciting. Of course, getting a chance to see Surgical Goblin and Morton go head-to-head will be a whole lot of fun, a lot of storied rivalry there between those two. And So King definitely is one of those guys who, despite some recent struggles in CRL, he's certainly not taking his foot off the gas, participating a lot in some of the smaller leagues, some of the semi-pro leagues. A guy who was at once at the top of the game. Seems like he's, while some people think I've said he should throw in the towel, he's clearly not giving up.
Yeah, I know. So King as a person, he's a very competitive person, and I don't think he wants to give up until he's back at a level where he sees like suitable for him. So respect to him to keep grinding. He's definitely he's definitely been pushing back up. So I'm excited to see if he's able to work his way back. So, and yeah, it looks like we'll be getting to Shev versus Egor here in a second.
And there you go. Final result. Tommy does take She down, so we now only have one undefeated player in DiegoE, and we'll be moving on with She's next opponent, Egor. We'll see if Egor can get in the win column. So far, you see Russia's win rate there at the bottom on your right-hand side of the screen of 0%. He is, I believe, the only Russian player overall in the event. So a current 0% out of Russia. Don't expect that to stay that way very, very long. Why does Wolfstochter have a loss? Guys, not every single match is taking place on stream today because we have so many matches to get through, and we're trying to keep it to about 4 hours. Some of the matches take place off stream. We'll try to keep you updated with scores as best as we can, but go ahead and download Appgrade, one of our sponsors on the right-hand side of your screen, APPGRADE, Appgrade. Check that out in the App Store, and you can follow along with all the action for this event. You can keep up with scores, with standings, not just for this group, but for other groups as well. So check out Appgrade for all the rest of that stuff, but we will do our best to keep you apprised. Wolfstochter did lose to DiegoE, so our current undefeated player, DiegoE, is the reason why Wolf, the German, does have one loss at this stage. We're getting ready for our next matchup, Egor versus the Peruvian She. We'll be with that one in just a moment. They're getting their decks prepared and ready. As long as you are waiting for it, watching on YouTube, go ahead, subscribe to my channel, ring the bell for notifications. This is the home for the entire Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition. We are on day 7 of 12 days in a row of high-level Clash Royale competition. Of course, I also have other stuff on here, including some more tournaments like this, some individual BO5s, including a great BO5 between Egor and Lapakati that's on the front page of my channel as well. Not to mention some in-depth breakdowns inside the play where we go into individual games between some of the best players in the world and break down every single decision and move they made and talk about the cascading effect and the decisions, what they could have done, what they did do. So if you like the X's and O's of Clash Royale, another good place to find some of those here on the channel. Jumping into it here in just one moment, Egor does have the game up and ready, so as soon as Shay jumps on it, we'll have that one. Here we go. Game number 1. Egor looking for his first game and match win up against Shay, who is 2-1 so far in the competition.
Yeah, an unfortunate start from Egor, but he's hoping to pull it back here. Just using the wrong card is never the fun play to make.
It's interesting to see the Barb Hut cycle to open, as we have seen that punished a number of times so far here in this event. Someone cycles Barb Hut, and immediate win condition slides on by in the opposite lane.
Yeah, from these couple cards, Shad definitely could have a balloon, so it's either balloon or hogs, and if it was balloon, and if he had the right hand, that could have already been pretty much game from the first play, yeah. So Shad probably just not having the right starting hand to punish there, but so pretty lucky from Egor. It's a fairly RNG. It's like a yeah. It's a pretty high risk, high reward play, but looks like it might have turned out well for Egor. Good damage here, but Shad might be able to build a counter push off this. And so we shall see. I probably defend this Musk and then reset. So Egor, a good heal spirit from Egor. Probably, yeah, now he doesn't have to defend the Lumberjack because of a good heal spirit. So Egor up a bit here. So let's see if he Barb Huts, or now that he knows that he is balloon, to just maybe play it a little bit more safe and slow. Yeah, I think that's what he's doing.
I'd be surprised if he pre-Barb Huts at this stage, being the only really great way to stop it. I mean, otherwise he's trying to spend Fireball Musk or something like that to take care of the balloons as they come in. 3-3 split, and you can see that's a safe call, knowing that She can't immediately balloon in time, having just spent 7 on the Royal Recruits.
Yeah, but I think in that placement, a safe spot balloon, or a balloon behind the chains, goes to tower regardless, so I guess Egor not scared of the balloon from She here. Let's see what he can do about this.
10:55 on the right-hand side. Egor pulling out to a big lead here in this one, and you can imagine that he's definitely got to be pretty focused after taking a really frustrating loss to DiegoB in his first match. Partially courtesy of that deck copy glitch.
Yeah, I guess, but at this point, like, you just gotta be aware of that. You can't let that happen at this. Like, you just gotta be extra careful right now. But I don't know, that depends on the person. If I was Egor, if that happened to me, I would just laugh about it and move on. It's only the first match, but he's up a lot of damage right now, and seems to have a pretty good cycle. He might fireball this Musketeer forward, or just leave it be and then deal with it later, which seems like what he's doing. He's probably just going to split Skelly Drags and then Just try to focus on both lanes until go balloon in a second, yeah. Maybe we'll see a defensive fireball, and Egor is just going to try to keep on defending pretty well, and kind of, I guess, he's predicting She a bit here, and he's predicting She's game planning. Not particular plays, but he knows what She's trying to do, and is taking advantage of it. The failed recruits there, not letting the must cross, so yeah, She is he's just not in the best situation right now to win this. But Balloon can take anything back.
Balloon certainly can turn things around, and you see a cycled barb hut at the bottom here. So loading up in barbs on the right-hand side. We'll see if She can steal one here. Balloon does go to the left. Musketeer in response, he'll have Fireball if he decides he needs it. But low on Elixir right now. Might take, no, not going to take a shot. Does take a shot. Wow. 1192, Fireball into the right-hand side trying to make room, but that certainly opens the door for the Peruvian.
Yeah, he has to Lumberjack the Musketeer to not let that tower go down, but I think having to defend that Lumberjack might be it for him. Yeah, it was. Egor just was able to build so much like pressure in both lanes that should have had to just choose which tower he wanted to lose at that point.
So there we go. Egor does get in the winner's circle for the moment. And we'll see what the ban is going to be. Again, this is ban on first loss. It's going to be, looks like Musketeer the ban out of the Peruvian player. So you can see the adjustment there. Egor now at a 33% win rate on the day. I see a lot of you in the YouTube chat right now talking about your personal bests. I see Evil Morty is stuck at 59.50. Striking Vane at 56.04, the highest so far. Congratulations on a new personal best there. 4,600 for Ethan Arnold. A 52.87 season highest for Not That Dominator. 5,900 for Lauren Krantz. Jack Burnett with 5,100. Guys, you want to talk about the guys we're looking at right now. I don't know Igor's personal best for sure, but I believe it's 8.6 or 8.7 thousand.
I think he has the all-time record.
And what is the current all-time record?
I think around 87.
Yeah, so we're talking about ladder pushing. That's pretty crazy. She is 7.7K, 7,742.
Yeah, probably a bit under 1,000 below Igor's PB. But and also, there's only one season where you could have hit that much. Yeah, it's either... Okay, someone said it's Mugi. Yeah, I think it was either Egor or Mugi. They probably are both around the same, at around 87. So it looks like RG again from She, and probably like a Baby Dragon, Poison, Inferno Dragon. Yeah. It looks like the typical Baby Dragon, Poison, Inferno Dragon lava deck, and Lava Hound or Inferno Dragon can be really difficult to deal with this RG deck, especially if he gets troops in front of his Inferno Dragon. So let's just, we gotta see how he's able to break through here, because I think this should be pretty hard for She to break through.
Guard's an interesting choice here from Egor. You don't see guards a lot these days. Of course, they've been in Lava Miner decks, they've been in Royal Giant decks, and it seems like guards would be a thoughtful option in this meta, considering how popular Fisherman is.
Yeah, the issue is usually skeletons can just do the same job that guards do, depending on your deck. So, in this Lava Hound deck, for example, yeah, I don't know. I think guards are just, they're like a worse skeletons. Like, they're just like, in this meta, I think they're almost like, you're either replacing them for barbs or for skeletons, and I think it's usually the worst option for both. I think that's why we're not seeing them right now.
They're more viable in a zap heavy meta.
Yeah. Or the last time they really shined, I think, was in like a Prince meta. I think they just struggle because skeletons and barbs are just at the moment just the way better option. So
Q is high here, and
yeah,
pressure from She.
Yeah, he's doing, I think he's doing a really good job. I think he knows exactly how he needs to win this, and he's doing that pretty well. That's a good fireball from him, preventing Egor from doing any push. So if Egor can defend this next RG I think he can have a fairly good shot of winning. He might play a Cage Inferno Dragon if he's able to cycle to Inferno. Okay, so just playing the guards, and this should be a pretty good push. This could be the difference maker for Egor. The Hunter will put it pretty low, but he might do another lava at the bridge, actually. That could be a good play for Egor. I think that's what we're going to see here.
And there you go. Perfect call there from my co-caster Dippets. And Baby Dragon behind the push. Miner going to go into the front and try to get on the Hunter, make a little bit of room. Fireball trying to do the same thing. Ewiz gets pushed away for a half second. Does he get back to another Miner here in time? Not going to look like it. And is setting up on defense. Final 90 seconds. Egor with the overall match lead, 1-0, but way behind right now on damage in this game.
Yeah, Shad's playing this game, I think, pretty perfectly. He has to just play Hunters well, because Hunter usually just counters lava as long as you play it well, and he's doing it. He's doing a very good job at it, just putting up a lot of pressure. That might have been a bit of an aggressive RG. Let's see, but Egor had to spend a lot on defense. Yeah, I think Shad's still in a very good position to win this game.
If Egor can get that Ewiz off the board, and that's one of the hard parts here, is the Ewiz also at the Inferno Dragon. You see, again, nice guards protection. You've seen Egor do that a few times now, keeping the Inferno Dragon alive, but like you've said before, having to spend a ton on defense to stop these RG pushes and then give up a ton of fireball value.
Yeah, he's just going to rinse and repeat the same defense. I think it's just going to keep on leading to... They're just going to keep doing the same defense until the game is over, I assume. So, I'm assuming... Oh, never mind. Egor was able to get a lot of Elixir there and get a lot of it in front. I'm not sure if that'll be able to be a real difference maker because of the Hunter, but... This is a bit scary for Sheh here. Building up a lot. Good fireball from Egor.
Trying to get through as fast as he can. Is there another Miner in there for Egor? Not going to happen. Not going to be there in time. We're all tied up going to game number 3.
Yeah, that was really, honestly, Egor played at the end of that game really, really well. And I would expect nothing less from Egor coming in, especially someone in the chat said that Neptune has the all-time PB, and that was Egor. So yeah, Egor is currently the highest trophy player in the history of the game. So
Igor's Neptune, not Samuel Basoto?
Yeah.
I can never keep track.
It goes season by season.
So Musketeer and Heel Spirit will be the ban after Egor saying no to the tennis ball, as it's called by Sir Tag. So here we go. 2 of the most popular cards in the meta will both be gone as we go into our game number 3, the deciding game between these two. So if you're looking at a Musketeer Heel Spirit ban, what are you telling Sheh to play against Egor in this situation?
I'm expecting... This is interesting. I guess Graveyard could be good, Lava could be good. I think it opens up a lot of different decks, because Musketeer is annoying for a lot of decks, and so is Heel Spirit. I think it really just opens up a lot. I think it's pretty... I would need to put a lot of thought into this. It would be hard to pick on the fly, but I think they're both going to try to go something that they're pretty comfortable with. Because I expect Egor to probably go Mortar right now, because Musketeer's gone, and Heel Spirit, which are both really annoying for him. And then Sheh, start off with Barbot, so maybe a Graveyard deck with Ewiz. So yeah, maybe that could be the deal for both of them.
Now I'm going to go on a limb here and say that maybe Sheh going Stinky Cheese. It's a common thing that semi-pros do when they're in an elimination game. So far I haven't seen Sheh do it, but...
Could be right. Yeah, so Egor is running... Okay, yeah, so they're both wearing... Yeah, they're both wearing Graveyard Ewiz. Ewiz is just... Graveyard's pretty good with this band because Musketeer always does pretty good against Graveyard, and then without Heel Spirit, they're not able to get those broken defenses with a really good Heel Spirit.
And big thanks to 2 Wheezy with the $15 dono in the chat. Really appreciate the support, man, and I promise that all of that money will go purely to snacks and junk food. And then I'll spend my own money to make the streams better and host tournaments. But your money, straight to snacks, I promise.
love to see it. Free money is snack money. So, I guess it's a mirror match, but with Skelly Drags instead of Baby Dragon. I'm not too sure how this should turn out, because the Skelly Drags lead to much more DPS, but you can always get them poisoned off, and then they also die much faster, so I think this will come down to whoever plays better. I think Shet might have a tiny matchup advantage, but I think this will mainly come down to whoever plays better.
Knight cycled in the back on both sides as we go into the final 2 minutes of regulation time. Double elixir flowing, and slightly different looks about their cycles at the moment.
Yeah, they both seem to be cycling pretty differently, but it looks like probably a poison from Egor. Yeah, and Graveyard, a common mistake in Graveyard is when people will just try to defend the whole time with defensive poisons, when realistically the key to winning Graveyard matchups is the better offensive poisons. To prevent counter pushes by killing all their troops instead of just defensive poisons the whole time. That's usually what makes the big difference. So it looks like Egor's doing a good job of that, and let's see if he can keep it up. Looks like, yeah, Show with another good poison. So it's just going to be back and forth with poisons right now. And let's see that maybe a bit of an aggressive push from Egor. That might not be what he was looking for, and now I think Shet is in the driver's seat of this game.
Final 2 minutes, sudden death, overtime, and Shet now loading up in the left-hand lane away from the barb hut of Egor. I'm going to get some damage on tower here as the Baby Dragon targets Princess Tower on the left-hand side. Poison does come out, trying to get the Ewiz out of the way. Won't do that much more, and interesting note here, seeing Shet switching lanes back and forth and getting a good damage lead on both sides.
Yeah, that was an interesting push, just trying to drop everything he possibly could out of Graveyard. That might have been a little over-aggressive. Egor able to get a pretty easy defense, and he's still down a bit in damage, up a little bit of elixir, but I think, actually, yeah, overall Egor is down. This Knight should be able to defend all this, so it's just going to continue to go back and forth. There's a slight advantage from Shet, could really be a big difference maker.
Graveyard in on the right-hand lane, final 90 seconds, final 60 seconds, triple elixir flowing, and that's a lot on the board right now with a poison in support from Egor, starting to put the pressure on. The Peruvian should have enough elixir to defend, but Egor does slightly take the lead, and now he's the one in rhythm. Final 45 seconds, Graveyard down one more time, and Egor is just spamming the bridge right now, not taking his foot off the gas at all. This is game number 3, deciding game. A loss here for Egor would mean 0-2 to start the group stage, and would not mean out, but would be a difficult thing to battle back from. 1446 remaining on Shay's right-hand tower. Now trying to battle back on that lower right-hand side. That's not going to be enough to retake the lead, though. So let's see who will come out on top in the final 15 seconds. It's the offense from the Peruvian at this moment, and whoever gets the last offense off might be the one who takes the win here. Ewiz trying to hold on. Can a poison come in for Egor? Will it do enough in time? And it will! Egor puts a world of hurt on the top right-hand tower and takes the win in the final 10 seconds.
Honestly, I think Egor played that pretty perfectly at the end. He put up so much pressure, but then stopped putting pressure at the right time. And it was just, he was defending with just the right cards, spending just enough elixir, and was able to just get a good little quick offense in the last 8 seconds to put him ahead pretty big at the end to win the tiebreaker.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the post-game analysis from Powered by Royale API, and we'll see with that in just 1 second as it loads up. And you see pretty similar looks, not quite a mirror match here, as Egor went with the Skeleton Dragons version and the Baby Dragon version for the Peruvian. But the matchup data still has that one pretty much neck and neck.
Yeah, I think the Skelly Drags there made a big difference for Egor. I think he put him really good at the end, just DPSing his troops way faster so that Shed just really couldn't have a good counter push whatsoever.
So let's go take a look at the standings as they currently are. DiegoE currently still in the lead at 3-0, the only undefeated player. Cuchii Cuu, the only player still looking for a win at this point. And that's a big win here for Egor to go 1-1 to start things off rather than 0-2. Coming up next, the Russian will be going right back in against Tommy, the Nicaraguan Ninja, as he was dubbed by my co-caster, Andrew Guy. And I'm excited, of course, those of you guys asking about when does CROS come back. This fall. Will Andrew and I be casting? Absolutely. So looking forward to getting back in the booth with my buddy Andrew. But for now, joined by my friend and co-caster Dippets, who, of course, has been all throughout Clash Royale esports, Dignitas to Energy to Misfits, and has seen all different pieces of the Clash Royale esports scene. Let's go ahead and jump in to game number 1 of Egor versus Tommy.
Yeah, I think Egor and Tommy might have, like... Oh! Did you see that?
What was that? What just happened?
I guess... Oh, look at Tommy being a good sport. Igor's just not having the best day. Oh, my. Oh, Tommy being a good sport just lost him that game. Because now he doesn't have Earthquake for the bar putt. I didn't lose in the game per se, but definitely not the not the card you want to see after Earthquaking the ground to be a good guy.
Yeah, that's pretty rough to throw your hog directly into a bar putt. And Egor locking that one down early. No one's taken damage yet, but now a little bit of pressure coming in from the Russian, although I don't know what Igor's going to do. A late bar putt to defend on the left-hand side.
Yeah, he's just still one hit. He's just trying to do whatever he can at this point. I think Egor, this matchup is already over. I think this is so hard for Egor to even do the slightest bit of damage, because I assume it's Royal Hogs, and this Earthquake cycle, Hog cycle, Bomb Tower cycle, every single thing about this is just so hard for Egor to even just break through it all.
So Tommy with the Hog Triple Spell, the most popular Hog deck in the game right now, or at least in competitive play. 2.6 is the most popular Hog deck, one of the most popular decks overall in Clash Royale history, but in competitive play, we've rarely seen 2.6. It's been around a couple of times in this tournament so far, but mostly it is that Hog Triple Spell.
Yeah, Hog Triple Spell. It's just been, I think this deck has been like bouncing around the meta for like almost like probably like over a year now, I would say. And I think it was pretty bad for a while and just made a big bounce back this meta. Yeah, so Tommy's just gonna log Earthquake, Snowball Cycle these Musketeers just to kill them off, and yeah, Tommy's just gonna be really annoying with this match, but that's how you have to win it, so.
Hogs to the right-hand side, Bomb Tower picks him up, and that's going to be the story of this one continuously. Bomb Tower, Log, Snowball. 3 things that get really, really annoying collectively to go up against those Royal Hogs. And you see Egor just able to get nowhere, it seems. Tommy putting a lot of hurt on that left-hand side, 1394 to 2268. Looking at the lowest towers for the moment.
Yeah, Egor he's getting pretty good pressure here, but Tommy's quick cycle is he's just keeping up with whatever he does. Igor's trying to switch things up, trying to get good fireballs on bomb towers, but it's just not enough for all the answers that he has. Just gonna keep on Earthquake cycling, and this game's either gonna end in a tie with Tommy probably taking the lead at the end, or he'll probably take it sooner than later by just throwing a bunch of Pogs and a bunch of Earthquake and triple out cycling them.
Here we go, final 90 seconds. Fireball on the left-hand side with the bar barrel for the Musketeer, but Hog Rider will go all the way through, and that's just too late there. The out cycle, way too powerful, and Tommy going to take game number 1 in this matchup, courtesy of that final bit of spell cycle to close things out.
Yeah, well played from Tommy. Tommy knew what he had to do to take the win there. Just played patient and was able to win that fairly easily, I would say. So now we just gotta... Looks like Egor might be banning Heal Spirit. Yeah, Egor banning Heal Spirit here just taking the most annoying card of the game off the table, and now we just got to see what you're willing to go with here. Maybe if he wants to be predictable or unpredictable going into possibly the last game of this set.
Yeah, so, I mean, predictable, you say something with Mortar, but something with Mortar is a pretty wide spectrum, of course.
Yeah. He can use, like we already saw, Mortar Rocket. He can use Mortar Hog, Mortar Miner, Mortar Skeleton Barrel. And then even with those combos, use a million different spells. So yeah, he's just an annoying player because of how good he is.
So Wolfstochter and Shay taking place off stream right now. It was the Peruvian taking the first game of their matchup 3-0. So the German right now 1 behind. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2 of Egor and Tommy. Tommy has been around Clash Royale esports for a long time. Began his career with Team Queso as part of their Arena Casito squad for RPL, where they took first in both the Europe region and Worlds overall. And then was the late addition to Tribe Gaming in CRL North America back in 2018. Stayed with CRL all the way through the 2019 season, but did not find himself on a team in the spring of 2020, so instead went and played with Ace 1 in the No Tilt League, and now back wearing the green and gold of Team Queso with their Arena Casito program one more time, so full circle journey for the Nicaraguan.
Yeah, these two were probably two of the best rookies we've ever seen in CRL as well, and both are like, in Igor's first day of Clash Royale, he had one of the best runs we've ever seen, and then Tommy had, I think, probably the second best run in CRL history in terms of games. So two just like historically great players going at it, and yeah, a good kite from Egor. They're pulling the Inferno Dragon away, and he has pretty good air answers here, but the miner living a little bit, and we just have to see what his spell is here or how he's going to deal with the Lava End. Okay, so probably the poison version, I would assume, and I think Egor has a fairly good matchup here. He knows how to beat lava like the back of his hand. I expect Egor to win this game, but anything can happen still. Tommy can just build a big balloon push, and it could be pretty tough because that's what I hate about this lava balloon miner deck is you can just drop so many cards that they don't kill anything, but besides your tower.
Not protecting this mortar is the Russian. You can see he had the skeletons for it, but decided instead of protecting to go ahead and wait. And now going to go and miner to the back. Knows he's not up against Tornado, so not concerned about it. Blank Space in the YouTube chat asking, is keeping track of all 8 cards necessary? So what are your thoughts on keeping track of cycle and the best and most important principles of keeping track of your opponent's cycle?
Oh, well, of course it is. That was an insane miner from Egor, catching that, because I think Egor predicted the spell from Tommy. He predicted that he was going to either arrows or zap, so he didn't play skeletons or bats, and he played a great miner to catch it. That was super well played. But
misses the balloon here with the mortar, so balloon going right to tower. Snowball trying to keep it off. Will that be enough? Balloon does connect. Miner putting some extra damage on the left-hand side. I can't see the actual damage on the 205 to 281. We'll go ahead and answer that question in a moment, folks. Let's stay here with the action. Final 2 minutes, sudden death, overtime. Next tower falls means GG. Well played. Miner goes to the back. And splitting the barbs high is Tommy. An interesting move here out of Tommy to split the barbs high, his best option of catching. And instead of surrounding on his tower, which I guess might have been poison value, splits high, and Egor takes advantage with a miner to the back.
Yeah, really, I think that high mortar was intentional. Even that, I think he knew it wasn't going to pull the balloon, but I think he just knew he needed that extra bit of damage at the end. He was up a lot of damage, but he knew that Tommy was putting up a lot of pressure, and I think he needed to get the little extra bit of damage to put him ahead, and I think he knew he was able to defend just with a little bit left of his Musketeer. Igor, he plays so many steps ahead of his opponents, which is why he has so many #1 finishes. And like the guy was saying before, in order to play... Oh, wow, but look at the matchup numbers.
Yeah, pretty small sample size and not the precise matchup here, but it does among 35 games go pretty heavily towards Tommy. Egor has been known to outplay. Of course, you mentioned his debut most famously at the CRL World Finals during King of the Hill. Dandelion, now known as Blizzard, went with a full-on counter deck to Egor's Mortar Bait in the second game of King of the Hill, and Egor quite famously outplayed to an insane level. And if you go ahead and rewatch that, you can see Dandelion certainly not happy about the way that went down. I actually do have an Inside the Play on my YouTube page, a full-on breakdown of Egor's debut, including step-by-step how that matchup went down and how Egor ended up winning it. So he's a guy who knows how to outplay, and we've talked about this before. That's a big reason why Mortar is so popular with younger players, because it is one of the decks that, even in bad matchups, has one of the highest outplay potentials.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons why he's able to like outplay his opponents so well and play the deck at such a high level is because he knows there's he always one thing about Mortar is you have to know all 8 cards and when they have what at all times. You have to know their elixir. You have to just count everything so perfectly. So like it helps with a lot of decks, but I think one of the main decks, possibly the main deck it helps with, is Mortar, because every single card is a bait card. So you have to play every single card at the precise time when you know they don't have the right answers for it.
And yeah, that's a little pickup of the question that was being asked in chat before about how important is it to keep track of your opponent's cycle and keep track of all 8 cards. So let's go ahead and answer that really briefly. You know, with Mortar, you're talking about keeping track of all 8 cards as opposed to just going ahead and taking a look at 1 or 2 of them. But in general, from principles, talk about the ideas behind keeping track of cycle and best practices overall.
The best practice is just go into games, just play ladder, and you just gotta maybe at first just try to keep track of their spells, keep track of when they have. Maybe focus on 2 cards. You just have to just always have it in the back of your mind what they have, when they play it, and just kind of just keep on going with that. It's something I struggle with now because I haven't practiced it in a while. But when I was at my like top form, I just practiced it so much every single day, and every single game, you have to like actively focus on doing that. It's the same thing with like Hang Elixir, for example. You just have to just count everything you do and just try to make as smart of moves you can every single time.
So here we are with not the most popular Hog Rider deck, but a really interesting Hog Rider variant out of Tommy up against Egor, who's going pretty little more central meta with his deck choice in Game 3.
Yeah, I definitely saw him use this a bunch in the no-tilt qualifiers, which he always made it really far in. This is another one of his go-to decks, which is just another reason why he's such a scary player to face, because you can like expect him to use Mortar, then you can just whip out a deck like this, which is so annoying to beat as well.
Double Elixir time on its way, and trying to set the line high right now is Egor. What's the key for Tommy to breaking through here against this deck with so much defense against Hog?
I think focusing less on the Hog Rider and focusing on building up a big Mega Knight push is the key for Tommy, because Tommy, and Fisherman as well, if he can just pull in like his Knight, maybe his Brawler as well, then the Mega Knight can easily get through to the tower. So I think that's what Tommy will focus on mainly here, is building up non-Hog pushes, because he has all the tools he needs to defend Graveyard. So now we just have to see if he's able to actually break through and get any real damage on the tower.
And there you go, switching lanes right now is Egor going to the left-hand side. Tommy defending with Skeletons and Barb Barrel. Very successful defense for Tommy on the left-hand side, and now a lot of Elixir on the board. Hog behind the Mega Knight.
Yeah, it's so hard for, if Egor just plays it well and keeps cycling his cards well, I think it's so hard for Tommy to break through, because he does have all the answers he needs to defend. It's just a matter of if he plays the game perfectly or not, which is just because a matchup's in someone's favor doesn't mean you still have to play. You still have to play perfectly to win with good matchups sometimes. So that I know Belkin said that before, where He said just because you have a counter doesn't mean you don't play well. So, and I think this is a good example of that. Egor is playing picture perfect right now, not taking any damage whatsoever. And I think he's just going to keep up this cycle, and when it comes down to triple, just throw a couple graveyards, a couple poisons in, and he should be able to take a swift lead towards the end.
Hog just not getting anywhere through this one. Of course, Ice Wiz, NATO, and Goblin Cage. Plenty of counters for the Hog. Here we go, final 45 seconds. Question is, when does Egor pull the trigger if he can? Poison high for the Hunter. And poison in the opposite direction. Poison out of cycle. This might be the moment where Egor goes, and yes, he does.
Yeah, a good job cycling his baby dragons there, baiting on his Hunter on the first baby dragon so that the second one could stay alive for a while. It's not tanking, but he's still got a few skeleton shots in, so if he can just defend here, he can just throw one more poison, one more tornado, and he should be fine. Probably going to defensive tornado here unless it hits.
Oh, the Hog hit is big here. 1464 on the bottom right-hand side. This graveyard poison needs to go through for Egor. Does he pull anything off with the tornado? Yes, he does. Will that be enough damage? Does the barb swing? It does not. Tommy takes the win by a hair in game number 3.
Wow, Egor, he just needed to defensive tornado there. It's really all you had to do to win that. He got a little greedy there at the end, I guess, and did not go in his favor. Well played by Tommy, though. Tommy played it exactly how he needed it to. He defended really well, poisoned on offense when he needed to get the tower damage to put him in that situation, and then he built a really good push there just for that Hog to just get that one little hit to take the win by like 87 HP, I think.
And here you go, taking a look at the matchup data. And when you don't have the precise matchup, it's only 7 of 8, meaning one of the cards, at least one card in one of the 2 decks, does not have matchup data. 415 the total sample size, though, for the 7 of 8 matchup, and it goes slightly towards the graveyard deck. And to keep you guys apprised, Wolfstochter did win the final game against Shay, so Wolfstochter does take the victory in that one. Let's go ahead and take a look at the overall standings for the moment. DiegoE still undefeated, and we will have the Diego off, Diego versus Diego, in just a few minutes. As our second featured matchup, or our next featured matchup coming up right now. The on-deck featured matchup is the Diego one. Cuchii Cuu and Airsurfer going to start here in just a minute. The American currently at 1-1 overall. Cuchii Cuu facing most likely elimination if he does take the loss here against the American.
Yeah, Airsurfer is definitely not a player that you want to face for your elimination game, but I'm not sure if this is particularly a must-win for Airsurfer, since Cuchii Cuu is probably already out, being 0-3. If Airsurfer loses this, he probably then he has to just win out his last couple games to hopefully win in a tiebreaker. So the pressure's on for Airsurfer here, being 1-1. But yeah, with the matchup thing before being 65% towards graveyard, I think it was mainly because of the bomb tower for the 7 out of 8, which definitely makes it, I think, way easier for graveyard. But well, actually, I don't know, because cage definitely helps with the Mega Knight, because you have the cage and then you have the brawler, so it definitely can go both ways. But do you think, yeah, Egor can still probably, I think Egor can still possibly come back. This group is fairly close so far, but Airsurfer and Cuchii are in now, so let's see how this turns out for Airsurfer.
Let's go ahead and jump on in. Airsurfer and Cuchii Cuu. Airsurfer, again, 1-1 so far. Cuchii Cuu has yet to find a win today, so most likely facing elimination here.
Looks like Cuchii is not running he's running a bunch of Eagle and now Lava Cloak here. He's not running the most respectful decks, but he's running what he uses. We'll think he'll win with.
Miner to the back for Airsurfer, so interesting deck choice here from Airsurfer. It almost looks like, you know, a lot of the pieces are similar ones that he's used to cycling around with in Expo. Of course, E-Wiz not most common there, but Tesla, Skeletons, Log, just some quick cycle work from Airsurfer.
Yeah, this is one of his favorite decks right now. Just it's the Minor Poison chip deck. It's just a quick cycle, Tesla cycle, and that's a good heal. That's a really good heal spirit from Cuchii. The clone, wow, the Tesla just chipping off all of the skeleton dragons there. It's really good Tesla placement from Airsurfer. Missing the Ewiz timing though, that actually that puts him a little bit behind. It doesn't particularly lose it for him, but he would have definitely been in the lead if he didn't miss that there. But now Cuchii using a Skirmy at the bridge. I'm not sure what he would have for a miner unless his last card is Lumberjack here. So we got to still see what the pieces are from Cuchii, but.
And guys, as a quick note here for everybody, Clone is not banned. Clone and Skeleton Barrel together is banned because of the glitch, but Clone is allowed overall. So Cuchii here going with the Lava Clone deck, totally acceptable in this case.
Okay, so Barbs is the last card. Yeah, I haven't even, so what is the glitch exactly with the Skeleton Barrel? It's just the Clone one just won't die? Is that it?
It weirdly stays on the board for a long time, so yeah, it doesn't die, it eventually drops much later. The timing is all goofy. And yeah, I see some comments, guys, in the YouTube chat about the mics. I'm not hearing the feedback that some of you are talking about in my return, so I'll keep an eye on it. But you know, maybe someone drove a car in the background of Dippet's house, and maybe that's what you were hearing.
Yeah, there's been a lot of cars today. Yeah, so Airsurfer, he's just playing pretty much perfect defense at this point. And yeah, I think he just has to keep on defending really solid here. With Poison Delivery, he should be able to defend fairly easily, but we have to see if he's able to hold out through the rest of the match here. A really, really good heal spirit there from Cuchii, which will lead to a lot of damage. And now Airsurfer's got a bit of catching up to do, but when if he makes the triple, I think he can cycle really fast on Cuchii.
Skeleton Army, aka Skarmy, has been one of the most tweaked cards, an OG card from Clash Royale. At one point went all the way up to 21 skeletons. It's had its HP changed back and forth, damage changed back and forth. The number of skeletons reduced, increased, and has been settled for a while now at 15, with the re-addition of Le Doute as the final of the 15 skeletons in Skeleton Army.
Yeah, now that we're on triple elixir, I think Airsurfer is just going to throw as many log. Yeah, I think he's just going to throw as many log miners as possible. He's going to throw another one here as fast as he can, another log, another poison, and hopefully get a miner chip or two in. So he's going to poison log to hopefully, let's see if he can hold out here to win this game, but this might be pretty tough.
Poison in for Airsurfer, everything on the tower opposite direction. The delivery does not do it in time. Cuchii Cuu takes game number 1 off the American.
Yeah, that early missed E was 100% lost in that game there, because that led to like extra 300-400 damage, and that delivery would have 100% stopped that last 300 to 400 damage if he didn't miss it in the beginning. So an early mistake from Airsurfer costing him at the end there.
So there you go. We'll have the post-game stats for this one up in just a moment. They're taking a minute to refresh. Tommy and Wolfstochter taking place off stream right now. We'll keep you updated on the data for that one. Again, reminder, tomorrow we are back again. We're halfway through our day today. Tomorrow, Group H, the final group of the group stage. So King, Surgical Goblin, Morton, Código, Lince Flash, Wallace, and Nikoko. And a few players there that are currently on CRL teams, some players rumored to potentially be a part of a new CRL roster. Of course, you do see Wallace there with the Brazilian flag, and lots of speculation of what might happen with Pain Gaming now that they no longer have their previous roster, all 4 players moving on from Pain Gaming finally, so it'll be a fresh look, and Wallace certainly one of those guys who might get a look for Pain, being a native Brazilian.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how Pain builds their roster. I'm hoping to see maybe some new Brazilian faces, or to see if they go international. I think they still have a lot of options left to build a good team, but It sucks to see all of the former roster go, but I'm excited to see hopefully some new faces in the league this season.
Yeah, if you do keep an eye on Twitter when it comes to Clash Royale competitive gameplay, because that's where most of those players are posting the information. There's been a lot of announcements lately of people saying they have made their official signings. Vitor, the Portuguese player, being one of them, so that would be a good fit potentially for Pain Gaming, speaking the same language. And one that was announced today, and this is maybe one of the biggest surprises I've seen it brought up in the chat a little bit on the Trovo side of things, Osama saying that he's now signed somewhere. What we're not entirely sure about is whether that's to the West or maybe a late addition to CRL East.
Yeah, I'm pretty curious to see where he's going, because I don't know all the roster moves. So I guess with Osama, maybe East, but I have no clue. He's definitely been proving himself a lot recently. He plays 3 Musk and Royal Hogs like the highest level, and I think a good start to being a good player is I think the first step is to being able to play at least one deck at its highest level. Because if you can play one deck at its highest level, that's like the foundation of being able to learn how to play more.
And that's a big reason why, for example, Trina Luis has been so big in the past on going and getting signings from top ladder players and grooming them to be top of the game overall.
Yeah, and it looks like Airsurfer is going the same deck again, which should have a fairly good matchup against Bait. It looks like Airsurfer is just trying to run like a comfortable control deck here to hopefully maybe just outskill Cuchii in whatever matchup he gets. Making a mistake last game and lose it for him, but I think if he makes no mistakes again this game, he should be able to pull this one out, I think, fairly easily.
Double bait from Cuchii Cuu. We haven't seen a lot of it lately. It was really, really big for a while. And then now disappeared mostly, but this is maybe the 3rd or 4th time we've seen it overall in the group stage totally. Sam in the Trovo chat saying that he has information that Osama is going to CRL East, which I believe is also where Paradox, the Russian player, is headed.
Yeah, I'm excited to see where Paradox goes. He had a really good performance in No Tilt, and I think he's been a pretty prominent like semi-pro player for a long time, having good performances. So I'm just happy to see a lot of new players popping up in the league.
OG Fake Labakani in the Trovo chat saying if Cuchii was a plush, he'd be the big teddy bear Valentine couples give each other, which might be the leading comment of the day so far. Cuchii up 1 so far against Airsurfer. Has not won a match yet today, but a win over Airsurfer would be a big step in the right direction.
Yeah, it looks like this game is maybe do a bit of a caster's curse to my teammate here, but this game seems pretty much over already. Airsurfer's a big lead, a fast cycle to keep up with all of his bait cards, and then just the minor poison cycle is just it's just a little too much for Cuchii to handle.
And a prediction from Frank V in the YouTube chat that if Cuchii loses this match, he'll go Egor next. We've seen it twice from Cuchii Cuu today so far, so not a bad call.
Yeah, I can definitely see him banning towards Egor, maybe taking a fireball again, or even like bomb tower or something, and just trying to be as annoying as possible.
Under 1,000 HP on the left-hand side for Cuchii Cuu. Airsurfer holding on at 15:39. Final minute 40 of sudden death overtime on its way. And double bait, maybe a little bit less popular because of the popularity of Hog Triple Spell. That could be a reason.
Yeah, also, yeah, I think... Oh, missing the log! Getting a little bit of extra damage there is Cuchii. Airsurfer making a fair bit of mechanical mistakes in these games, making them, I think, a bit closer than it should be. Cycling a poison onto the tower, missing the Dark Goblin. Let's see if he... Looks like he's delivering off the Dark Goblin at the bridge. Probably get a high Tesla. Okay, just an E-Wiz to take off the Skelly Barrel. And then I think Airsurfer is just going to try to play it pretty safe here towards the end.
1169 to 773, and that attempt at a juke barrel does not work out. Goes deep and easily read by the American. Miner goes to the front, not picked up by the Knight, so a double drop here will get some damage in. Poison does not get the Dark Goblin, though. Could that be an issue for Airsurfer as time goes on? Clean log here and gets all 3 pieces of the bait. Gets the Skeleton Barrel, the Goblin Barrel, and the Dark Goblin all at once. So rough luck there for the Spaniard. Final 25 seconds, Poison in. It's looking like Airsurfer has this one pretty well in control.
Yeah, that was a really good delivery at the end there, taking out the Dark Goblin as well, and it looks like a simple poison which should take the win here. So let's see if Cuchii will stick to a pattern of running Egor in a desperation game, or if he'll try to be a bit unpredictable here.
Well, we'll find out here in a couple of minutes, and we'll also keep an eye on what's happening in the off-stream matches. By the way, guys, we are not to the orange portion yet. The DiegoE match is coming up here in just a couple of minutes. The Battle of Diegos will be after we get through game number 3 of Cuchii Cuu and Airsurfer, but here are the remaining matches that are scheduled to be on stream. So we'll see some of the ones over on this side, and of course here are the standings at the moment over on this side of the screen. Currently, Tommy and Wolfstochter taking place off stream, and looks like Tommy might have taken the overall match victory. Yes, he did. So Tommy going to go ahead and take the victory over the German Wolfstochter and move himself up higher in that top 4. And we'll be going on with our game number 3 of Cuchii Cuu and DiegoB in just a minute. While we're waiting for that band to come in, here's one more time the players that have qualified so far. Some big names, some newer names, and as we were talking about it, we've been talking about it a lot today. A lot of the new names making big splashes, and part of that has been how big of a year it's been for Clash Royale esports, not just for big competitions like CRL, but we've seen things like a variety of the tournaments from Revel Amar, whether it be the Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition or the previous one back in the spring, the Moreno Cup, the AMG Cup we just saw, all the stuff from No Tilt, whether it be the World Championships, the No Tilt Worlds, No Tilt League, Special Edition, a lot of opportunity for some players you might not know to come out and shine. And of all these players, it seems like a bunch of them now are going to be getting shots this season in CRL. And there you have it, the full run of all the players who have qualified so far. And now looking at our final 2 groups, Group G is where we are at today. And tomorrow, some of the biggest names in the game. So make sure that you subscribe if you're watching on YouTube so you don't miss a moment. Come on back tomorrow for Soaking, Surgical Goblin, and Morton. We'll all be playing tomorrow. Let's go ahead and jump in to game number 3 right now of Airsurfer and Cuchii Cuu.
Yeah, so Cuchii took off NATO. I was expecting him to use the Eagle Arrows deck, but it looks like he might be going Graveyard here. At Airsurfer, I'm not particularly sure what he has yet. Do you have any ideas on Airsurfer?
Balloon Giant Skeleton? Not impossible. Minor Loon Giant Skelly is...
Ooh, good snowball. Yeah, it looks like it definitely could be the Giant Skeleton Balloon deck. And Cuchii... Oh, Cuchii looks like he has Hog, yeah.
Hog triple spell most likely from Knight, and it is going to be that Balloon Giant Skeleton deck. Hey, look at here. I've watched some Clash Royale here and there.
Will it activate King Tower, though, with the Giant Skeleton? Oh, just getting the activation off by a hair. That's exactly what Airsurfer needs to do, which is activate early, and now hopefully just get solid defense in the rest of the game. The Musketeer might retarget to the Balloon, it's not, and the Miner is going to just keep the Balloon alive for such a long time. That Balloon will probably get, that should get a second hit, but now Cuchii has a gigantic push coming in.
Here we go, Hog behind the Knight, Musketeer all the way behind that. Snowball will keep the Hog from getting too much damage on that right-hand side, plus the King Tower activation. Talking about the King Tower value against the Hog, it usually reduces Hog hits by about half. An untouched Hog will get 7 hits without the King Tower activated, 4 with it activated, and then after that, once there is support defensively, usually reduces it by about 50%. So big swing for Airsurfer to get that activation early in the game.
Yeah, and then with Cuchii's gigantic push there, all Airsurfer did was just play the Hunter and just shut down everything. The high deep, yeah, that's a really good. That's such a good snowball from Airsurfer, pushing the Hog back into the max Hunter range to just keep it, get as much DPS down as possible. So really well played from Airsurfer here, and he's just gonna try to keep on cycling as well as possible. Stack Fisherman's, just pull all of his cards in, and one more good Balloon Miner, and it should be it.
Balloon in, Miner going to go to the back rather than the Musketeer because the Giant Skeleton tanking for the Miner. So strong heads-up play here by Airsurfer, and the Miner doing duty both directions, getting tanked for by the Giant Skeleton, and then in turn tanking for the Balloon. Perfect play by Airsurfer, and he takes this one 2-1.
Yeah, well played by Airsurfer, getting that really, really good early damage, and then just playing solid defense the rest of the game. I'm not sure who that matchup's really for. I think Cuchii could have probably defended a bit better, but I guess the Fisherman pulling away all the Knights is definitely pretty tough for Cuchii, so now we got to look forward to the Battle of the Diegos.
And we are going to be missing a lot of the stats today, guys. Royale API's servers have been catching up to the update, so hopefully Royale API will get it all sorted out pretty soon as they catch up to all the complications of how the update has changed the way API interacts with the data. So we'll have the stats sporadically, was the word I'm looking for, sporadically today. We will not have them consistently, so thanks for bearing with all of us on that one. Coming up next, though, guys, it's not time to turn over to the other screen yet. Here we go. It's the Battle of the Diegos. DiegoB versus DiegoE. Let's go.
DiegoE versus DiegoB. They're both. Actually, I think they're like almost like polar opposite players in the fact that DiegoE is such like a powerhouse online player, and then DiegoB is like one of the absolute best offline players. So this is fun to watch. And when it comes down to just clutch moments, I don't think there's anybody who's more clutch than DiegoB. So let's just see if he can clutch up here and hopefully take a game away from DiegoE, because no one seems to be able to do that so far.
And that's one of those things about Diego, is he's been kind of unfairly, in my opinion, maligned over the last couple of seasons, most recently in CRL with, and you know, you do understand like a couple of big moments in finals not coming through, despite Team Liquid still going on and winning championships. I mean, he was disappointed with himself at World Finals, even though Team Liquid came through, but it does seem, if you look at the numbers overall throughout DiegoB's career, even his numbers last season, that the criticism might be a little bit misplaced there.
Yeah, he's had a rough, a little rough patch, but I know he definitely still did good in Worlds last season, or in like what was the world events called with like the nations, CR nations?
Oh, and No Tilt Worlds.
Yeah. Okay,
oh, are you talking about double World Cyber Games?
No, just No Tilt Worlds.
Okay.
No Tilt Worlds, Diego did great. Including World Cyber Games, he won the winning best of 3 in the final game, and also then he won in playoffs. So he had a pretty rough patch with the World Finals last season, but I think he's tried to make a bit of a comeback since, and I think he wants to hopefully make a statement here today and kind of prove to the Liquid people that I guess he wants to hopefully prove to them that they made a mistake.
Well, it's one of those ones where, you know, it's kind of a 6-1 half dozen the other, because in the chat on YouTube right now, the man who replaced him on Team Liquid, and, you know, it's hard to say it's a mistake to add Razor to your roster in any situation, even if Diego goes off and has one of the best seasons of his career. You know, Razor's obviously a phenomenal pickup for any squad, so wishing them both success in where they end up. Of course, everyone knows now that Razor's wearing the blue of Team Liquid, and DiegoB rumored, no confirmation yet, but rumored and suspected to maybe end up at Chivas Esports, and now has 2 open roster spots after the loss of Anaban and Richard.
Yeah, I guess getting replaced by Razor is nothing to be ashamed of. Razor as I know, as being his old teammate and 2v2 partner. There's some players who are just some players like give a lot more than just being good players, which I think is very important, especially for a team game like CRL. You have to not only be a good player, but being a good teammate is just as important, I feel.
Barb Huts stacking on the right-hand side right now for DiegoB. DiegoE has not lost a game yet in this event. We'll see if he's able to keep that going.
Yeah, it's just the Barb Hut Tim's really annoying right now. I think DiegoB is doing a good job at. I think he's playing a lot more patient and just playing for the end game essentially by stacking Barb Huts and just getting he's not going too aggressive, which I think has been the key for Diego here. DiegoB.
Final minute, triple elixir flowing. DiegoB with the lead, but that fireball could change things here. Opening up some room, and just like that, we are separated by only 5 HP between these two, and you can see both getting really aggressive at the bridge with pigs, heal spirits, everything going down, 40 more seconds, but DiegoE now takes the lead by a few hundred HP, and pigs again coming through on the left-hand side.
Yeah, DiegoE's just throwing really, really good pigs here, just getting way more damage at the end. He's probably got a defensive fireball, and yeah, I think he just solidified the game with... Yeah, I think Diego just didn't use his fireballs as well as he could have at the end there, and it really just hurt him. He just tried to defend with barbell skeletons, and these like few extra hog hits just added up and just gave Diego a slight lead there at the very end.
And that's going to be it. Fireball will punctuate the victory, and DiegoE will take game number 1 in the battles of the Diegos.
Yeah, 7-0 for DiegoE. Let's see if, even with the ban, if Diego can take a game off of him and prove who's the better of the Diegos.
And thank you very much, Connor, for the $5 super chat over on YouTube. Really appreciate it. To support me opening that taco stand in Australia, which, by the way, great call on the getting rid of the AU. Australia, if you ever if you're ever traveling, by the way, guys, best advice I can give you for those of you traveling as we get ready for our next game here in a moment is if you are in a hostel somewhere throughout the world and you hear an Aussie accent, go towards it and make friends immediately, because whatever you end up doing that night, it will be a whole lot of fun, because Aussies are just always up for it. They're always up for a good time. So that's my best advice. I've traveled the world quite a bit, and every time I've been in a hostel and gone and made friends with the Aussies, I've ended up having a great time. So yeah, thank you very much, Connor, for the $5 towards the taco stand in Australia, and we'll see if it ever actually does happen. Airsurfer and Shay taking place off stream, so we'll keep you updated on the results from that one. That'll be coming in as we get it. But coming up next is going to be game number 2 of Diego v Diego, and the ban is going to be Skeleton Dragons from DiegoB, as he lost for game number 1, and we'll see what the choice is for game number 2. Still DiegoE undefeated, 7-0, looking to go 8-0 here in just a moment. Connor R saying, can attest, Aussies are a blast. Snoop Frog agreeing from Germany, met Aussies in Japan. Hella fun, to use the Northern Californian parlance. So I definitely understand that one. Are you actually playing? I'm not playing at all. I am purely just here commentating. Oh, Razor, is he playing? Razor unfortunately had to drop out of the tournament yesterday due to connection issues because of the hurricanes over on, I believe it was hurricanes over on his side of the world, his side of the country. So unfortunately I'll have to wait until CRL to see Razor play again, most likely, but the wait won't be too long. Fall is just around the corner. Rich, what date does CRL West starts? Nothing official yet, but it's not going to be that far away, guys. So hold on to your horses. It'll be with you in just a moment. Of course, here's what we're looking at right now. While we are waiting for CRL to kick back off, we do have phenomenal Clash Royale competition, and today we've seen these guys going in the full round robin. All 8 players playing the other 7, so a ton of matches. And yeah, we're a little more than halfway through today's show, and we'll be back again tomorrow. Here's the overall field. Only most of these players, or more about half these players have been eliminated so far. Top 4 from each group go on to our round of 32, which is tomorrow. I never pass saying, wait, is this old? No, I never pass. This is happening right now. This is all completely live. This is a live event. I'm just saying as we're waiting for CRL West Fall to kick off, which will be at some time soon, but not quite yet. Hasn't been announced. While we're waiting for that, we have some great Clash Royale. So this is the 64-player field we have for the group stage. In each group, the top 4 move on to the round of 32. The bottom 4 are out. In the round of 32, oh, I just realized that the Diegos are playing. What? Oh, it was pushed back because of chat. My bad, guys. Here we go. It's going to be Giant Graveyard for DiegoB against a different Graveyard deck from DiegoE. And if you ever need to prove that this was live, me not realizing the game was going for 35 seconds to 2 minutes might have been the exact proof you needed.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were watching. I wasn't looking at the stream, but I was waiting around. But DiegoE with the Cycle Graveyard deck, I think this is pretty good for DiegoE here. I think this could be the undefeated run from him. And he just cycles really fast, plays cages, plays musketeers, skeletons for mini P.E.K.K.A, and he can just keep on just cycling really well and keeping Diego on pretty much his back foot the entire game.
Skeleton Army, second time seeing Skarmy today, and this is essentially the other deck that it appears in. And it's just one of those cards that, like, mostly lives in Noobville, and then every once in a while has a place, sort of. But it seems like one that dances on the edge of the meta consistently.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever really found, like, its home in the meta. But, oh, good push from Diego here, getting a lot of damage. I think DiegoE might have gone a little too aggressive on offense with the poison, and now DiegoB is in a good position to take game 2 off of DiegoE. But like you were saying, yeah, Skarmy's never been able to, like, find a solid place, but it's always, like, at a weird spot. It's always somewhere, but it's never consistent.
And down to 67 HP on the left-hand side. It's going to be one more arrows, and just going to go ahead and absorb some damage at the bridge here with the Giant Graveyard in. Skarmy in response, and Snowball plus arrows will finish things off for DiegoB. We are all even in the battle of the Diegos.
Yeah, I guess I'm just excited to see someone finally take down a game off DiegoE, seeming almost unbeatable today. But I guess now we just gotta wait for the ban and see what DiegoB is able to pull out here at the end. I think DiegoB is on, like, the line right now of, I think he's 2-1, which is, I think he's on, like, right on the line of qualifying or not. So there's a few games left, but a win versus the guy in first place is definitely a big step in the right direction.
And look, first place isn't that safe at the moment. I mean, 3-0. You start losing one, next thing you know, you might find yourself at 3-3 and in a bubble match. So, it's 3-0 is a great start, but we've seen crazier things happen in terms of upswings and downswings. And I'm gonna make a prediction here for this final game that Diego is going to win our game number 3.
I think you're right there, Rich. I agree.
Guys, was that cringe? Yeah. And do I embrace it? Yeah. Welcome to the channel. Let's go. Game number 3.
Yeah, speaking of, like, a downswing, we saw the other day, I know Schwarzen was 4-0, ended up still qualifying at 4-3, but yeah, he went on, after his first loss, just went downhill from there, so anything can happen still at this point, especially with only 3 wins. Looks like maybe Sparky, yeah, Sparky from Diego and Hog from, okay, well, yeah, Sparky from Diego, then Hog from Diego as well. So I think in this Sparky Hog matchup, Hog has to do a really good job at cycling and pressuring, but DiegoB, minions actually are kind of annoying though, because you can just do that, and this game's already in a tricky spot for DiegoE. A rough heal spirit getting immediately logged off, but now DiegoE will be able to get a pretty good Hog here, but actually no, holding off on the Hog, I guess knowing that DiegoB has mini P.E.K.K.A, so a smart play from DiegoE, just waiting off there, trying to be a bit patient, because I think the way you have to win this matchup with Hog is by being very, very patient Yeah, he's just trying to play. He's playing his Earthquake now. He's just trying to keep as many troops off the board as possible, because the more troops that DiegoE plays means the more heavier troops that DiegoB plays, and then it can just go downhill from there pretty fast.
Snowball at the bridge to win the Musketeer battle, so ahead 1848 to 2065 so far is the Cream Royale Betis Diego. And of course, in a Diego match, it is we also have to be very careful in saying which one's doing what.
Oof. So DiegoE's just playing really good defense here. He's just that knight. Oh my god.
Oh no! The 0 IQ knight wanders right next to the tower and gives splash damage. Diego was defending really well, using the log to knock back Sparkies, resetting with skeletons and knights as necessary. But every once in a while, you're just not watching, and just like the cowboy who accidentally walks behind the horse at the wrong moment, the knight walks right by the tower and gives a huge advantage to DiegoB.
What was that? Was unbelievable. DiegoE still staying in this, almost taking the damage lead now, being up elixir and up damage. Diego's still in a very good spot to win this game. He probably can't push. DiegoB probably can't push here. Okay, will push, but that immediately getting logged up as the Musketeer, and yeah, I think DiegoE might have solidified this win with that defense right there. Good heal, really good heal spirit though.
And the Zap tries to make enough room. 412 on the left-hand side to 384. Keep in mind, DiegoB's only direct tower damage is the Zap, whereas the triple spell of DiegoE can get on tower like crazy. Rage up, trying to find a way to break on through. Heal Spirit, can it give enough? And it leaps over the log. That is a huge leap, but not sure if it's going to do it. Trying to get there just in time. Will the minions get there? DiegoE. That's the Diego I'm talking about. Stops things with the bomb tower. EQ doesn't beat out the mini P.E.K.K.A. skeletons. Get right in the way, and DiegoE wins the Battle of Diegos.
That was really with that one unfortunate knight deciding to walk to the tower. Diego, he kept his composure, and he still just played, I think, pretty perfectly there to take the win there. So really well played from DiegoE.
That's the big thing about this this hog deck. It's such a strong defensive hog deck, right? I mean, you think about the triple spell from a spell cycle standpoint, but the amount of defensive support that the snowball and log give, when you combine that with the bomb tower and the DPS from all the other pieces, it just can hold down and lock down defense so well. So in this Sparky matchup, you know, you were talking about it, but a big key to it is just continuously making sure that you're keeping track of your cycle and how you're resetting that Sparky and not letting it break through and using the rest of it to control the Goblin Giant pushes. Brilliant play from DiegoB. Played it the right way and gets the win here against the guy who has most of his name.
I guess Diego proving why. I was gonna say a joke, but the joke would have worked if it was DiegoB winning, so never mind.
Oh, was it an alphabetical order joke, maybe?
Yeah, I was just gonna make an alphabetical order, and then I realized.
I see what you did. I see what you didn't do there.
Yeah. I tried.
So well, go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, now we got Egor going against DiegoE, and if someone's gonna beat DiegoE, it'll be Egor. And wait, has Airsurfer played against him yet or no?
Airsurfer lost to DiegoE. That was his one loss. I believe that's the case, right? I believe the Airsurfer lost to Diego. Unless let me go back and check on that one for a second if there's a different one on the board here. But I believe that DiegoE was his loss. And that was an off-stream matchup. Coming up now, though, the Russian Egor up against the currently 4-0, most likely qualified DiegoE of Cream Royale Betis.
Yeah, you saying that I remember. So yeah, DiegoE is the one who was able to beat Airsurfer there, and now I think the person who has the best chance of taking off DiegoE that's left is definitely Egor. If anybody's gonna do it, it'll be Egor.
And you have to love seeing DiegoE playing fully confident, going mortar against the mortar god in game number 1.
I wonder what Egor thinks when people take out mortar against it. He just like sits there and laughs and it's like, oh, you fool. Because like he has to know how to play against mortar perfectly as well. Like if you can play it perfect, you also have to know how to play against it perfectly.
So what do you think about this matchup? Graveyard up against Mortar Skeleton Barrel, and King Tower activation will help a little bit, but maybe not as critical as it would be in some other matchups.
I think Egor can definitely defend really well and try to keep as much damage off his tower as possible, considering that there's no miner, so he can keep all damage away. So, I think, I don't know, this will be close because I know Egor would definitely know how to play this matchup in order to win it. So we just have to see if he's able to play like that. I think DiegoE definitely has the advantage. So now we just have to see if Egor could play well enough to possibly take it back, or if DiegoE will just continue to be playing great and just keep the win.
How much of this is just about playing defense for the first 4 minutes from the Russian side?
I think they both are gonna play. I think it's really defensive for both of them. But the thing is, Diego's like he defends a lot, but all he is like he just plays offensive mortars, and like that's really it. And that's like enough pressure. That's all he really needs to do. He doesn't have to just. I think DiegoE is just gonna play really defensive here. Even though his defense is still kind of a bit of offense, like by playing Sky Barrels and Mortars, he's just going to take his time and just play as slow as possible and just baiting out Egor's Elixir. And he doesn't want to overspend to where he can't defend a graveyard, so I think it's going to be a pretty slow game for a while.
And just as you say that, the pace picks up here. Graveyard defended by the Skarmy, or by the Goblin Gang, and a high poison to clean up most of this push. Does that Musketeer get one shot off? And she does. 15-11 on the right-hand side as another offensive mortar comes out for Diego on the left-hand lane.
Yeah, as you saw before, that little tiny like skeleton barrel chip is so frustrating. That's another thing that's so annoying about this deck is like miners usually don't get that much damage, I guess, anyway. So like all this little tiny skeleton barrel chip that gets through some time. Oh. Not the NATO. He didn't take too much damage still as up on that tower, but not, yeah, he obviously never want to waste 3 elixir. But like I was saying, the skeleton barrel, like I feel like it almost gets about the same amount of damage as a miner. Just because the amount of chip it gets, it's almost the equivalent of like NATOing a miner away or catching a miner. It sometimes gets there, sometimes gets damaged, and it's kind of the same thing with a miner, so it's just a super annoying card to deal with.
And it is typically looking like it's going to give a nearly even elixir spend every time that Diego plays it, whether he's NATOing it or the Goblin Cage, of course, gives a +1 trade, or not quite a trade, but a +1 advantage in the moment, forcing the 4 out. So the pressure with the Skeleton Barrel has been good for DiegoE so far. Here we go, final minute. This is where, if he's going to do it, Egor's going to turn up the heat.
Yeah, it's such like an unfortunate play, as you saw with playing the cage a little towards the one side, is to make it so that the Skeleton Barrel, if he plays it, it'll go towards there, but then if he plays a mortar on the other side, then it won't lock onto that. So it's just, this matchup really is just so annoying for Egor, because no matter what he does, wow, that was a very good NATO though. That got a lot of value.
There we go. Final 20 seconds.
I think it's too little, too late though for Egor. It's just DiegoE can just keep on, like you see, he just does so much damage on both sides. He just keeps on switching lanes and he just does so much. It's just so annoying for Graveyard, especially without Musketeer to do anything, because it's really hard to kill the mortars.
And there you go, DiegoE moving to 9-1. And the lead right now over Egor in this best of 3.
Yeah, let's see. Has anybody gone undefeated yet, or a clean 7-0, or is that still best we've seen is 6-1?
6-1 is the best we've seen so far. Of course, it would be super impressive to see us 7-0, and it'd be quite the thing to do in this opening group stage. Put a statement on it.
Yeah, DiegoE, I was kind of like questionable about the Cream roster when they first like had it. I wasn't sure how good they would be, but this season, I think Cream is really going to be a top contender. Getting top four last season in CRL, and now with a new addition of re-signing Michifu, plus DiegoE, Belkin, and Pedro, that is honestly one of the scariest rosters in the league. I think this season will be super competitive all around. I think it'll be almost impossible to make like a proper power rank going into this next split.
Yeah, it does seem like the skill level in CRL continues to get tighter and tighter and closer in terms of parity. So it's pretty impressive to see the level that CRL is getting to. And of course, as we've been talking about a lot today, a lot of new blood entering the league this upcoming fall season. So going to be a lot of fun to watch. I'm just excited I get to cast it.
Yeah, and I think it's mainly going to come down to which teams have the best preparation. So, and I know Cream having Belkin already gives them an advantage because some teams are, and that's what I think Liquid picking up Razor is such a big addition for them because I think they definitely struggled with game planning in the past, and having someone like Razor really makes all the difference in that side of the game.
So talk a bit about that. You and Razor, excuse me, getting a little butter sandwich in really quickly. Talk to me a bit about that. You and Razor working together as a 2v2 team this year, and what he brings in terms of preparation and helping a team get ready for match by match.
Honestly, having Razor, like a lot of people know that, like me, I'm a big deck picker, I'm a big strategy. That's kind of like my role with teams. And then last season having Razor is he's just like a captain. That's just like his role wherever he goes, regardless of if he is labeled a captain. He just like he always takes a leadership position. It's just like the type of player and type of person he is, and I think he'll be able to, like, I think people respect him enough, and he'll keep his team in check always. And he's always a nice guy. Everyone likes him, so he's just like a good neutral person that everyone listens to, everyone respects, and he's very smart with the game. So he'll always, like, he usually helps with strategy. He helps picks the decks, and he's just a really good player to just have on a team. And in terms of 2v2, he's just a very good shot caller. I don't know how many people know this, but he has like a fully photographic memory. Maybe I'm leaking this, but I don't know. I don't know how many people he wants to know this, but he has a fully photographic memory. Like, if he just wants to remember something, he'll just remember it, and it's like ridiculous, especially for Clash Royale.
I don't know if Razor is still in the YouTube chat, but if he is, hey, cool memory there, dude, and hope that your former teammate and friend didn't just blow up your spot. Right now, speaking of blowing it up, Egor running the Mortar Miner deck. He's run a couple times, at least one time, maybe twice today, favoring this one at the moment, which is obviously, I think I might have run this with Valk a couple seasons ago, rather than with Knight.
Yeah, this deck used to be really good with Valk, but I guess, yeah, Knight's really just taking charge in this meta right now.
Why is it so popular right now?
I think it's good for fishermen, and it has a really high DPS. It just helps a lot with everything, really. Valk is just I think a little too expensive right now. I think that's really it.
Poison on the left-hand side, putting some work on the Musketeer. She won't exactly fall, but we'll see if she does get a shot, and that's a nope, does not. So Mortar high now from Egor. Graveyard in with some tankage on the left-hand side for DiegoE, but Mortar Miner making it very, very close in the left-hand lane for Egor. As we are in sudden death overtime, tower fall will mean GG for this one. Egor looking to tie things up. Diego does currently have the advantage, and that's a good pickup there with the Knight against that Miner.
Good snowball pushing both cards away. Did that mark a splash? Oh, no, it doesn't. That was a really good snowball from Egor, just pushing all the cards to the side just to allow one extra Miner hit. Just a nice little extra mechanical play just to help in the long run. DiegoE throwing up the pressure though here and going into triple, go up a lot like with the pressure, but the bats really just shut everything down. But this is actually gonna get very close here.
Yeah, it looks like Egor having a little trouble keeping the defense on this one. Poison comes in offensively, and Egor does not have the elixir for a defensive Poison, so look at that, Graveyard. Poison doing a ton of work right now for DiegoE. What was a game completely in the hands of the Russian now is completely contested. Miner working for Egor on the left-hand side. Poison, can it finish it off? And it will. DiegoE choosing not to pick up the Miner, and that was the death knell. We are going to game number 3.
Yeah, honestly, Egor, he was defending on his back foot there, but that final defense, instead of playing Poison, he played Musketeer Snowball, taking a lot of damage, but I think that 100% is what won him the game. Really, really well played from Egor, but also really, really well played from DiegoE.
So all tied up through 2 so far. Heal Spirit and Poison are the bans. Egor banning Heal Spirit after game number 1 loss. DiegoE banning Poison with his choice after the loss in game number 2. Game number 3 on its way. DiegoE's perfect run so far in the tournament, 4-0 in matches on the line against Egor, who a 2-2 Egor should strike fear in the heart of any player in this tournament who's currently in the middle fighting for one of those spots. Of course, if you're 1-3, Egor does open up some big opportunities for the rest of this division. Group G action, reminder, the top 4, the players in blue, are currently in the spots to move on. The players in orange would not move on to the tournament if we ended here, but of course a full 7-match run for every player today in this Group G.
Yeah, this is an exciting last game here coming in. This whole group is very close. I think Egor, is he 0? He's 0-3, right?
Egor is 1-2 right now.
Oh, 1-2. Okay. So yeah, Egor still. I thought he was way farther behind. He has still a very good chance of being able to pull this back, and just going with his safe deck again. But DiegoE running the Minor Wall Breakers Bomb Tower deck. It's definitely pretty solid against Mortar having Knight, Musketeer, Skeletons, Bomb Tower. So.
Oh,
not the start.
What a King Tower activation. What a risky placement out of DiegoE, and Egor makes him pay for it.
Yeah, I guess Diego just thought that Egor would probably want to snowball high and snowball the wall breakers, but Egor knows his timings, and he waited to snowball everything. Took that last, one tile, timing, and just shows why he's one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, that was pretty fire out of Egor, and takes very little damage, activates King, and against Minor Wall Breakers, that certainly will be helpful. And to answer the question, for those of you in YouTube chat, for this tournament, there were 12 rounds of open qualifiers happened over a week ago. There were 1,000-player tournaments. The top 16 in those tournaments made it to a bracket. The winner of each of those 12 brackets ended up getting qualified into the tournament, and they joined the remaining invited pros to make this 64-person group stage. And of this 64-person group stage, the top 32 will move on to a double elimination bracket where I believe the winner's bracket will be best of 5 and the loser's bracket will be best of 3s. So there are tournaments like this multiple times throughout the year. Go ahead and follow me on Twitter. You can also follow AMG on Twitter as well as Revel Amar for more information. But there are events like this throughout the year where you can qualify through open qualifiers to compete against some of the biggest names in Clash Royale.
Yeah, this is a fairly back and forth matchup. The decks are very, very similar, but I think having bats is really I think will end up being the difference maker for Egor. Plus having a mortar is just so much extra offensive pressure. I think this will be pretty hard for DiegoE to keep up towards the end when Egor he's just going to keep on applying pressure, keep on sending minor bats, and yeah, I think this should be pretty tough for DiegoE just to do really any form of damage because Egor's just always putting so much pressure, and DiegoE's win condition, it just gets caught so easily, and then wall breakers are another card. He's just going to play a high mortar like that, and he still has to deal with the mortar plus just yeah. He has just too much to deal with to be able to, I think, do anything in this matchup.
Final 90 seconds. Good value fireball and sends the Musketeer on a bit of a journey. Skellies to surround, do not pick up the miner, and Log will clean it up. So DiegoE making his case to get back in this one. Question is, will he be capable? And that fireball going to open up a lot of damage, and that should be the GG. DiegoE calling it. He does finally lose a match, and no shame in losing on this one. Egor evens up his record at 2-2.
Yeah, that King Tower is really such a difference maker as well. Like, all of his miners are going to immediately shut down, which means less time for his wall breakers to get through, and also Egor has to spend less on defense, so there's more on offense. So that early King Tower activation just it really just solidified that loss for DiegoE just right away.
And here you go. We do have matchup data for this one. And you can see the matchup data not quite accurate. Only 6 of 8, meaning that we don't have precise data on these ones. But in that imprecise data, the advantage does go to Egor.
Yeah, I guess Igor's version usually has like Valk and Poison, and then DiegoE's deck. That deck has become meta, while Igor's deck has fallen out of meta. So yeah, they definitely have not played each other at all, I would say.
Coming up now, DiegoB versus Wolfstochter. Both of these players kind of in the middle at the moment. The German at 2-2 so far in matches played. DiegoB has a better game win rate of 43% to Wolfstochter's 40%, but is currently 1-2. So a win here would put him even. Wolfstochter kind of in a swing match here. Either takes the pressure off or puts the pressure on.
Yeah, I think someone in chat says that Egor got angry that he lost against Mortar, so then just decided to use it and just show him who the who the boss was.
Yeah, that does feel like an Egor thing to do. Minor wall breakers both directions has not been as popular this meta as minor wall breakers has been in the past. So just going to see essentially a mirror match, looks like, going both directions.
Yeah, it looks like DiegoE inspired both these guys to try out this deck once. It's definitely a super solid deck. It seems weird to see a deck without poison, and had to have like it looks exactly like a minor poison deck. I assume in the next meta, if skeleton dragons get nerfed, that this deck will just throw in a poison and just go right back to that. The fireball is really just for skeleton dragons because they can just be really hard to defend against sometimes.
Wolfstochter has been making his case for esports consideration over the last year and a half, 2 years. Started with Team Samurai and La Copa last year, getting 4th place overall. And then went on to join Existence for the Clash Contender Series, where they got 2nd place in the European region, qualified for finals, and the German squad, including some of his teammates, Faust being one of them, who was the big hero of that day, getting 1st place in the world with the Clash Contender Series, and since then has been competing heavily, primarily with S2V Esports, but now representing Flame in some of his semi-pro competition.
Yeah, a lot of Germany semi-pros are they're really making a good case for themselves this year. And like we said earlier, with Schwarzen posting a little signing gif on Twitter. So hopefully we're going to see some more German representation in the league outside of SK, or maybe even with SK, who knows?
Who knows? That is definitely the question. Right now, no clear information one way or the other, but there is the possibility that Schwarzen, who did announce he's been signed by somebody, could end up with SK Gaming, although there are a number of other teams that seem like they have more openings than SK Gaming might at the moment.
Yeah. But going back to this game, it looks like DiegoE's looks like he's not really applying too much pressure with wall breakers, which I think might be the Wolfstochter's mistake, is that he's trying to push too much with wall breakers, and he's kind of just wasting 2 elixir every single time. It's adding up and adding up. Well, and Diego's just putting a lot of pressure without them, and well, I guess he is this time, but I think it's been a big help for him. That might be a connection though for one of them. Yeah, that's a really big connection for DiegoB here, and that might be the difference maker going like late into this game.
Miner to the outside one more time. Miner wall breakers on the right-hand side. for Wolfstochter. The high bomb tower cleans that up pretty nicely and will defend against the Miner as well. 970 to 553 as we enter the final minute. Triple elixir about to flow. And currently the advantage to the former Liquid player.
Yeah, Diego's playing, he's just playing very calm here, it seems, and it looks like they're just going to go back and forth in plays and just keep on doing the same thing. But eventually DiegoB is just being up this little bit of damage. He's just going to keep on doing the same thing over and over again, and it'll eventually be the win for him.
And this should close things out here. Diego will cycle back to Fireball and get the finish. Miner up front, not going to get it done. Fireball log in. Diego takes game number 1.
Yeah, well played by Diego. He got a bit of early damage, and then towards the end, they're just going to keep on making. They eventually had the same cycle, and Diego just kept the little lead that he had to the end of the game. Oh, and by the way, I saw someone in chat before say something about. He asked if either of us know what Wolfstochter's name means in English. Do you have any clue what it means?
I think it means someone who I think Stochter. I think Tochter means wolf, so I think it means that he's a doctor for wolves specifically.
Interesting. Oh, someone said Wolfstochter.
Wolf's daughter, potentially. I'm just gonna make up more answers here. I think that wolf in German doesn't actually mean wolf, but wolf in German means gull, like seagull. So it actually means he's really into seagulls. That's what I'm going with.
Seagulls. I agree. It makes sense to me. Oh, so it looks like everyone's saying, or a couple people are saying, Wolf's daughter.
No idea.
I'll take it. Let's take their word for it. See, wolf means wolf, not seagull. Apparently.
I think it means seagull, and I think that whoever's saying that is lying. That's what
I
say.
Think seagull. Yeah, I think seagull daughter. Let's stick with that.
Yeah.
So
Seagull
Stochter is daughter.
Yep.
All right. So going into game. Oh, wait, what was the ban? Oh, Heal Spirit. So Wolfstochter just banning Heal Spirit and then going right back to the same deck. I think this deck probably struggles a bit versus Graveyard. Just without poison, it's just they're not able to do too much. I feel against defending, and offense amounts to not offense is just gonna amount to nothing because he has skeletons, he has Barbaro, he has Baby Dragon, Cage, like everything he has, will just get shut down pretty fast. Dude, not getting the Musketeer snipe that he wanted to there. Unfortunate, but he's just cycling anyway. It's not too big of a deal. I assume Diego's just gonna play really slow here, just go back and forth with trades for a while, and then eventually when late into double or even triple, he'll start applying the pressure. Or he's just gonna poison.
Oh, go ahead. I was gonna say a lot of debate in the YouTube chat about what Wolfstochter actually means. Someone saying that Stochter means wolf, so that would be wolf for the German.
He's a seagull wolf.
A seagull wolf. I buy it. Minor wall breaker for the German, and you were going to talk about a little bit what Wolfstochter needs to do to try to get back in this one.
I think, I think it's really hard for Wolf to do anything because every Musketeer he's going to play, he either has to play it high or he's going to play it low and it's going to get poisoned. And yeah, Diego just played, he played one Graveyard and it got so much damage. It's really hard for Wolf to do anything in this matchup. I think this is a very easy matchup for Diego.
So we'll see if Diego can hold on here and does have a lot of defensive options. Skeletons can take care of business. Barbarrel can take care of business. Be surprised to see much of any wall breaker connections here unless Diego gets strung too thin.
Yeah, just another Graveyard. Not getting too much damage, but just poisoning up everything and just his Knight and Musketeer just dying. Like, yeah, it just everything he does is just getting shut down pretty easily. And then his offense is, see, when Diego does offense, he can kill all of his counter push, and there's not much you can do. A good Knight at the bridge, maybe to prevent having to cage. So just he was saving more elixir with the prediction there. Really well played, and just gonna keep on putting up the pressure and just defending pretty solidly.
Miner to the front this time. Cage high will stop all the support, and this looks like it's pretty well locked down for Diego with 1:50 left in sudden death overtime. This is a swing match for Diego. Would bring him up to 2-2 to a win here. Wolfstochter currently at 2-2, so... Oh, and he says he gives up the good game knowing he's getting caught with that graveyard baby dragon on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it's just... Yeah, unfortunate for Wolf. I was maybe not the best deck selection. Oh, yeah, giving up here.
Yeah, he knows it. He knows that was a rough one. GG, well played. DiegoB going to move to 2-2 as... People are saying that they've checked Google Translate and that they speak German, and Wolfstochter means wolf's daughter. Wolf daughter. I'm gonna go ahead and say that it actually. I'm gonna say it means seagull wolf. I'm gonna stick with that one as far as the translation. Seagull wolf, taking a maybe sea wolf, gull wolf, sea wolf, taking a loss over here to Egor.
I like Seawolf.
Seawolf, I think that's good. I think that we've decided that now. And if people have different opinions, even if they are factual, it's not what it is anymore. So there we go. Egor versus Cuchii Cuu coming up next. And as you can see at the standings over on this side of the board, DiegoE still currently at the top, 4-1 overall in matches. Airsurfer and Tommy right behind him at 3-1 apiece. And with that win, DiegoB takes for the moment a spot in the top 4, even at 2-2. So coming up next, Egor and Cuchii Cuu. Cuchii Cuu, I believe, is eliminated now at 0-4. It'd be crazy. Someone have to go on a crazy run for a 3-4 player to make it. So Egor now with a pretty big swing match. A win here puts him in a pretty good spot to move on up. A loss here puts him in a lot of trouble. And yeah, guys, people keep on saying that wolf means wolf in German. It means seagull, guys. I've never taken German. I don't speak any German at all. But I can tell you right now that with my expert analysis and my experience, mostly as just a guy who says things that I want to say, wolf means seagull in German. And I've decided that now. So deal with it. No prize money. Abyss, there's plenty of prize money. There's $6,000, the prize pool for this event. $6K on the line. We're not to that point yet. We'll have the $6K once we get into the next round. And, of course, this is the overall group of players. Half of these players will move on to the round of 32, a double elimination bracket. And from that, we'll get to the top players who win whatever pieces of that 6,000 they get on that side. Bale, I believe is how you, depending on whatever. Bale is Brahmachar. Bale has said, Dip, he wants me to tell you that he is a big fan.
I'm a bigger fan of you. Thank you.
Nice work. And, Dadizio coming in hot with the shiny unicorn and the winner chicken dinner over on the Trovo chat. Thank you very much for your support. I do appreciate it. We're waiting up on our next match. It's going to be Egor and Cuchii Cuu. Of course, a lot of these matches taking place off stream, so if there are any results that you want, you can go to AppGrade in your app store, AppGrade. Download the AppGrade app, one of our sponsors for this event, and you can get all the information from every single matchup, every single group, all of that important info to keep up with every single piece. Speaking of off stream, DiegoE and Shay will be playing off stream. We're going to go into Egor against Cuchii Cuu here on stream. And let's go. I'm pressing the button. There we are.
So it looks like Cuchii possibly having lava or maybe Eagle. Taking out the Hogs deck. Probably my favorite deck in the game is what Igor's using. This is the last deck I used before I quit. I quit ladder. This deck was such a killer deck, and then Firecracker came out, and then I got sad. But looks like Igor's last cards are Minor Rocket, Val, Tornado. Just a really solid control deck. This deck is kind of tricky, though, against Heal Spirit, Skelly Drags. These are obviously very new cards, especially when this deck first started getting used, so I'm curious to see how he can do. He's probably going to go for a King Tower activation. Not one of the best NATOs I've ever seen, but I'm just going to load up, try to get ready for this next defense. So probably good Rocket, really good value here. But this left side looks pretty scary here with the Heal Spirit healing everything up. Doesn't look like there's much he can do. This game seems pretty much over already.
Yeah, Rocket is kind of an interesting choice here. It's not super popular right now. Of course, the nerf to tower damage, a part of it. A lot of people happy to not be facing, and a King Tower activation on top of everything for the Miner. Oh boy. Gonna say a lot of people happy that they're not facing just pure Rocket Cycle and Ice Bow or Ice Rocket as much as they were at one point. But also the sort of the splash or split heavy meta. A lot of the cards that are popular, it's interesting because a lot of the decks that are popular, Rocket isn't great against, but you know, 2 decks you do see a fair bit. Balloon, Rocket can be helpful against it. Sparky, of course.
Yeah, from like my experience with this deck, even like in this meta, it just helps a lot with like, say if they play like an RG Skelly Drags, or like they build a big push and like RG Musk or RG E-Wiz Skelly Drags, and against like Lava and stuff, I would say Rocket comes most handy against Lava Hound because you use that to kill off all the support cards, since Ice Wiz just isn't enough usually to kill off air troops. So especially in this meta, you usually just have to use Rocket mainly to kill air cards.
And now Egor just sitting back playing defense, hoping he can find one opening, but most likely not going to happen. NATO's everything back, but Bomb Tower will pick things up. It just seems like Egor is going to be only able to play only defense here for the final 10 seconds.
Yeah, the Bomb Tower doing a little bit, but it's just not enough. It looks like he's going to get 3 crowned, and he's just going to have to pick things up and hopefully take it back next game to maybe qualify. Still in it at 2-2, so hopefully he's hoping to take this win and to put himself back in.
With the possibility, I mean, look, the door isn't technically shut on Cuchii yet. It is mathematically possible for a 3 and 4 player to make it, but at the very minimum, playing for pride here doesn't want to let Egor just run away with everything. And thank you, Dad Ezio, for the support in the Trovo chat. The Easy does it. Thank you very much, sir. So keeping an eye again, of course, over on this side of the screen. Another fun thing for you guys to look at. Look down at the bottom right-hand side of the screen, and you can see the win rates overall by country so far. So the Dominican Republic, off of the work of Adriel the other day, currently in the lead at 71% win rate overall. South Korea, with its multiple players, currently at 61%, and Tommy representing Nicaragua, currently way up high as well. So we'll see how that country ranking ends up. It's just a fun thing to keep track of for those of you who want some national pride. Also, DiegoE and Shay still in their matches. Currently, DiegoE up 1 over Shay, so a win in game number 2 would mean a set victory or a match victory for Diego. Let's go ahead and jump back in to our current matchup, though. Egor currently down 1 to Cuchii Cuu.
Yeah, and I saw someone say in chat, that kind of like crossed my mind. Egor was definitely just trying to get a good snipe against Eagle in there and just not getting it. It's okay against a lot of decks, but obviously it's best versus Eagle. So it looks like the Ram Rider... Oh, never mind. I was going to say, it looks like the Ram Rider Barput deck from Egor, but with the Miner, I'm not too sure what it is. And then Cuchii, probably Graveyard, I would say. Oh, Stinky Cheese.
Oh boy, no one liked to see it. Cuchii's running a bunch, and Egor runs the straight up snipe in the previous game, and then here it goes in game number 2.
Yeah, he's just getting anti-mind gamed. He knows that he was expecting a game 1, and so I guess he was just like, oh well, he won't expect it now, I guess. That just hurts. But good. Honestly, this should still be a pretty solid matchup versus it. So I don't think Egor is too worried, and he's just going to play solid defense and hopefully pull this one out.
Mortar to the left-hand side does connect.
Yeah, in this matchup, he just has to play really solid defense and just counter push whenever he defends. And I don't think... I think... And I don't know what his last spell is, so this is where it gets tricky, but Cuchii can get a big offense with like a big NATO onto like with Baby Dragon, E-Drag to do a lot, but Egor with the minor archers at the bridge, honestly doing some pretty good work, killing the barbs and gonna get a couple shots on the barb hut. So a weird push, but an effective one.
Oh, and that's part of the creativity of Egor, and we talk about some of these mortar players, the ability to outplay And that's a big part of it, is doing things you don't expect necessarily, but making them work. Overall game knowledge, super high. Knowledge and IQ out of the Russian, and of course, all of his sort of crew that's been developing over there in that part of the world. Been on stream a lot together with Legolas and Dreaming Fly, and of course, his mortar rival Lapakati. All those players figuring out new and exciting ways to dominate the game and play against bad matchups, but not sure if there's a way out of this one here.
Egor is being very patient, which I think is going to pay off in the end for him. He had so many opportunities to play a fireball, but he waited until there was like 5 troops down to play it. Being very patient, and I think that's definitely what is keeping him in the lead here.
And look at that, using the Goblin Gang to protect the archers, keep them alive a little bit longer. Defensive mortar now down for Egor. We are in sudden death overtime. And Egor, again, the word you used is patience, and that's what he's showing so far. Doing a good job trying to spread the field thin with troops very, very far away from each other and that mortar.
Yeah, I think Egor's just going to try to keep as many troops away from the healer, and maybe... Ooh, this is going to get a little scary for him. He's probably going to just fireball everything off, right? Actually, no, I guess with the Eagle and Blobs dying, he could just cycle... He's just going to keep cycling troops, because it's really hard for him to kill. And whenever he uses this tornado, he's just going to spam more troops. Honestly, yeah, super well played.
Oh, and Cuchii goes for the prediction NATO. Doesn't get it. Egor evens things up at 1-1.
Yeah, honestly, I like that's just what you expect from Egor playing with mortar. He just plays that absolutely perfectly. So patient. Every single card he played was honestly perfect. Like in a lot of games when I watch people, like I'll usually like call out like, oh, they're probably gonna do this next. They're gonna do this, or at least like I play stuff. I almost like practice in my head, like saying what people are gonna do, and see if like I'm always thinking the right plays. And I honestly can never say what a single play Egor will make will be.
Unpredictable from top to bottom, and now evened up is Egor and Cuchii Cuu. Minor, the ban for Cuchii. So the question now is, does Egor go ahead and play Mortar Skelly Barrel, which quite the opening match against Airsurfer ended up with against Diego in his opening match ended up with the deck copy glitch and didn't get the correct deck out. Does he go Mortar Skelly Barrel here, or does he go something way, way away from that to not let Cuchii pigeonhole him?
Yeah, what was Egor's ban again?
Egor's ban was Log, so Log and Minor both out for game number 3 here.
Yeah, so Egor could... I feel like Cuchii is probably going to try to pick a deck that he thinks would be good against Mortar and Graveyard. So let's see how good of a job he does at sniping both those.
And Egor is just trying to stun. That's the best way to put it. He's just trying to sit here and say, I am a great... You know I'm going to play Mortar, but I'm so good you can't stop me.
He's just being himself. That's it. He knows what he can do. He's confident. Honestly, that's just a big part of like being able to play at a high level. Oh, is this?
Oh, it's Mortar Hog. Wow.
No Fisherman in hand from Cuchii to activate King Tower, so 3 hits coming in from the Hog, putting Egor into a huge early lead. He obviously has the recruits of both lanes coming down, but let's see how he can defend this.
So Mortar to pull the balloon and Knight to soak up the damage in front of it. Not sure what the spell is here. If it's Snowball, that might help. And yes, it is Snowball. But the Musketeer turns away from the balloon, and the balloon just barely dies before getting that right-hand connection.
Wait, did that? I think that might have been the Heal Spirit thing again, where the tower retargets. I think the balloon got retargeted from the Musk because it was gonna die, and then the Heal Spirit healed it.
Oh, that's crazy.
I've seen that happen twice today. That would have been... Yeah, I'm gonna go. I want to rewatch that in a sec. But
you see the protection for the Hog there with the Goblins to keep the Fisherman pull from going to King Tower potentially.
Yeah, the Ice Spirit's a really, really nice card for Egor to have just to slow it down. But they might get a hit. No, it doesn't get a hit still. And I think going into Double Elixir, Egor has a huge advantage just by being able to he's able to tank for the Fishermans with the Goblins. Musketeer getting 2 shots onto the tower as well. Yeah, that's just not good for Cuchii here.
Game number 3 will decide this. Egor with a chance to move into the positive on win rate for his overall matches won and lost, would even up his win rate collectively at 7-7. And good protection of the Musketeer here for the Russian.
Oh, wow. And his Knight just squeezing its way through to get that Musketeer. Really, a really good play by Egor here. He's just going to keep on putting up pressure, and yeah, I think this one might be over already. Egor is going to play a low Musk, tank for it, make sure the Fisherman doesn't pull it, and the Musketeer is going to get a bunch of value here. Probably will play a Hog Rider in the second to hopefully finish up the game, and yeah, really well played.
And this is one of the overall piece of advice for those of you guys watching at home. Whether you're talking about 2.6 or this deck, most decks that involve Musketeer, a really key principle is simply protect your Musketeer. The DPS she does is so huge, and I mean, with any sort of high DPS range troop, that's valuable, but unlike a lot of the other ones, she's much harder to spell off and does much more damage. So keep her alive, folks, and you're seeing that from Egor here being used to perfection.
Yeah, applying the mortar to pull the Fisherman towards everything, because it won't pull the building, of course. So it's just perfect plays from Egor just going in. It looks like this Hog's going to connect. Oh, not going to connect, but the Snowball should... yeah, Hog connected.
And
well
there
played,
you go.
Egor.
Well played, Egor, indeed. Getting the win in 3 over Cuchii Cuu and improving his record. And I think we'll have stats for this one. Again, some challenges. The API is a little bit wackadoodle right now after the update. A lot of new data coming in, and they have to sort through how to properly process it. So we'll see if we do get the matchup data for that one in a minute here. Of course, a little off meta there from Egor for the current meta, so you're not going to see a lot of matchup data on that one, I believe. And there you go. Yeah, so matchup 6 of 8. So no precise matchup data from this current month.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever even seen this Hog deck before yet. If even Flobby said in the chat, you're the best mortar player in the world. He just runs anything he wants and just runs it so well.
I didn't see Flobby in the chat. He's on YouTube or Trovo?
Clan chat.
Oh, clan chat. Oh, yeah. Oh, there it is. Yeah, now I see it. Flobby. Yeah, you are the best mortar player in the world, and probably not wrong there. Here's another great matchup, guys, between 2 top-tier players, DiegoB and Airsurfer coming up next.
Yeah, two of the best Americans ever just going at it. I love to see it. Well, actually, does Diego have himself under Mexico or America for this event?
Diego has himself under Mexico, which he's had pretty much consistently as of late. Diego does live in Florida, everybody, but his mother is from Mexico, and he represents the Mexican team in international competition, so rocking the flag here.
Yeah. I think the only event he was the USA and was for no tilt because he didn't want to take any chances because he doesn't live there.
Oh, yes, because of the live stuff. Got it.
Yeah. So it looks like Diego's running the Hog Earthquake deck just with Goblins, and Airsurfer has RG with which probably isn't a very good matchup because Diego just has super solid defense. But honestly, Airsurfer is going to get a second RG. I think in a second he'll be able to get a second RG down. Okay, no, he's just going to Fireball this one and just try to get some quick early damage. Down a fraction of damage, and up a little bit of elixir. He has to defend this, though. So, not the best position for Airsurfer to be in, but he might be able to get a big push in double elixir.
Interesting to see Airsurfer going with the Goblins version. Do you think it's possible he was putting Diego on Graveyard here?
Well, Diego's running.
Oh, Diego. Sorry, I mean Diego running
yeah.
the Goblins version. Do you think he's putting Airsurfer on Graveyard?
Yeah, Airsurfer's a really good Graveyard player, so I think he was definitely. It's just like it's a card. It's not going to make too big of a difference, but if it's that specific matchup, it will make a big difference. But actually, now that I think about it, this matchup is awful for Airsurfer because he doesn't have Fisherman. Without Fisherman, he really just can't do much against Hogs, and it's really tough for him to do much.
I mean, the only really great Hog defense he has, and it's not great. A great Hog defense is the Goblin Cage to a solo unsupported Hog. It can directly counter if you get it lined up in the proper tile, but the likelihood at this stage in the game of seeing a completely solo unsupported Hog grows slimmer and slimmer. And of course, as I say that, there it goes, and he cages to the middle instead.
Yeah, Airsurfer is building up a really big push here. He's defending very well, and he's going to be able to possibly either at a second RG down here, or just a very big push with a RG Fireball.
Hey, Wyatt, thanks for joining over on Trovo. Definitely appreciate it. Welcome to the family. And everyone on YouTube, certainly happy to have you guys here. But big shout out to the full Trovo fam. And if you do want to participate in some of my other streams and open tournaments where anyone can play and win, $100 open weekly when I'm not streaming events like this, and that's hosted on Trovo.
Yeah, Airsurfer not picking up the Musketeer with the log there, so it led to his Skeleton Dragons dying, but Airsurfer up a little bit of damage here, or actually down because of that Earthquake, but building up a really big push in the other lane here. He might be able to... Okay, so he's going to maybe go for a Fireball log on that Musketeer, putting him in a very good position here. He'll probably play Goblins, but Heal Spear will heal it. I'll probably allow him for one more hit. Now Airsurfer with a little chunk of a lead.
11:42 on the right-hand side for Airsurfer, 9:45 for DiegoB as we enter the final 90 seconds of sudden death overtime. Triple Elixir just 22 seconds away right now. Airsurfer having to play some defense, personal best on ladder, 84-87 for the American, one of the best to ever play XFL. Haven't seen him do it yet today. So far, a lot of RG, and we'll see if he can get the win here, and maybe with the advantage, we will see him go towards the deck that made him famous. Oh, and nice little extra value there.
Yeah, he knew he had to get that Musketeer off the table, so just a smart one. And now we might be able to get a big push here. This is, Airsurfer playing this game near perfect, to be honest. Defending really well, not allowing any hogs to get to tower, regardless of having fishermen or not. Missing another log on a Musketeer, though. That could be very big going later into this game. Probably have to play an Ewis here, and the Musketeer staying alive. Okay, so just cycling Skeletons onto it. Ended up not being bad, but could have been bad.
Here we go, final 25 seconds. Airsurfer trying to get that damage back and does with the Fireball, 385 to the 590. EQ will cycle faster and do more damage on the part of DiegoB. 252 on the right-hand side, getting very close here for DiegoB. Log in, and does the belt get there? It does. Airsurfer takes this one by a hair.
I think the addition of Goblins into DiegoB's deck might have been the difference maker for Airsurfer, because it just didn't let it didn't allow Diego to outcycle him. Having no one elixir card really just made it tough for Diego to outcycle, considering that Airsurfer had 2 cycle cards, so he could just keep up and cycle with Diego and then just Fireball cycle him pretty much majority of the game.
So game number 1 goes for Airsurfer. Ban is Musketeer from DiegoB, so will not be allowed for the remainder of this best of 3. These are all BO3s in this stage. Of course, when we get into our third stage, the round of 32, that will be a double elimination bracket, where typically, I don't know this for sure, but I believe this is the format where the upper bracket, the winner's bracket, will be BO5s, and the loser's bracket will be best of 3s. So when you want to see the deeper dives, that's where it'll be. But for now, BO3, ban on first loss, is the format so far. So DiegoB taking Musketeer out. We don't have the actual data today, but it feels like Musketeer, Heal Spirit, and Fireball seem to be the 3 most banned cards today throughout this competition.
Yeah, I'd say so too. I think Heal Spirit's usually, in every competition I've seen recently, including like No Tilt and all that, Heal Spirit's really just been the highest banned card. And then Musketeer, it's just one of those annoying cards that you hate to deal with, and Diego knows that Airsurfer is like insanely good with it, so he's just trying to just take a card off the table he knows his opponent's really good with. That's a big part of banning, is maybe you can either ban for what you're comfortable, where you don't want to play against, or just what your opponent is comfortable with to maybe make them so a little bit more uncomfortable with their deck pool. It's
really interesting to think about ban choices, because when you have good analysis on people's deck pool, it can also give you some value, and a little bit of a miss there on the log. And I believe it was in the spring season of CRL West in 2019, where Lindsay had played Prince in something like 60% of his decks, and I can't remember if we were doing bans in the 1v1 set. I think we weren't doing bans at that point, but great analysis from their opponent, and they put guards in. They played the Royal Giant Furnace deck with guards and lumberjack, specifically because of how often Lindsay played Prince. So you add that in, that kind of analysis with smart bans to reduce deck pool, and you can find an analyst who really earns their money.
Yeah, I was helping out, just talking to some players last season about just like decks and stuff. Or that was the one season I wasn't in CRL, and I was talking to some players about like what people are good with, and I said that Linz was a Prince one trick at the time, and they told me I was wrong. And then like at the end of the season, they're like, okay, well, fine, because I think his percentage of Prince was like ridiculous, even like going into that split, because I played against him in a couple tryouts that season, and yeah. I always would make sure to use guards in every deck against him because he was so good with Prince at the time.
It was to the point where even I caught it. And, you know, if your caster is catching those sort of trends, you better believe that some pros are catching them too.
Yeah. Having Inferno Tower is very good for Airsurfer. Oh, missing another log is Diego. That's just not what he wants to do here. Playing the early Inferno means he'll be able to, play Skeletons high, but just quick Fireball, getting him right off the table. I think this is a very good matchup for Airsurfer here. He's just able to Fireball Skeleton Dragons and just get Inferno Towers down on everything. And when he does that, there's just not much that Diego can do.
Well, you know, the Inferno Tower not super popular right now, but with how common Royal Giant is, you know, if you think that it's a time for a Royal Giant matchup, not a bad idea pulling the trigger.
Yeah, Airsurfer is definitely not scared to use Inferno Tower. We've seen it a lot from him in a lot of competitions, and especially log bait as well.
You just feel like you're not going to see it very much right now because of how popular recruits are.
Yeah, just more solid defenses. DiegoE getting a bit of damage to the recycling 2 RGs, but Airsurfer is going to keep up the pressure, get a fair bit of damage to the Dark Goblin running in front of the Knight, and looks like it's just going to go back to a reset here. More just skeleton barrel chip. That's just been such a big part of this game. He's just been continuously chipping the skeleton barrels and just getting annoying damage, I would say.
Final 75 seconds. DiegoB trying to find some way to break through here. Has had a couple of ill-conceived logs on defense, and that's opened up a big, big lead for his opponent as he may be going for double RG push here.
Yeah, looks like Diego is just going to try to build as big of a push as possible. Get a lot of troops down in the middle to try to distract the Inferno Tower. But Airsurfer playing an early Inferno Tower to hopefully cycle to another one if Diego tries to outcycle him as well.
And here we go, second RG down behind. And the Fisherman trying to pull some of that DPS off. And look at that, the Skeleton Dragons almost get down in time to help the second RG out. Not quite, but you might be getting into a third one here. And there you go, Royal Giant down to the right-hand side. Skeletons playing defense. DiegoB trying to spend as little as possible in the left-hand lane to open up room for that RG on the right-hand side. It will get one shot, but will not get two. 4:43 remaining, and it looks like DiegoB gonna go ahead and take the L here. Airsurfer with a big-time win over DiegoB. Continues to be phenomenal in his performance. And I believe that moves him to 4-1 on matches on the day.
Yeah, tied with DiegoE, but losing versus him keeps him in second place from tiebreaker rules. So Airsurfer probably hoping that Diego loses one more to maybe put him in first if he could also win out.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the overall field one more time. And you know what? I'll go ahead and show you guys the qualifiers. Oh, that's not the right button. There's the right button. Show you guys the qualifiers. People who've already made it through at this stage. And it's been a good one so far. Airsurfer now taking one big step closer to the next level. 32 players will move on to a double elimination bracket. Best of 5 in the upper bracket, best of 3 in the lower, I believe. All playing for $6,000. And again, I'll have the prize pool breakdown as soon as they give it to me, so I can send that your way and you guys know all the different information that I know. And as you can see, a lot of opportunity for semi-pros, and people have complained about how hard it is to break into CRL and maybe made some complaints overall about, no opportunities for top-tier players who aren't already in the mix in CRL. But I'll say one thing about 2020 is that with all the events that we've had, it's given a great opportunity for the non-CRL players to shine. And both in the East and the West, we're seeing a whole lot of new blood coming in.
Oh, so as we saw, DiegoE already clinched first place, finishing 6-1. He's already finished all of his matches. So Airsurfer hoping to just 4-1 will probably qualify him. So just hoping to keep a good position for himself, I guess.
And so to remind you guys, if you didn't catch that on screen, yep, DiegoE is at 6-1, a 72% win rate overall for the Cream Royale Betis player. So guaranteed in, Airsurfer in second place at 4-1. So nothing truly decided yet other than DiegoE is in and Cuchii Cuu is out. But Tommy, a win here keeps him in a really good spot. A loss puts him right on the edge, and you can see Wolfstochter at 2 and 3 for himself. So Shay should be out as well. So right now, DiegoB, Wolfstochter, Tommy, Egor, and Airsurfer battling it out for the remaining 3 positions outside of DiegoE. And this could get very interesting because with DiegoE performing so well and Cuchii Cuu taking so many losses, a 3 and 4 player could potentially make it in to that top 4.
Yeah, someone doing really good and someone having a lot of loss. It like you said, it makes the middle so hectic because it means that everyone else just has to be so close in games, and this is when like round robins like this get really fun to watch.
Double bait for Cuchii Cuu here against Tommy running Royal Giant. So why is, besides the rise of Hog Triple Spell, which obviously is rough for double bait with all the small spells, why has this deck fallen in popularity?
We've seen people like Mohammed use it a bit in East. I think it's a really high skill deck, and it's just a deck where you have to still play really well in order to win, even like if you have a good matchup. And with Hog being so popular, and even some RG decks can still do good against this. Cuchii is the bomb tower version, which definitely is going to struggle. So if you have the bomb tower one, you could struggle versus RG, but you can win versus Hogs. If you have the Inferno one, you struggle versus Hogs, but you'd be like RG. Even Lava can still be a struggle because it has Miner, Zap, Balloon. There's just so many answers to it. So it's pretty weak right now, but depending on your opponent, depending what you think they're going to use, it's not always the worst choice.
947 left-hand side to Cuchii Cuu 1678. RG working its way slowly up towards the bridge, but the Spaniard current in the lead over the Nicaraguan.
Yeah, Tommy's really hoping to win this game here because a loss to Cuchii is just not what you want right now. So Tommy's just hoping to maybe solidify his spot with the win here.
An easy read, perfect read there for Tommy with the bar barrel. And one of the hard parts about this situation for Tommy is that the bar barrel uniquely has just a little bit more challenges. I don't know I'd love to see the exact data on how often the Goblin Barrel gets damage against tower, like what percentage of damage gets through versus a log versus a compared to a bar barrel. But that slightly thinner attack width changes things a lot for the bar barrel and gives the Goblin Barrel more options.
Yeah, something I would want to see is how many times a single Goblin gets a stab against bar barrel. Since wait, did he just miss a bomb tower? Oh my god.
Oh my word. Huge opening log to retarget that Royal Giant, but that is absolutely massive. Tommy taking advantage of it and then going for the double drop to clean up. And now a huge push on the left-hand side. Final 40 seconds, triple elixir. And that one missed bomb tower could be a huge difference in this one. Could be all the difference. Does this Royal Giant connect? And it will. 228 left-hand side. Oh my word.
2 more fireballs still needed from Tommy with having bar barrel on no load. So Tommy just has to try to keep as much damage off the tower as possible here, but I don't know if he'll be able to do it.
Oh my word. Fireball E-Wiz combo to play defense. No chances given, but now log fireball might be enough to win here for Cuchii Cuu. Fireball has to go the opposite direction for Tommy. Can he get it down in time? Doesn't need it. 228 to 234. Tommy takes the win in game number 1 by 6 HP.
Oh my god. Yeah, Cuchii's kicking himself right now. He must just be already pretty upset after, I think, is he 0-4 right now? 0-5? He just has to just not be feeling it right now, and just missing the bomb tower. It's just insult to injury at this point. And Tommy taking advantage of Cuchii's mistakes, pressuring a lot. A good fisherman over the middle to kill the bomb tower faster to lead to that last hit to win him that game. So, well played by Tommy, capitalizing off Cuchii's mistakes, and yeah, just hoping to keep it up.
Yeah, that was a huge one. And now that puts Tommy in a good spot because a win here probably makes him safe for qualification, depending on how the head-to-heads match up. Of course, yesterday it came down to 4 players all tied with the same record, and then we had to get really into the weeds of the math of who would qualify where and how. So a loss for Tommy would make things real difficult for him. A win here, though, puts him in a great spot, so we'll see in just a moment. The band's going to be Fisherman from Cuchii Cuu. That will be out for the remainder of this BO3. Man, gotta be frustrating for Cuchii Cuu. Just can't seem to put it together today.
Yeah, it just happens. Everyone has, sometimes people just have a good day, sometimes people just have a day like this where they just can't seem to pull a win together. It just happens. It's definitely frustrating, but the most important thing is just not letting it get to you in the long run and just kind of just moving on from it.
So waiting to see if we do get the stats in from this one, and we do. So here you go, take a look at the stats powered by Royale API. And Cuchii Cuu with a pretty solid matchup here overall, as was mentioned beforehand. But just one slip, one misplaced bomb tower, and
One tile.
Hey, my family clan for my Trovo family is called Fat Fingers for a reason, because I've done that probably 10,000. If it weren't for me misplacing by a tile, I would be at least 300 to 600 trophies higher every season. But with the number of times that I misplace something by a tile just because I'm a clumsy idiot, there you go. That's going to be the Fat Fingers clan, and Cuchii Cuu fall into the same devil in this one.
All right, just letting you know, this is going to be my last game, though.
Oh. Hey, well, it's been a lot of fun, and we had you longer than I expected today, so thanks for joining, and let's go ahead and finish this one off with a bang. Hope it's a good one.
Well, this is just like the worst start to see for Tommy. Nothing is a worse feeling than hogging first play and they NATO it, especially with NATO getting no damage now. It's just, honestly, like, that just has to be like top 3 of the worst feelings in the game.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. And then I think this is the no damage spell version of Golem, right? NATO's the only spell in here.
I'm assuming Cuchii's just been running a bit of everything, but from the looks of it, it looks like it's going to be the no big spell, which is, it's definitely annoying for this good King Tower activation by Tommy, but it's definitely pretty annoying for Tommy to deal with. Actually, no, this is a really bad match for Tommy. Without having Snowball, it's going to make Night Witch really hard to deal with.
Yeah, the Heal Spirit version here for Tommy, so this is going to be a real challenge for the Nicaraguan against the Spaniard.
Yeah, because I played this matchup earlier today, and I just got destroyed when it came later in the game. When they build a big push with a Night Witch, it's just so hard to kill anything, because literally the only thing that could damage air is Musketeer, and playing a bomb tower to where the bomb will kill stuff is, you can't do it in this matchup because these too many support cards where the bomb tower is just going to die right away, and one of the air counters will just be deemed ineffective. Good fireball. Oh, fireball though. This actually could be really helpful for Tommy though.
Fireball does have the cleanup ability, and it's a really aggressive. Now, I've seen this push a lot lately. I never really feel like I used to see it at all. But the Musketeer in front of the Hog, is that just I'm trying to put the Musketeer on roller skates and get her on tower? Is that what the point of that push is? Yeah,
Tommy actually did it wrong. I see a lot of the one tricks on ladder do that. It's just you just put it on roller skates like you said, just launch it at the tower, and it's so fast it's usually too fast for people to react to.
What a straight, it's one of those things I didn't really ever notice and then I've seen it multiple times in the last few weeks.
Yeah, you do it against people who have Tornado. I have, like, me being a Tornado player, I've had it done countless times versus me, especially, like, in recent times, just because of, like you said, it's just, like, it's becoming a more modern play, I guess.
That's interesting that it's against, that's a good note for me because I've been playing Hog Triple Spell on ladder this season. So that'll be good for me to put that note away for next time I face Tornado.
Yeah, but don't try it too much, that's the thing. You have to, like, do it at, like, the perfect time, because it's obviously an aggressive play and you're pretty much just throwing away 8 elixir.
Sure.
So Tommy getting a lot of damage here, having the fireball lugs makes it really helpful, being able to kill Night Witches, and you can't really just build up big pushes. So, wait. Okay, I got a little scared there for a second.
Yeah.
Actually, no, this
just a second.
a really good heal. That was actually such a good heal spirit from Tommy, keeping that Knight with a little bit of extra health. That actually probably like secured that game for him.
Fireball takes it. Tommy with the 2-0 and a huge win here to take himself one step closer to that $6,000 prize pool. GG, well played. And Cuchii Cuu, the hits just keep on coming for him today.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Tommy and Airsurfer most likely. Actually, I don't. Are they both 4-1? They could still not make it, but I'm gonna wait to see what the standings are one more time, or will the standings show up in between these games?
Yeah, I'll show you the standings here in just a second.
Okay.
And here we go. So Cuchii and DiegoB coming up in just a minute. DiegoB currently at 2-3, so a win puts him even. Tommy at 4-2 now, in a good position. And you think about this, that the players who are currently in contention for that top 4, outside of Airsurfer at 4-1, we'll take him out of the equation for a minute. But Tommy, Egor, Diego, and Wolfstochter all kind of trying to vie for those middle spots. And Tommy, I know he has the head-to-head matchup over Egor, which is huge. Has the loss to Airsurfer. What I don't know from this is how Tommy did against Diego and Wolf. No, Tommy and Diego have not played yet. So what was the result of Tommy versus Wolfstochter? That's the one I need to check out. I need to go to Upgrade for that one. All right, let's go ahead. Let's say thank you very much, and a big bye, George. Dip, so much fun having you on here. Welcome back in your time, of course. And I'll go ahead and throw his Twitter in the chat on YouTube one more time. Go ahead and follow Dip on Twitter, guys. Phenomenal analyst, obviously, as you've heard, and a good dude all around.
Yeah, I probably won't be back tomorrow, but I'll probably be back to help out in playoffs if you need it.
Sweet. Love it.
All right. See you around.
Right.
Thanks for having me.
Take care, bud. And now it's just us, everybody. Just you and me and whoever's playing. And let me tell you something, guys. It's nice to have it be such an intimate experience, huh? Big thanks, of course, to Dip, as always, and have some other guests I've been planning, but scheduling's been a bit challenging at the moment. And Bruno. Did Bruno just jump in? I saw Bruno actually throw a sub on earlier, and I didn't get a chance to say anything about it, but I see a bunch of people coming in. Oh, it's all Bruno's fans jumping in over here on YouTube. Obrigado for all the love there, you Brazilian fans. I guess the Portuguese stream has ended. And that's a big Bruno wave over on YouTube. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Appreciate it. A lot of love coming in over there on the chat. Do appreciate it. DiegoB currently at 2-3, so needs a win here to stay in the mix. For those of you who are the English-speaking fans who don't know who Bruno is, Bruno Carne! Bruno is one of the casters in Portuguese for Clash Royale League. Huge content creator in Brazil. Big in the entire Supercell world. And a big lovable teddy bear as well. Hey, bro, Bruno in the chat. So excited to see you, man. Hopefully we get everything sorted out with all this that's happening and we can hang out soon. No, Bruno. I mean, yes, I am amazing, but Bruno, you're more amazing. Very, very, this makes me smile to see him in the chat here, guys. So Cuchii going 3.0 Expo, which is, you know, interesting. Curious to see him doing it. The Fireball will be helpful here against the Pigs. So far, Diego with the lead. Will Surgical Goblin win the finals, though? Surgical Goblin does play tomorrow in the group stage. I'll show you some of Group H a little bit later. And yeah, the Bruno clashes just keep coming in on the YouTube side. Guys, thank you very much for the support. Do appreciate it. And that Fireball being out of cycle will be big here for Diego. A well-timed Heal Spirit. And can he get some damage here? Pigs do split. Fisherman does not go to tower. DiegoB ahead in the final 40 or 75 seconds here. 19:02 to 15:63. Pigs down behind the Mega Knight one more time. Fireball high. Fireball log combo gets a ton of value for Cuchii Cuu, but a very healthy Musketeer still on the board. Can Diego get something in front of it? Heal Spirit to give her a little bit of extra juice, but not going to get much out of it. Cycles the Mega Knight in front one more time. And the Expo does get down for Cuchii Cuu, but nothing doing there with Mega Knight, and then a Musketeer there to help out. And Mega Knight comes down one more time. That should be it. Bar Barrel to get the deeper penetration. And that's going to be a GG well played here. DiegoB going to take game number 1 over Cuchii Cuu. And again, this middle of the pack keeps getting tighter and tighter as time goes on. Going to be an interesting race to the finish here in Group G. Let's see if we do get any stat support on this one. I'm not sure if it's coming in. We'll see if it does update. Royale IP has been a little bit behind today. And here we go. I think we will actually get it. There we go. Ban is going to be Fireball from Cuchii Cuu. And pretty big matchup advantage here for Diego. Decent sample size. Mega Knight, Fireball, or Mega Knight and Bar Barrel collectively. The two of those together are really great against Expo, so you see pretty solid advantage over here for DiegoB. We'll see game number 2 in just a moment. And again, for those of you who've been asking about tomorrow, September 4th, we start again at 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. That's 9 p.m. Central European summertime. And that's going to be Group H. So King, Surgical Goblin, Morton, Cody Go, Lindsay Flash, Wallace, and Nikoko to find the last 4 members of our round of 32. Going back to the stats, someone asked in the chat, what is sample size? Sample size is the number of games that were played with this matchup. So in the last, my guess is 7 days, 2.9 Expo, or 3.0 Expo has played against this Mega Knight Royal Hogs deck 315 times to get this matchup data. I don't know if that's in the last 7 days. I think that's how Royale API usually does it. Might be longer than that, but that is the total number of matches that data of 72% to 28% has been drawn from. So there you go. Let's go ahead and jump in to game number 2, DiegoB. Trying to move on here. It's been a rough day for Cuchii overall. 0-6 in matches, a chance to go 0-7 maybe here if he loses this next game to DiegoB. Diego with the win would go to 3-3. Which would make his match with Tommy become even more important. And this is interesting here, folks, seeing some Lumberloon Cycle. Not the 6-man version. When you see the Barb Barrel, that's not going to have the Royal Recruits in there. Up against Cuchii, of course, going Goblin Giant Sparky Rage, because why not? And, guys, very excited to have all the Portuguese fans here. Love having you guys here, but as you can see, my mod is not sure when you are... Oh, boy. Tower trade situation here. But that could get much, much worse for Diego. And that Sparky is going to connect huge on the King Tower, and the Barb Barrel not enough to stop it. 346 on the King Tower of DiegoB to 1342. And guys, the Brazilian viewers, he's getting rid of the Portuguese because we don't know if you're saying toxic things or using profanity. So, you know, if you have English, that'd be phenomenal. You know, just want to make sure this is a family-friendly stream. So, unfortunately, I don't have any Portuguese mods. And does not connect. Somehow, DiegoB holds on there against that raged up push in the pocket. Yeah, like Osvaldo, even I know that one. So that's going to go ahead and be a timeout for you. Lumberjack trying to rage up this balloon. Fisherman played in an interesting spot there by DiegoB. Not going to pull the Goblin Giant back. And that's going to be a 3-crown. DiegoB loses game number 2 to Cuchii Cuu. Should have stats update here with that one in just a moment. Maybe I'll just have to go ahead and get myself a little Portuguese translation up here for a second. Wish they had a plug-in for YouTube chat. That would be phenomenal. So, guys, I'm going to try to translate in as much of the Portuguese in Google Translate and try to allow comments that are not using profanity. But I am catching a lot of these right now as being relatively profane, guys. So, this is a family-friendly stream, so that's why we have to kind of try to keep it minimized with languages we don't understand. But I'm going to be putting Portuguese comments into the into Google Translate. And I will, the ones that are not obscene, I will try my best to let through. But some of you Portuguese fans, some of you Bruno fans are a little naughty. All right? Behave yourselves. Behave yourselves over here in the American chat. That's so funny. All right, here we go. Game number 3, DiegoB and Cuchii Cuu. The ban is going to be Skeleton Dragons from the former Team Liquid player. So if DiegoB does win this one, that will put him at 3-3 and it'd be a big showdown with Tommy, who is currently at 4-2. And then that would be a big one because if Diego if Diego wins here and then beats Tommy, he would have the head-to-head matchup advantage over Tommy. Mike 45 with the Hey Rich. Hey Mike. So Diego looking like potentially graveyard here. And I'll go to the little Magic Archer geometry to give a big opening lead to Cuchii Cuu. Cuchii would love to play spoiler here with this Minor Wall Breakers deck. He'd love to walk away with at least one win today. Allow me just 1 second, guys. I have to go off stream for a moment. I'll be back on voice in just a minute, guys. Hold on. And I'm back, everybody. Sorry, someone rang the doorbell, and I had to go check to see what the heck it was. I'm back now. Everything is fine. No one be nervous. No one be worried. Hi from Brazil. Hey to you too, William Lopez. Miner to the left-hand side, not picked up by the Knight in the back by Diego. Magic Archer, Poison, NATO. Interesting deck here from Cuchii Cuu. So far working out for him. The question is, will it hold on as we get deeper into double and then triple elixir? Miner to the front. Knight does not get the pickup. Here we go, sudden death overtime. Smart Baby Dragon high from Diego to prevent the geometry. And both Bomb Tower and Poison against this Graveyard push, and still takes quite a bit of damage, does Cuchii. So the Barb Hut sets up now, and smart play by Cuchii to go with the Miner, but an even smarter play by Diego to be hovering with the Electro Wizard to get that pickup. And DiegoB looks like he has battled back here. And that NATO trying to find some way for the Magic Archer, but that long-haired fella disappears in less time than it took to cast him. And that's going to be it. DiegoB takes a big win and sets up an all-important showdown with Tommy. We'll be seeing in just a few minutes. We'll see if we do get stats on this one coming on in a minute. And here we go. There's the stats view. And as you'll be able to see here, not a lot of people playing Miner Wall Breakers with Magic Archer NATO right now. So Cuchii Cuu comes out with a real rough performance today. And we'll see. Let's go take a look at the standings for a second. This makes some things very, very interesting in the standings right now. So as you can see, Tommy and Diego will be playing soon. Diego at 3-3, Tommy at 4-2. A Tommy win would guarantee himself a place in the top 4, but a loss would mean that he and Diego both finish at 4-3, and Diego would have head-to-head matchup. At that point, Tommy would be relying on a 3-way tie, sending things over to the win rates. So that'll be an interesting and challenging one for him. Airsurfer up right now against Wolfstochter, and this feels like an elimination game for Wolfstochter and a clinching game for Airsurfer. Let's see if the German can get the win over the American here and stay in the mix, stay in the running, or if Airsurfer will clinch his top 4 spot here and now. Hey, Fake Royal Giant just joined over on Trovo. Fake Royal Giant, I think I missed one of your big donos yesterday. Happy to see you. Thanks so much for all the support that you give over on Trovo. I really do appreciate it. Hey, it's a seagull guy, says Abyss Watcher. Yeah, and Fake RG comes in big with an immediate cash bang. Probably one of the coolest ones they have. Looks so neat. So 6 Loon here for Wolfstochter, the Royal Recruits Balloon deck. One second, folks. So, Airsurfer going Mortar Skeleton Barrel. The most popular mortar deck right now. And of course, we opened up the day with Egor intending to play Mortar Skelly Barrel against Airsurfer. And then the copy deck glitch, putting one card off, putting in bats instead of mortar. And still, Egor played it brilliantly, given the situation he was in. And Fake RG with another cash bang. Oh my word. Guys, if you don't know, over on YouTube, those are Trovo donations. And he's coming through with the big time stuff. Oh, it was against DiegoB, that's right. It was DiegoB. Good call. Oh, it says on-call Dippets. Yeah, he is no longer on call. Good point. But you can still use code RICH, as it says on the right-hand side. Code RICH in all Supercell games. Brawl Stars, Clash Royale, Clash of Clans. Support the Scream. The Scream. Ah! Support the stream, please. 1693 left-hand side to 2026. The German, Wolfstochter, desperately needs a win here to stay relevant. And that mortar low to the left, opening up a big opportunity for this balloon. Second mortar high, but will that be enough from Airsurfer? Balloon is raged up and just barely falls before connecting. Wolfstochter with the lead and damage in both lanes right now. Airsurfer playing well, but in a tough spot. And Lumberloon pushed to the left-hand side. Mortar for the pull. Snowball making room for the Lumberjack to get one shot on the left, two shots on the left, 11:35 remaining, and that's a huge Fisherman, and that might be a connection, and it is. Wolfstochter probably going to go ahead and win game number one here. The German from S2V Esports, a free agent, as it says. I guess that might be his CRL status. I don't know if maybe he left S2V. I haven't kept up on all of the news from OCL and leaks such as that one, but going to take game number one here over Airsurfer. Put a little pressure on the American right now. GG, well played. And the German takes the advantage going into game number two. Thanks for the love on Hottie, do appreciate it. And we'll see if we do get the stats to update a little more quickly, and no, they're not quite there. Let's go take a look overall at the current standings. You know, I don't know what that is, Felipe, but it is spammy, so timed out. Even if that was nice, that was spam, so you're timed out. But Felipe Pereira, I hope that, I don't know what that was, but timed out. And Fake RG coming through with a big shiny unicorn. Thank you very much. So currently the standings, the Portuguese comments are cracking me up. With the standings right now, as you can see, Wolfstochter at 2 and 3, and win rate's a real issue for Wolfstochter right now. So he needs to win and win big. Every 2-0 right now would be absolutely huge for Wolfstochter. So we'll see if he can get one right here against Airsurfer. So looking like it's going to be Mortar Skeleton Barrel maybe from both players here. Airsurfer felt like he liked the matchup, and no, Wolfstochter maybe going with Giant Skeleton. Is he going with Clone here? But you can't run, he can't be doing Clone because Clone Skeleton Barrel together is banned. So what an interesting matchup in this one. Hey Asia, good to see you. Welcome on the Trovo chat. So it is Mortar Skelly Barrel for Airsurfer, Wolfstochter with Giant Skeleton Barrel, in a no Skelly Barrel clone environment. Wolfstochter had a great run in the No Tilt World Championship, won the 6th Western Stage 2 qualifier, made it to the group stage where Ended up 6th in the West out of 8 players. A good showing overall for him. Patrick Yang asking, why is Skeleton Barrel clone banned? Because there's a glitch right now with Skeleton Barrel and clone that causes the clone Skeleton Barrel to not drop correctly. Hey, Fake Royal Giant, thanks for coming, man. It's always good to see you in the Trovo chat. I really appreciate your support as always. And it's Wolfstochter running Giant Skeleton, Skeleton Barrel, Sparky. This is, I mean, somewhere around the world, Pheno Final Form has to be saying, why didn't I think of that? Unless he did think of this, and this is another weird Pheno deck. Yeah, my brain did just die, says Peas in the Trovo chat. I was just sitting there going, what am I looking at here? And it's Sparky, Skeleton, Giant Skeleton. I can't even look at this right. I can't even say all these cards in one piece. Mike 45, that would not be the 5th comment I'm not reading. Or it would be if I didn't read it. How about it that way? Mortar down to the right-hand side against Giant Skeleton, Sparky, double bait. There you go. Hunter does a good job with cleanup on the right-hand lane. Sparky getting tanked for by the Skeleton Barrel, but not well enough. And no way does the... It does not quite. For a second, it looked like the Goblin Barrel might get in time to tank for the Sparky. Maybe if he'd gone for a surround or for the inside corner rather than right in front, that would have been a 2,000 IQ play. Instead, still in the lead is the German, but not able to take it. Airsurfer holding on against this complete insanity that Wolfstochter is bringing. Currently, though, the German in the lead, 14:05 to 17:94. Big push coming in the left-hand lane, though, for the American. And that Skeleton Barrel drop will do a lot of damage. Not just a lot, will take the lead back for Airsurfer. And Wolfstochter just trying to push into the right-hand lane here, or at least play defense in the right-hand lane. Goblin Barrel going to be taken out easily by the log. And with this lead advantage right now for Airsurfer, going to be curious to see what Wolfstochter can do to fight back in it. Earthquake does not hit the mortar, but does put a lot of damage on that Musketeer. Goblin Barrel in one more time. Log cycled in response, and that Hunter just disappeared. Goblins go to the tower, and Airsurfer gonna probably take game number 2 here. Fireball in with the mortar. GG, well played. Airsurfer wins game 2. Is this me or the music disappear? Isn't there normally music there? What happened to the music? Well, there's the music. A little bit late now. We'll have the... Hopefully the stats will update here in just a moment. Ban for Wolfstochter is Mortar. He banned it before they could ask him for his ban. So before Wolfstochter even was asked to give his ban out, he gave the ban. Mortar not allowed anymore. And, yeah. This is an interesting matchup. Let's just put it that way. What a deck that's a thing that a person played in a competitive game for a $6,000 prize pool. All right, game number 3 coming in a minute. Lava Hound and Mortar are the bans. Wolfstochter won game number 1. Airsurfer winning game 2. Game 3, a big deciding factor here. We are either going to have a group in complete chaos or a lot decided right here between these two. Here we go. Game 3. Let's do it. Bans are Lava Hound and Mortar. $6,000 is a pretty big prize pool for a non-official, for an unofficial Clash Royale event, for a not official esports event. It's not a league. It's just a tournament. Six. Might have a mirror matchup on our hands here, folks. Fisherman going to the right-hand side. Won't do a whole lot here, but Airsurfer already has a pretty big lead. 15:04 on the right-hand side. First minute and a half away. So far, the American in the lead. And Wolfstochter calling a good game already at this stage, saying that's it. Heel Spirit will come in and doesn't quite get the balloon, but the balloon will get one shot. And oh boy, yeah, even with, at this point, with a mirror matchup, probably the win for the American at this point. 3-3 split in both directions. So hard to come back in this situation for Wolfstochter. Would have to hope that Airsurfer makes a big mistake, and Airsurfer's not one who's prone to big errors. The Musketeer going to the left-hand side might be a significant one, though. And just not quite able to get through. The Skeleton Dragons locking things down for Airsurfer. Final 15 seconds. And looks like Airsurfer going to secure his path to the round of 32. Big time win. I guess I'm calling this early. I thought it was sudden death overtime. I don't know why my brain shorted out there. Probably still going to win anyway. There you go. Called it a half second early. GG, well played. Airsurfer now secures his way into the round of 32. Let's go ahead and check out the stats. Not available yet. So Egor and Wolf coming up next, and this will be interesting because, as you can see with the standings right now, Wolfstochter at 2-4. A win over Egor will put him at 3-4, and the possibility that a 3-4 player qualifies is very real. Egor with a win, though, would put himself at 4-2, would guarantee Wolfstochter is out, and then would all come down to Tommy and Diego. So we'll see. Stormy, yeah, I try to be pretty interactive the best I can. Some people, some people complain I don't interact with the chat enough. Some people say that I should never talk to the chat or listen to the chat whatsoever. I just try to have fun. And yeah, guys, so you know, the sponsors are from left to right on the screen. AMG, Aftershock Media Group, the talent management company created by CWA and Powerbang to help mobile content creators connect with brands and opportunities to make bigger and better mobile content. Next to that, of course, CWA. If you don't know who he is, I don't really know why you're here. In the middle of that, Appgrade, 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 an app designed to help you follow along with competitive esports, including this event right now. And then I actually don't know the fourth sponsor. And then the fifth sponsor is Royale APIs, providing stat support for this entire event. Let's go ahead and jump into Egor versus Wolfstochter. No one has yet gone 7-0 in the group stages. We will see if anyone gets there. But that's not going to happen today. And Wolfstochter going maybe Mortar Miner Valk? Interesting choice here. I think he can still get top 4 technically. I don't know all the numerical elements of it. But if he wins against Egor, they would both finish at 3 and 4, and he would have the head-to-head matchup over Egor. Then it would come down to Tommy versus Diego. And if Tommy beats Diego, Diego would have head-to-head over Wolf. But Egor has head-to-head over oh, that's the wrong Diego. Let's see. Diego has it over Wolf. And then Egor, no, Diego has the win over Egor. So, I think Wolf might be out. Let me look at that, because Diego has head-to-head matchup over both Wolf and Egor. So no matter what, Diego beats Wolfstochter. If Wolf wins here and Diego loses, Diego would be above Wolf. And since Diego would be above both Wolf and Egor in that situation, oh no, because Egor could still go, a loss here would not mean Egor's 3 and 4. Oh my word, okay, this is still all nonsense, guys. All right, guys, it's still all crazy. Let's put it this way. It's still all completely nuts here. But I think that Wolf is eliminated no matter what. I'm trying to check up on that the best that I can, but it's all real complicated. That's not anything. All these numbers, man. There's too many, man. And there you go. Egor gets the win in game number 1. And Egor might make things real easy for us. He might give us a lot of clarity here. Of course, that all depends on what happens in our other matchups. So let's go ahead and pop back out here for a second. Okay, so here's the situation. If Egor wins, Wolf is 100% out, and Egor then moved to 4 and 2. But then Diego would have a shot to win against Tommy, which would then keep him and Tommy tied, give him the matchup advantage over Tommy, and then it would come down to whether Egor wins or loses against Airsurfer to decide that spot. If Egor loses, Wolfstochter moves to 3 and 4, but then no matter what would happen, DiegoB would have matchup over Wolfstochter. So I believe that would be the end here. So let's see if Egor can just make things a little bit more clear. Even I don't know what the heck's going on. Sage Envy Music, thank you very much for the $5 dono. Do appreciate it. Which deck do I think takes more skill, Expo or Mortar? I guess it depends on the overall construction. So Wolf going Mortar again here. And an EQ ban. Egor looking like he's going Pigs here. Maybe Ram Rider. Yeah, an Earthquake ban is really interesting here, and it is going to be Pigs for Egor. I guess an Earthquake ban does help Mortar. Walter, thank you very much for the sub on YouTube. Do appreciate it. For all you guys in the YouTube chat, go ahead and throw subs my way. Would love the support. If this is unofficial, are there any official tournaments? Yes. There is CRL, Clash Royale League, which isn't an open tournament. It's a Clash Royale League is the esports league where players are hired by teams to play under their banner. And then the official one was the No Tilt World Championship. That was the official tournament that was open to anybody. It was a worldwide open. Literally, all you had to do to participate was have Clash Royale on your phone and play the 20-win challenge. (17-13) left-hand lane, fireball to the Musketeer. No pickup for the Miner by Egor. Final 10 seconds remaining. Heal Spirit trying to give a little more extra juice to those pickies at the bridge, and one picky will connect on the left-hand side, 1482. And double Barb Hut set up for Egor on the right-hand side. And that Valkyrie just goes, hey Barbs, guess what? I swing an axe around. A lot of fireball there for the German. Hogs down to the left-hand lane one more time. Fireball not there. Valkyrie will do her job, but a fireball from Egor a little bit late to get a ton of damage, but does keep him with the lead. Final 80 seconds incoming. And Miner goes to the one spot where it had to go, and somehow those skeletons don't pick it up. Here we go, triple elixir time. Miner should go to the inside this time, goes right to the back, and a fireball behind. Miner getting a lot of damage, but fireball now out of cycle. Wolfstochter trying to do something big here, but throwing your Miner and your best defense for the pigs at the same time in triple elixir, not getting back around. And that's going to be one fireball to finish things off for Egor. He will take the win 2-0 and take one step closer to $6,000. So that's a big one. Egor now at 4-2. Wolfstochter now eliminated. So if Diego wins against Tommy, he would be 4-3. Tommy would be 4-3. He would have the matchup advantage over Tommy. It would all come down to Igor's match against Airsurfer. If Diego loses against Tommy, we have our top four decided. So here we go. Man, these group stages have mostly come down all the way to the end. One second, folks. Roll, thanks for joining. Mateus, when will Morton play? He will play tomorrow. And I'll show you that group in a minute. If Diego wins and Egor loses, I need to figure out exactly what would happen there. Things would get complicated, though. Because if Diego wins and Egor loses, we have a three-way tie for 4-3. That would mean Diego would have the win over Tommy. Tommy would have the win over Egor. And Diego would have to win over Egor. So I think that if Diego wins and Egor loses, Diego is in and Egor is out. I believe that's how it would go down. I missed a donation from who, Stormy? I didn't see one. Sage Envy Music, I called that one out. Yeah, Surge and Morton tomorrow, guys. That's going to be a big one. Pigs to the left-hand lane. Bomb tower going to be certainly helpful in this matchup for Diego, so going to be a good first step towards qualifying here. Log goes to the right-hand lane, gets some little bit of room here, 15:46 and 3-1 split. And I like that 3-1 split, and the reason why Tommy's going with the 3-1 split there rather than the 2-2 is his hope is that the bomb tower focuses on one side and gives some of the hogs a little bit more room. Keeps some of the damage off some of those hogs. Musketeer low, and that Knight doing a good job defensively up high. Entering the final minute and a half, and one pig does escape, and the heal spirit's going to do a little bit extra here for Tommy. That's not going to be an insignificant amount of damage. And you see he has to spend the skeletons, does Diego, to put some work on it. And this time the Musketeer tanking for the Miner. Absolutely huge for Diego. And that's a huge lead, 1090 to 1821. DiegoB playing smart defense here so far, but maybe even better opportunistic offense, just taking little things. And people, again, they think so much of the Miner as the tank in so many different ways, unless they're thinking about giant Miner or things like that. But, you know, while the Miner might tank for a balloon in Miner Loon, the balloon can tank for the Miner. Same thing in this deck. The Musketeer can cross and tank for the Miner and get you some good damage. This Mega Knight Musketeer pushing the left, putting a lot of pressure on in the final 15 seconds. Fireball now out of cycle, bomb tower high. Diego needs to be careful here. Not going to be a problem. Most of the pigs go the wrong direction. And that's going to be a GG well played. Diego takes game number 1. And for those of you who are watching on your phones or iPads and want to be able to see the gameplay completely in portrait mode, right? Just the gameplay. I see you, Jose Garcia, in the chat. Here's what you do. Open this video in YouTube in your browser rather than in the app, and then pinch to zoom on the gameplay. And that way you can make the gameplay fill your entire phone screen. In the app, you'll always have to watch it here in landscape mode so you see everything. But if you watch it in your phone and you want to watch just the gameplay in portrait mode, open it up in your browser, not in the app, pinch to zoom, and then you can get the whole thing filled up that way. There you go. There was a time when it felt like Hunter was pretty much only going to be in Goblin Giant Sparky. No longer the case at this stage. Fisherman being powerful means Hunter is pretty much everywhere now. Most common, of course, in this Royal Giant deck. And Tommy going with Hog Mega Knight again. This is not unlike Tommy to find something that's off the center of the meta and play it more than other decks. He's been like this in the past in CRL. See him doing it here. In a very, very important matchup against Diego. "90 seconds left. Mega Knight pulled by the Fisherman. Hunter to set the line high. With the Fisherman, Diego has a pretty good matchup against the Hog Rider. The question will be how he deals with the Fisherman of his opponent. So far going pretty well. Royal Giant will get another shot there. Hog to the right-hand side. Fisherman not in cycle, so no King Tower activation there. Log to the left-hand lane, 7:23. Final 20 seconds of regulation, and Royal Giant has to go high just to give some protection at this stage. This could be a big opening. And there you go, Tommy sliding on through with the Hog Rider. Gonna get a few big-time shots. Bat staying alive, saving the day pretty much for Tommy, or for DiegoB at this stage, but Tommy now smelling blood and pouring it on. Mega Knight at the bridge. Fisherman tries to predict Fisherman, not gonna do it. And now Tommy might have overextended. Can that EWIS slow down the RG enough? And it can. Snowball in. DiegoB trying his best to keep the Mega Knight off tower. Hog behind, Fisherman has to go high, and that's gonna be it. No way to stop this one. Tommy gonna win game number 2. Send us to game 3. So there are the stats from the previous game. We'll see if Royale API can update fairly quickly. I think they will give us some stats here in a moment. And there you go. A little 60-40 matchup for Diego, or for Tommy. Diego played it pretty well most of the way through, but one big moment, Tommy smelled blood and went for it. So a big one here for both of these players. And Tommy going Lava, opening Lava to the right-hand first play, and Diego not liking the matchup. Probably knows that he just got put on ice. Lava Hound, Balloon. Oh boy. Miner will go to the outside, so that NATO to King Tower not going to be as effective as Diego would hope. And that's a ton of damage on King Tower, a ton of damage on Princess Tower, and Diego knows it. And Diego might break the emotes here. You can see how much of his starting hand was buried for that matchup. Diego would have loved to have the ability to go opposite lane with a quick graveyard push when he saw that Lava Hound come down. And this is a big chunk of damage the opposite direction. That bar barrel not doing what Tommy expected. And suddenly, DiegoB back in control of this one. It looked like Diego was completely out of it. Dead in the water. And now Tommy's switching lanes away from the weak side tower. He wants to force Diego to spend 4 or 5 elixir, or 5 or more elixir on that right-hand side. Poison will not get it done. Minor Loon push to the right-hand side as the Lava Hound comes in on the left. Can NATO pull this together and help him out? Does not get the balloon in that exchange, but the balloon goes down anyway. Huge, huge, huge for Diego. Bomb tower goes high. Tommy trying to fight his way through it. Balloon making a beeline for the tower. NATO pulls it back, and DiegoB survives to win the match. What a performance by the former Team Liquid player. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And Diego takes a huge win here. Huge win. And now we're going to our last game, our last match of the day, and things get real complicated. Bad starting hand situation for Diego. Tommy had, yeah, guys, take a look at that matchup data. For those of you debating the matchup, that's a lot of data. Tommy had a very advantageous matchup, and on top of that, had a great starting hand situation. And that's why you saw Diego BMing so hard at the beginning. Because as soon as he saw that lava, he knew that he was in a lot of trouble. Both from the matchup and from starting hand. Battled back. And now Egor with a chance to make things crazy here. So here we go. Egor currently at 4-2. A win puts Diego in and Tommy out. A loss, I don't even know what happened to the loss. Let's go ahead and jump on in. And Egor puts Hog Triple Spell, I think, for Airsurfer. The first card glitched on both sides. So I don't know what the first card was on either one. Airsurfer looking like Hog Triple Spell. Egor looking like maybe Mortar again. I think this is win in, lose out for Egor. Getting the proper confirmation from League Ops here. And easy Hog EQ push for the American. Up by a few hundred HP, 1658 to 1966. If Egor wins, he's certainly in. The question is, what happens if he loses? There's some sort of glitch with the first card showing up, guys. Airsurfer maintaining his lead so far. And yeah, Ashwin making the point. I think it's Snowball for Egor and Log for Airsurfer. Clearly Log for Airsurfer because that's Hog triple spell. And this usually runs Snowball for Egor. And Airsurfer, you see him setting up so much after the poison out of cycle. Not even worried about catching that miner at the moment, more worried about getting the hogs on the tower or putting the pressure on. And that hog will sneak on through. Snowball has to stop it. And now Airsurfer just pouring it on at the bridge. Relentless pressure by the American. Good Ice Spirit from Egor won't be enough to stop this one, though. Hog, EQ, GG, well played. Airsurfer takes game number 1. This gets a little crazy, folks. Great play there from Airsurfer. Good deck choice with Egor running Mortar so much today. Egor banning Heal Spirit. That's been Egor's ban all day. I believe Egor has banned Heal Spirit every single game today. I believe that's happened. Let's go ahead and jump into game 2 and see if we have absolute chaos on our hands or if Egor makes things clarified a bit. Airsurfer going 2.9. Maybe 3.0. But I think he wants to make a statement here. Definitely going Expo for Airsurfer. And we're going to see it. Oh, he's going Graveyard. Oh, wow. I really thought we were going to see Mortar versus Expo from two of the best with two of their best decks. And it is Graveyard. Oh, that would have been fun. That would have been fun. Igor's been doing this sort of thing lately where he just decides, I'm playing this deck and this is what's happening in this tournament. Did it in the No-Tilt World Championships in a best of 5, ran the same deck 4 games in a row. Would have loved to see this Mortar deck against Airsurfer playing Expo, but instead we'll have to go for GY versus Mortar Miner. As far as graveyard decks go, this is a pretty fun one. High Mortar from Egor will not connect. Miner goes to pull the Valk back. But the Musketeer does not survive. Slow game from these two so far. And look at that Snowball. Doesn't quite push the Mega Minion on a tower, but forces the skeletons out from Egor. So a high IQ Snowball from Airsurfer. Between the skeletons, the archers, the cage, and the Valk, a lot of good ground options to distract the Mortar. And you see Airsurfer cycling skeletons in the back there, thinking that maybe he would set up for a Miner defense. And a Miner Bats push on the right-hand side. Skeletons, Snowball high. Well defended by Airsurfer. 2390 on the right-hand side of Airsurfer to 2246 on his left-hand side. Does have the single target damage, 2015 in the bottom left corner on Egor's left-hand tower. Here we go, sudden death overtime. Good protection of the Musketeer by Egor, and goes Miner Bat to the right-hand side. And that's going to be a -1 trade for Airsurfer every time, pretty much. Or a lot of the time, at least, because he has to really play Valk there most of the time, because he can be worried about a poison coming down on skeletons if he defends with skeletons. This is what Egor's good at with these decks. Defending, turning it into offense, spreading his opponents thin. Valk tanking for the Graveyard on the right-hand lane. Airsurfer is happy to switch lane by lane with Graveyard, not the same way that Egor, who has been switching a bit, but really now starting to build his attack on the right-hand side primarily. Graveyard in, Skeletons pick up the defense, and that's smart there. Notice that you see Airsurfer coming with Skeletons when he knew the poison out of cycle. Snowball, though, does come in and give a lot of chip damage to Egor on the right-hand lane, 1690 to what's going to be about 1697. There you go. Snowball not doing more damage. 7 HP separate these two with just 30 seconds left. Graveyard in, and this is what Airsurfer wants to do. Force poisons defensively as much as possible, and most of the pre-skeletons there to play defense against the Miner. Miner does get one shot, though. 1594 to 1379. Continue to Graveyard all he can is what the American will do here. Can he catch the Miner? Does not do it, and the poison comes in as well. Mortar gets a shot on top of that. Oh my word. Picking up the Miner here, 1021 to 1128. Not going to happen. Airsurfer not going to take this win. Egor sending us to game number 3 in a nail-biter at the end. Well, a long day it's been. And here we are. At the very end. It all comes down to one game. Egor wins, he's in. Tommy's out, Diego's in. If Egor loses, it comes down to a whole bunch of crazy math. I don't even know what's going on yet. I've asked League Ops, they haven't given me a clear answer. Who knows? Who the heck knows? Guys, do you like this? Are you enjoying it? A lot of you are sticking around here. 750 people on YouTube. And of course, the Trovo fam. Mwah, mwah to each of you guys. Subscribe to the channel. Throw me some love. Come back tomorrow for Morton, Surgical Goblin, and all that stuff. NATO is the band from Airsurfer. So here we go. Game number 3. Egor and Airsurfer. Two players who easily both make the top 10, maybe top 50, or maybe top 5. I mean, top 50, obviously. Top 10, maybe top 5 for both of these two players. Coming down to one game to see Airsurfer's already in. Would he love to send Egor home? Absolutely. Take a dangerous player out of contention. Gotta love it. Let's go. Hey, Edu, glad you're enjoying this over in the YouTube chat. Appreciate it. Ali, thanks for the sub. And maybe now Airsurfer going to go Expo in the final game. And it's going to be 3.0. So this is the matchup we wanted to see last game, guys. Egor playing Mortar, Airsurfer playing Expo. Let's go. And the Knight protecting the Expo. Expo all over that Mortar. And Airsurfer should Tesla here after he does the heals, after the Ice Spirit? No, he's not. Just going to log that, get a little bit more chip. A light connection. And here we go. Oh, I love it. Can Egor outplay here against Airsurfer's Expo? Airsurfer has plenty of ways to catch and reset those miners if they come in. Ice Spirit Skeletons, easy 2 elixir way to pick up a miner. Of course, Ice Spirit Knight if the Knight's late. And look at that, protection of the Tesla. I mean, this is, of course, a matchup both these players know very well. Airsurfer sets up his second Expo of the day. And Skeleton's there to pick up the first mortar shot and make sure that this Expo gets a lot of damage in that mortar. Could be an interesting, grindy, slow game here. At what point does Egor start trying to get some minor damage on it? He knows that Airsurfer, even if he misses miners, can retarget them pretty easily. And this immediate poison snowball cycle on the Expo from Egor. So now Miner poison in, poison to go to the Expo, Miner on the tower. And we're going to be pretty close to even here, 1840 to 1974. Final 2 minutes. And Egor sets up defensively on the right-hand side. I mean, Airsurfer does. And Egor now chipping his way just ahead, 1573. Second Expo down on the right-hand lane. Egor going to mortar low to pick it up and poison both of the Expos, get some more minor chip on that left-hand lane. Properly timing the Valkyr is the Russian. Final 70 seconds. Second Expo down on the opposite side. Miner goes right to the back, mortar for the pickup. Egor needs a Valkyr. Decides not to protect the mortar. Slightly ahead is the Russian. Snowball does not make room for the miner to get chip damage. Instead gets the Expo off the board. Defensive mortar down one more time. 40 seconds left. Expo Tesla to the right-hand side. Miner goes to the outside this time and does get on tower. Knight and Skeletons not able to stop it. And Airsurfer just going left, right, left, right, left, right with these Expos. A lot of damage on the left-hand side. Egor playing a gem right now. Mortar down on defense. Snowball in. Valk comes in, and that's going to be it. Mortar by Egor. What a beautiful, beautiful game. And so many players in the chat right now who've played against 2.9 or 3.0 a million times can't believe it. But that's Egor. Mortar God, as he said most famously at CRL World Finals. And that's going to mean that Egor does go through. Let's go look at the final standings, and there you have it. Because of head-to-head matchup, DiegoB pushes Tommy's 4-3 out of contention. So first place in Group G, DiegoE. Egor finishes in second over Airsurfer, Airsurfer in third, and DiegoB makes it in fourth place in the group. Both Diegos. So the prediction for many people was Egor, Airsurfer, and double Diego. And pretty much everyone who called that got it right. Airsurfer, Egor, Diego. GG, well played. Those guys all move on to the round of 32 to the double elimination bracket and keep competing for that $6,000 prize pool. Unfortunately, I can't seem to get Royale API to bring the stats up because, again, they're still dealing with the big shift in the data that happened with the major update. So I can't show you guys the stats from that one. What I can show you is the group for tomorrow. So King, Surgical Goblin, Morton, Codigo, Lindsay, Flash, Wallace, and Nikoko. The last 4 will be decided here tomorrow, 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central European, summertime. So make sure you don't miss it at all, guys. It's been a lot of fun hanging out with you today. I'm going to get the heck out of here. Again, DiegoE, Egor, Airsurfer, and DiegoB, your qualifiers. If you haven't yet, go ahead and sub. I will see you back here tomorrow. And then, of course, the bracket round starts this Saturday, this weekend, with some really great action as well. I'm Rich Slaton for everyone here at the Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition, and for everyone at Clash Royale. Thanks for